Welcome, everyone, and hello. Welcome to the longest night of the museum's 2024 edition, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the D-Day operations.
Hello, nice to see you all. As always, this is the point of the year that I am always waiting for. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting evening and night also.
Yes, this will be a 10-hour long stream. Luckily for ourselves, it won't just be us for the full 10 hours. We'll be cycling through many of your favourite hosts from our end, as well as going to several experts in the field, museums, and all that. So there's a bunch of stuff for you to tune into, and I hope that everyone will enjoy it.
Yes, you briefly could also you can already know the plan for this evening and this night. So you already saw what ships you will be touring and what places you will see, but all around it is connected with the special anniversary that our stream is this year, especially like targeted, and it is the 18th anniversary of the D-Day operation. So yeah, we will try to go around the world and try to show you as much as we can, which is connected with the operation, all the ships that we managed to invite to the stream. So yeah, going to be interesting evening, I would say.
Yes, hopefully. We also will be having giveaways and all sorts going on throughout the stream, so make sure to keep an eye on that. It'll be simple quiz-based stuff, but we've got some Wiscovicas, some Tier 7 Belfasts, obviously, because that's always a very appealing ship, not to mention other such valued items, including some Texases, Hyders, the USS Texas book from the US Naval Institute, annual subscriptions to Magellan TV, who have been our partners in creating this, and also some good old fashioned distant voyage containers.
Yeah. So also you will have an opportunity, as usual, to catch some Twitch drops. So just stay and watch our stream. You can have different awards thanks to the Twitch drop. So both it will be containers, some memorable flags. Just stay and watch what we prepared for you, and you can get the drop.
Yes, absolutely. We are aware of some of the audio issues you are
Yeah,
reporting.
trying to set it up.
So we'll give our colleagues a moment or two just to double.
Mhm.
And we're back. Very sorry about the
Yes.
audio issues.
Sorry about the audio issues. Just a quick check. Your chat is always good at that. Is it okay now?
Do we sound loud and clear? All
Yes.
good? Sometimes we want to take a hammer to this. Excellent. Cool.
Better now. Okay. Okay.
Some rebooting was required because everything works
Yeah.
fine and then you go
Yeah.
live and that's when things start breaking.
Yes, but at least like we have this part like checked
Yeah.
at the first minutes, and
Yes,
now we
absolutely.
can just go to our main topics of the evening. So
Yes, absolutely. So, before we were rudely interrupted by the audio issues, again, I would like to remind everyone there will be giveaways being done throughout the stream. There is a quiz bot system that will be on Twitch, and we have to emphasize that if you wish to take part, make sure to authorize your Twitch account to use the system. Otherwise, the winner might be unnamed username 1 to 12 and will have no idea who won.
yeah.
So make sure that you authorize it so that if you do win, we can actually figure out who you are.
And which is not probably that surprising. You will have an opportunity to win some of the ships that we will be touring today.
Yes, we will.
Yes, so historical ships and with a great history there. So yeah, you can get them. Just pay attention on our stream. There will be some question at some point, and yeah,
And
any of you have a chance to win.
Yes, and also, if we do reach 10,000 concurrent viewers, there will be a special giveaway code sent out. So go get your family, go get your friends. Let's get us over that number.
Yes, this is our goal here.
Yes.
So it's now on you as our viewers, to get to this point that we can trigger this special part. Yeah, for 10,000 of viewers.
Define friends. People who you know.
Yeah, and are not that are not still here
Yes.
yet. Like, you can invite them.
Now, how will you know your settings are in order? When it starts, it will appear. You don't have to do any prep just yet, but when it does appear, just follow the instructions. Okay, and since we had a bit of a delay due to the technical issues, we can go straight into our first documentary.
Short introduction here. What I wanted to say is that we have a very strong start. That will be, I can say, and you won't probably argue with that. We will start from the most beautiful destroyer in the world. Yes, I am telling that especially from the Polish side, but this guy is a British and it was built in coves, so
Yes.
cannot argue actually.
No, she's a fine warship.
Yeah. Already 87 years old, so but she is in a perfect state. Actually, I would like to be in the state, being in that age. Before the video, I would like to thank already fantastic cooperation with the Naval Museum in Gdynia, and also with our guide that will be your guide in a few minutes around the ship. It's Mr. Tomek. You will meet him soon. We are going to Gdynia, Poland, and to the ship that actually was in combat from the very first moment of the war. So from the start, for the 1st of September, Błyskawica was already involved in combat, and she stayed and fought till the last moments of the Second World War. So hop in, see the video, and I would like your comments there. Pay attention, because we will have a special question about the story of the ship.
Yes. So without further ado, let's go to it.
Hello, my name is Tom. I work for the Naval Museum in Gdynia, and I would like to present ORP Błyskawica. Abbreviation ORP stands for Warship of Republic of Poland. Błyskawica means lightning in English. However, from now on, I'm going to use only Polish name. Now, let's start from the beginning. Before Second World War, Poland had 4 destroyers like that. 2 of them were constructed in France. 2 others, like ORP Grom and ORP Błyskawica, were built in English shipyard John Samuel White and Company Limited in Cowes. There were also plans to build further new warships like that. However, the outbreak of the Second World War prevented those plans from implementation. I'm going to tell you more about history of this warship below the deck at our exhibition. So, I think that we may start, and I invite you to go on board. Rare amidships. This empty space is used during military and state ceremonies. Originally, a torpedo launcher was placed here, one of two. Now, here we have a ship's bell and commemorative plaques. One of them is dedicated to sailors from Błyskawica who died during Second World War. However, it should be mentioned that apart from Polish sailors, also an English sailor was killed in the line of duty. Now, ship's bell is still in use. Now, what for? Now, it will be a direct translation because this bell is used to break glasses or strike glasses. In other words, it is used to measure time during a watch. After 30 minutes, there's one strike, and when the watch finishes after 4 hours, there should be 8 strikes. Initially, Błyskawica had two 550mm caliber torpedo launchers, with a possibility of reduction for smaller torpedoes. In 1941, during rearmament, these original torpedo launchers were changed into a different caliber, 533,4 millimeters. After the war, in the 50s, they were changed again to a Soviet one. And this here, this is the newest one from Soviet times. You can fire a torpedo by using a pressured air, you have a tank, or gunpowder. There were no spare torpedoes on the ship, on the warship, so you needed to be a very good person at aiming. Here we have the most important part of Błyskawica's armament. Its original pre-war 40mm Bofors doubled anti-aircraft cannon. What is interesting, such cannons were produced under Swedish license, but they were made here in Poland. And there was a slight change made to it. Now, the base of this cannon could be adjusted, regulated. So, despite of the tilt, you could keep the cannon more or less in horizontal position. This cannon was cooled with liquid that was transported by rubber hoses. We had two such cannons located in the axis of a warship. Thanks to such location, these cannons had the biggest possible firing range around the warship. Such cannons were in use until 1951. I think that you want to know how this cannon worked during Second World War, how to operate it. So, first thing, this is the place where you place cartridges with shells. When you fire a shell, empty shell is removed from this point by this slide, and it is thrown in the front of the cannon. You couldn't operate this cannon by your own. You needed at least 5, 6, 7 men. Now, where were their positions? One sailor was standing here. He was responsible for loading ammunition. Here, a second one. He was responsible for aiming. Now, if you move further to the front of the cannon, you may see a quite specific or strange battle position. This sailor was responsible to keep the whole cannon in more or less horizontal position. If you move even further, you will see the same positions that were on the other side. So one sailor to load, one to aim, but there's a slight difference. Usually, when you fire a cannon, you use, or not cannon, when you fire a rifle, you use hands, you use a finger. But in such cannons, you had to use your feet. So this is the trigger.
And out with a wild I get to hear it a little
Błyskawica has her own commander and her own crew, so that's why she needs cabins for them. They are located in the bow of the warship, but they also need a kitchen, ship's kitchen. And this is the place where the galley is located. So no wonder that when you are on board Błyskawica, from time to time you can smell dinner. This sphere with protruding pins is a moored contact sea mine. After deploying into the water, this base with those small wheels became an anchor. At the back, you have a roller with a moored cable that was unwounded at a specific length, and the mine was waiting for her victim. However, you also have to arm such a mine, and you have to do it after deploying into the water. Now, how can we do it? Here you have a pin. Here you have a cover. Between pin and cover, there was a spring trying to push those covers out, to throw them off. So we needed a special line or a special line that was holding those covers quite tight. And you also needed a special mechanism to release such a line. To do it, you needed to put inside a sugar cube, like that. Oh. Okay. Oh. Please work. Oh, okay. So we are placing this cube inside. We are closing the mechanism. Those lines are holding those covers. We are deploying the mine into the water. After some time, this sugar dissolves. And then, after this, this mechanism releases the line. Those covers are thrown off and the mine is armed, is active. There was also a second safety, but it was inside the mine. Now, before Second World War, Orka Błyskawica had mines here on the deck. They were on special rails on both sides of the warship. However, during Second World War, the commanders, Admiralty, headquarters abandoned this RD, this armament, and those tracks were dismantled. Inside flies at the stern of the warship. It looks like a Polish flag, but there are slight differences. First of all, L-side has an added emblem, and there's a quite different shape. We call it a swallowtail. Now, in Poland, we have a special ceremony, a special day called Flag Day of Republic of Poland. It's on the 2nd of May. So, during the day, Polish citizens, they place flags, Polish flags, on balconies or in windows. So, if your neighbor on the 2nd of May will place such an ensign, it means that he or she is a warship. So, be careful. Initially, the main artillery consisted of 120 mm Bofors cannons. In 1941, they were replaced with 102 mm, 100.6 to be specific, new English cannons. Now, these new ones were manufactured by Vickers Armstrong Company. After the Second World War, when Błyskawica came back to Poland, those cannons needed to be changed to Soviet-type ammunition. That's why they changed the barrels to 100 mm ones. Now, how such cannon worked? First of all, you needed to take a shell from the ammunition park or from the feeder. Now, over here, we have an ammunition park. or you can also use a feeder. This feeder was transporting shells from the ammunition chamber that was below the deck on the deck. It transported 18 shells a minute. Next, you take a shell, you place it here, you arm it, and then you have to load the cannon and fire. And here is an interesting thing, because you can see English words and also a date, 1941. But if you look close enough, you can see a Russian word, wierch. It means in English, top. So this is a proof that we have English cannons, but Russian barrels that were changed in 1951. In theory, there were about 12 sailors operating such a cannon. But if you count all battle stations here, battle positions, there should be much more men. Depth charge is a nightmare for submarines. They can be launched by depth charge throwers or depth charge chutes. Initially, Błyskawica had 2 depth charge chutes that were located below the deck. Each one of them held 10 charges. In 1940s, it was changed. New chutes were placed on the deck at the stern, where you can see them today. Later on, they decided to remove the old ones below the deck. Also, in the 40s, Thornycroft depth charge throwers were placed on the both sides of the warship. Now, Błyskawica had older models of such depth charge throwers. The older models, when they were launching a depth charge, they were also firing the stray and a core. So after every charge, after every firing, launching, you needed to replace not only a depth charge, but also a tray and a core. Now, this example is from OEP Burza. It's a newer model, and newer models, they had hydraulic recoil mechanism. So after every shot, this tray was coming back. So it was much faster and easier to use it. Now, a depth charge has a fusor that reacts on the pressure. So after launching into the water, it exploded on a specific depth. Such depth charge weighs about 165 kilos, so it's quite heavy. Now I'm going to show you how those depth charges were transported from the chamber to the thrower. Now, here there was a hatch. You can see some traces of it over here. So below this place there was a ammunition chamber for depth charges. Such depth charge was transported from the ammunition chamber on the deck, on this level, and by this, let's say, crane, maybe, it was transported here. Then, from this place, you needed to roll this depth charge towards the thrower. Here, you had also a chain, also a kind of a small crane. You had to pull up the charge, place it here, and then you just needed to push it. And it was ready to fire. We are now in the former sailors' quarters. After adaptation for museum purposes, this compartment was changed into an exhibition prepared by Naval Museum in Gdynia. Before that, there was no wooden floor like this and no suspended ceiling like this. In this first display, you may see information about construction of ORP Grom and ORP Błyskawica. You have a drawing and also documentation about those two destroyers. Now, although project was English, however, Polish side introduced several changes to this project. One of them was about location of officers' cabins. Traditionally, they were located in the stern. However, we wanted to place them in the lower part of the bow superstructure. Very important event for every vessel and warship is launching. Here we have a photograph of Cecilia Reszyńska. She was a godmother of ORP Błyskawica. Here you can see a photo taken in Gdynia. It's year 1957. ORP Błyskawica arrives in Gdynia and the crew starts training sessions, which lasted until 1939. Inside this display, you may see different decorations given to ORP Błyskawica and her crew. The most important one, the most valuable one, is this golden cross in the center. It's Polish decoration, Polish order called Virtuti Militari. It was given to ORP Błyskawica in 1987. As far as we know, it's the only Polish warship that achieved such an order. If you want to compare it to other medals, it's something like Medal of Honor in the United States. On the other side of the corridor, in this display, you can see photos taken during Operation Peking. Now, following previous arrangements with England, 3 warships, ORP Błyskawica, ORP Burza and ORP Grom, just before the outbreak of the Second World War, sailed toward England. That's how they started their service alongside with the Royal Navy. First important operation in which our warships took part was Battle of Narvik. Unfortunately for ORP Grom, it was also the last one. During an air raid, Grom was hit with a bomb and she sank, alongside with 60 sailors on board. Błyskawica was also attacked by Luftwaffe, however, she was more lucky than ORP Grom. Here, on this display, you may see a model of a German bomber. It was cut from a metal sheet taken from a shut-down German plane. After Norway, our warships, were sent to France, where British and French soldiers were being evacuated to Great Britain. This operation was called Operation Dynamo. You may see a photo on this display presenting English destroyer Greyhound being towed by ORP Błyskawica. Now, on this display, we have a memento from the Second World War. You may see a calendar that looks like a comic book. This calendar was made by sailors. Some things are obvious, but some of them, well, you have to think and imagine what event they present. As we said earlier, ORP Błyskawica was constructed in Kaus. Here you can see some photos taken during after air raid conducted by Luftwaffe. So this photo to the right bottom presents Kaus, how the city looked like after this air raid. During this event, Błyskawica helped to protect the city, also to strengthen the air defense of this town. As a naval museum, we want to present different topics linked with ORP Błyskawica. One of them is ship's mascot. So meet Betty, the monkey. The small monkey was given to the crew during their stay in Gibraltar. Betty was a very naughty monkey from time to time, but also a very important member of the crew. According to some sailors, Betty was able to hear enemy airplanes approaching Błyskawica before humans were. So, as you see, she was a very useful pet. However, there's a fun fact. Betty is a female name. However, after some time, it occurred that Betty is a boy, is a male. However, the crew didn't want to change his name. Now, Błyskawica took part not only in packing operation or the dynamo operation or Battle of Narvik, but also she served in Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea during difficult and many convoys and combat patrols. She also took part in two important operations. First one was Operation Torch, the landing in North Africa. Second one was Operation Overlord, so D-Day, landing in France. During this operation, Błyskawica participated in one of the most important events in her history, Battle of Kesson. After Second World War, Błyskawica came back to Poland in 1947, and she was still in active duty until 1967. That year, a tragic accident happened, and as a consequence, Błyskawica was withdrawn from active duty. Here you may see some elements, equipment, things linked with everyday life on a warship like ORP Błyskawica. Interesting thing are those dental tools that you can see here. There was no dentist on ORP Błyskawica. There was a doctor, but he had to be a specialist in every possible aspect. We are now in a compartment occupied by non-commissioned officers. As you can see, they had better conditions than normal sailors. They had their own beds called bunks. Sailors, they had only hammocks hanging on hooks on one big room. Although, still, the best conditions had officers. They had their own cabins. Here, in this compartment, apart from NCOs, you may also see a spare radio station, locked in this separate, smaller compartment here. Some part of the former NCO's compartment is dedicated to commanders of ORP Błyskawica. You may see their photographs here in the display. Now, this burnt uniform here was taken from a luggage recovered from a luggage compartment of a government airplane after a plane crash near Smolensk in 2010. This uniform belonged to Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Navy, Andrzej Karweta. Błyskawica has two engine rooms in two separate watertight compartments. In every engine room, you may find a set of two turbines. You may see one of them behind my back. One turbine was low pressure, second one was high pressure. In every engine room, you may find different kinds of pumps, switchboards, generators, and a machine to desalate water. Engine room number two was used to drive right propeller. Engine room number 1 was used to drive left propeller. This is engine room command post. Orders were transmitted from the main command post by this telegraph machine, and orders were also displayed here on this device, or through a telephone, or through the voice tubes that you can see here. Those voice tubes, they are still operational, so you can use them. You can talk with members of the crew during your visit here in Błyskawica. Those pipes that you can see above your head with this thick silver isolation, they contain high pressure steam that powered turbines that you have seen before. 12 men used to work here, but high temperature, stuffiness, noise make this work very, very hard. We are now in boiler room number 2. From this place, mazut was injected to the furnace that is next to us. Now, to do that, you had to prepare it before. Because if you want to start a car, you need few seconds. But if you want to start a workshop like this, you need about 4 to 5 hours. First, you needed to heat up mazut to at least 70 degrees or even higher. Then you needed to take this red handle out. It's a torch. It was a torch. You had to set it on fire, place it, put it back here in this burner. Then through those brown pipes you injected mazut inside the furnace, but you need one more thing: air. If you look closely, around those torches there is free space, there are some gaps, so the pressure was sucked inside the furnace through those gaps. You could also use peepholes that are here, so you could regulate the amount of air that was transported, that was sucked inside the furnace. Now, inside the furnace, fire heated water that was in small pipes, round pipes, that are below the ceiling. This water turned into steam. This steam was collected and transported to engine rooms. After that, it was cooled, it turned into water, and it was used again. Now, these fumes that were produced in furnace were toxic. So, in this place, there was higher pressure than in other compartments. That's why, if you wanted to exit or enter this room, you needed to go through a lock that was above us. Now, in 1967, a tragic accident happened in this place. One of the pipes broke, and this steam at a temperature about 350 degrees at high pressure filled the room. 5 sailors died in the spot. 2 others died soon after. After this accident, a commission that was investigating this event concluded that the main reason of this tragedy are worn out installations and that Błyskawica needs a general renovation. However, the costs were too high, so decision was made to withdraw Błyskawica from active service.
Hello, Tomasz. Thank you to be our guide here on Błyskawica.
Hello.
I would like to ask you some questions to take it a little bit closer for our players and for our viewers. First question. The Battle of Ouessant happened quite far away from the Allied landings in Normandy. And what was the impact of the battle for the Allied landings?
Okay, so I have 2 answers. First one is short one, none. Second one is longer, because you have to look at the bigger picture. You have to look at this operation Overlord as a huge operation that had several stages. So this flotilla had a simple task, one task, but it was important in general view, in this general operation. So I think that the main impact is that they didn't let German forces to get to their destination. Because, okay, let's imagine that there is no such a battle, that Germans achieve their port, they achieve Cherbourg. What does it mean? It means that they can attack landing forces, of course, only 4 warships. It's a small force. However, losses, casualties, they could inflict such things to the landing forces. So this is the first thing. Second thing, they would know that there's a space that they can use to get from Brest to Cherbourg. After the battle, Germans didn't try to operate, didn't try to conduct any bigger operation in this area. So when you talk about direct impact, small or none, but indirect, much bigger.
So the weather conditions, the sailing conditions around Wesson are known to be quite harsh, quite problematic for the sailors. That was definitely a challenge for all the ships that were involved there. How experienced was the crew and the commander of Błyskawica, Mr. Konrad Namieśniowski?
Okay, so when we talk about weather conditions, as far as I know, during the battle, of course, there were some waves, but not big waves, okay? And clouds were quite low, so visibility was poor. However, there was no storm, there was no hurricane, so warships managed to sail in this area at the time. Now, when we talk about commander and his crew and their experience, first about the crew. It's 1944. This crew operated in Norway, they operated in Atlantic Ocean during convoys, and they operated in Mediterranean Sea. So I think, but of course it's my personal opinion, that yes, they were ready, they were experienced, so they could face different weather conditions. Now, when we talk about commander, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a historian, I'm not a former Navy officer, so I'm not going to judge his decisions. However, what can I say, or what can I propose, is to think about this problem like this. If this commander weren't ready to command a ship, a warship, they would have replaced him. Namieśnikowski, in June 1944, he already was a commander of Błyskawica for about 1 year. So there was enough time, if there were any doubts about his experience, to replace him with someone else. What's more, after the battle, he remained a commander of Błyskawica. Błyskawica had another commander in January or February 1945. So I don't know if he was experienced enough, because as I said, I'm not a historian or a former Navy officer, so I'm not going to judge this person. But as far as I think, he was experienced enough to command a destroyer at the time, at the battle, in this area.
What was Błyskawica? Because the Battle of Wesson ended, and it wasn't the last involvement of the ship during the operations in Normandy. What happened later after the Battle of Wesson?
Well, not only Błyskawica, because the whole flotilla still operated in this area after the D-Day. However, when we talk about Błyskawica, there are, I think, that 3 main events that should be mentioned. First one, at the end of June 1944, Commander-in-Chief, General Sosnkowski, visited Błyskawica, and he was observing ongoing fights on the French coast. So this is the first event. Second event, it's half of July. There was a night battle, but smaller than Wesson. It was a night clash. 3 warships. It was Błyskawica, Tartar, and Haida. They attacked a convoy, German convoy. They sank 2 armed trawlers and 1 ship that was part of the convoy. Now, the third event was a little bit tragic because it was a friendly fire. Our Allied warships attacked 2 Canadian torpedo chasers, and unfortunately 1 Canadian sailor was killed during this event. Until November, Błyskawica was supporting French resistance by supplies and armament, and after that she came back to convoy service. So that's all, I think.
So we are at the second part of 1944, so the war is coming to an end. That's as someone say, the start of the end of the Third Reich. And what happened later to the commander or the crew or the ship by itself?
Okay, so it depends about what commander we are talking about, because Błyskawica came back to Poland in 1947. So there was some time between ending the Second World War in Europe, of course, and coming back to Poland. And not all sailors wanted to come back, because there were some disturbing news coming from Poland that this country isn't fully independent, that Russia, Moscow, has a huge influence in the country, that some people are fired, are persecuted. So some sailors, they didn't want to come back. 177 sailors came back to Poland with Błyskawica, because there was a problem with gathering the crew for this voyage. And out of 177, only 35 or 34 decided to stay in the Navy. So about 140 decided to leave the Navy after the Second World War, after they came back to Poland. They saw the conditions, how this country looks like. Now, when it comes to officers, it was more complicated. For example, some of them decided to stay abroad, like the commander that was commanding Błyskawica during the Warsaw Battle. He moved to Canada. He worked physically, and after some time, he decided to join the Navy in Canada. But for example, the commander, Krzywiec, who was commanding Błyskawica during her voyage to Gdynia, to Poland, after some time, he was arrested. After false allegations, he was sentenced to prison. It was a life sentence. And after few years, he was released, but he died a few days after releasing from prison. So some officers decided to stay abroad. They had to make a living. They had to find a way to earn money, to start a new life, and some of them returned. But if they returned, some of them finished in prisons because they were arrested. Some of them were tortured, and some of them even were executed. This is where we finish our walk around Orchel Błyskawica. I would like to invite you to visit this unique destroyer and also to visit our Naval Museum in Gdynia. See you later.
Hello.
Hello again. We're back.
You were literally staring at the camera. Anyway, I would like to thank both Unrug, who went all the way to Gdynia to take part in the recording of the document, and most of all, Mr. Tomasz for his very nice tour of the entire ship. If you ever had a way that would take you somewhere close to the northern coast of Poland, definitely visit Gdynia, visit Gdańsk. They are both beautiful cities, and there's the Błyskawica and the Polish Navy Museum. So definitely go for it. It's worth it. And the stream continues. We had our first documentary. We will soon be launching another one, but before that, we just want to mention several important things. So for one, if you are watching, you already know that if the viewer counter reaches 10,000, we will release a bonus code. So tell your friends to watch as well. Easy as that. Throughout the evening, we will have some documentaries from our partners, especially from Magellan TV. They have a huge collection of documentaries and working on adding more. You will see some rather soon. And yeah, and during the stream you can get even annual membership on Magellan TV, so definitely look out for it. We will also have some quizzes. So if you want to take part, just just a reminder, you need to authorize the quiz kit. So you have to click the button on the stream window and authorize so that you can take part, so that you are not an anonymous, unknown, unknowable, unimaginable user, and we can deliver you the prizes. Because, I mean, it would be kind of awkward if you got the prize and couldn't receive it, right? And I think that's the most important thing. The Twitch drops are running. If you are watching multiple streams or multiple windows, the counters might go crazy. In any case, in that case, just keep watching our stream and you will be getting them. And I think that's it for the major organizational things. And we will be moving from one ship built in Britain to another ship built in Britain. And with that, I have to pass word to Killer Bin, otherwise he would be very angry with me for stealing his British ship from him. So,
Yes.
all yours.
Thank you. So up next, with since we just had Briss, and again, thank you to everyone involved in creating that. As we can see, you're all very much enjoyed it. Up next is one of the ships believed to have been the first of the Allied ships to open fire on D-Day. Town-class cruiser, HMS Belfast. She fought Scharnhorst. She almost sunk right at the beginning of the war, and the Navy spent a lot of time and effort rebuilding her into the ship that served through the Battle of North Cape, the D-Day operations into the Pacific, and carried on in Royal Navy service post-war until she became a museum ship which you can visit in central London. So, without further ado, let's go over to HMS Belfast.
Hello, welcome back to the viewers of World of Warships. Coming back to HMS Belfast for a second time. Some of you may remember that a year ago I was able to give you a tour of the ship, but we've come back again this year to look around again, but this time specifically within the context of D-Day, the 80th anniversary of which is coming up very soon. HMS Belfast, as some of you will remember, is an 11,550-ton cruiser. It's moored here in the Pool of London, just between Tower Bridge and London Bridge, and has been here since 1971, acting not so much as a memorial, but as a reminder to all of those who come to have a look and have a visit, exactly how important the Royal Navy is to the story of the United Kingdom and the prosperity of the British people. We're going to have a look around and try and remember some of the specific sites and put them within a D-Day context. We started here on the quarterdeck because it's the place in which many people arrived on the ship. People today arrive over the gangplank, but in the old days, they arrived on the accommodation ladders, which you see on either side of the ship. And that's exactly where His Majesty King George VI arrived on the 13th of May, 1944, a couple of weeks before D-Day, when Belfast was still at Scapa Flow. The King came on a visit, and he came and looked around the ship, and a couple of the stories I want to tell you specifically about D-Day took place in the Admiral's cabin, and that's directly beneath my feet. And you'll see the wooden box which sits on the deck. Many people will take no notice of it. They just think of it perhaps as a bench or somewhere to sit. But actually what it is, it's a cover over the skylights, the windows in the Admiral's quarters, because they'd be too vulnerable in case they got broken or damaged by the visitors. So we cover them up. But we're going to go down a couple of decks through the ladders, find the Admiral's quarters, and I'll tell you some stories related to D-Day from within that and point out to you how we link to the skylight to the deck underneath. We've come down one deck, directly underneath where we were standing before. So you can see this was the skylight, which is in the box. So this is the big window, which one that would have put all the light into the sun. What we've come into is the Admiral's dining room. HMS Belfast was the flagship, which meant that almost all of the time it was in service, it had an admiral serving on board, as well as the ship's company itself and the captain. The admiral had his own quarters here at the back of the ship, and you can see in a minute is right aft, right at the stern of the ship. He had a cabin, a bathroom in the corner, but this was the dining room where we'd entertain people, and behind is a day cabin, which we'll go and have a look at in a minute. The dining room is a really nice space. It's not one that you'll find on a visitor's route, so we've come into a special space today. King George VI came to visit HMS Belfast on the 13th of May 1944, a couple of weeks before D-Day. It was here, after he'd toured the ship, that he came back to have lunch with the Admiral. They came here into the dining room, They had lunch, everybody gathered. And then after it was over, he went into the Admiral's day cabin and called for the captain of the ship, Captain Frederick Parham, because he wanted to give him a specific gift. So we're going to move next door into the day cabin and see that space. And I'm going to finish the story there. So this is the Admiral's day cabin. And you can see we're right at the stern of the ship. You can see the curve right at the back of the ship. Directly over us is the white ensign that flies on the flagstaff at the end of the ship. This is a very nice little space. This is where the Admiral would entertain people, where he would do his work during the middle of the day. And the reason we come here for D-Day is during King George's visit, the King called for the captain of the ship, Captain Frederick Parham, and he asked him to come in. They were both career naval officers. The King, of course, before he became heir to the throne, had been a naval officer. He'd been to Dartmouth, so he knew about life in a warship. And when they came in, we now know from films like The King's Speech that he was terribly embarrassed when speaking in public. And so he was always a bit stuttering when he spoke. And he was embarrassed when he called Parham in, because he chatted to him and he muttered and he wasn't very clear. And at the end of the day, it became quite clear that what he was trying to do was offer Parham a signed photograph of himself, but he felt too embarrassed to hand it over. But it was a very sweet little moment there on the eve of D-Day when the captain of HMS Belfast received a signed photograph from the King. And it was almost like a sign of approval for what Belfast was about to do. So we've come down now, moved forward a bit up the ship. We've come down a couple of decks in order to come into the engine room. And one of the reasons I wanted to come here into the engine room is that the guys who worked here, the crew who manned the engines, the stokers and the officers and the artificers who were all here, they were all, of course, stuck inside the ship. They couldn't see what was going on. And yet everybody was aware that this was a momentous occasion building up for D-Day. One of the people who worked here regularly in one of the engine rooms was engine room artificer Ron Jesse. And Ron Jesse knew what was about to happen because the night before D-Day, he was up in his coppersmith's workshop where he also used to work. And he was aware of the passage of the ship over the channel. And as the light started to break on the morning of the 6th of June, he could see all the ships gathering and collecting around him. And then they went to action stations. And when they went to action stations, he came down here to HMS Belfast. And he was at the HMS Belfast engine room. And he was in charge of the throttles, which are the 3 wheels you can see behind me. Jesse could remember that over the previous weeks, they'd been practicing. They'd been practicing all the eventualities within Belfast, preparing themselves for the threats that they might face on D-Day and off the Normandy coast. They'd been practicing attacks by aircraft. They'd been practicing attacks by E-boats, preparing for what it was going to be like. And here in the engine rooms, that went to the level of learning to work in the dark in case the ship was hit and all the lights went out. They practiced manning the engines by torchlight. And all of these things meant that the crew were aware of what was coming up. There was a suspense and knowledge that something big was about to happen. On the morning of the 6th of June, when the ship does go to action stations, Jesse comes down here into the engine rooms, and he's working in here on the throttles when the broadsides begin their bombardment of the Normandy shore. And he talks about how he could hear the big bang and then the crash and then the thud as the shells left the ship and the ship shook with all 12 guns going off at once in a broadside. But he said after a few minutes, the crew down here in the engine room, they just got used to it. The officer in charge, the senior engineer, was Lieutenant Charles Simpson. And he knew that this was a momentous occasion. And as soon as it allowed, when the ship came to a standstill, he started to send his men up, a couple of men at a time, for a couple of minutes onto the deck so they could see what was going on. And when he and Jesse went up onto the deck, they could see the boats in the sea, they could see the beaches ahead of them, all the defences, and it consolidated this sense that this really was a momentous occasion. Okay, so we come back up to the main 2 deck in HMS Belfast, moved forward again up the ship, and this time we've come into the sick bay. Because HMS Belfast was a big ship, it was a cruiser, it had full medical facilities on board. It had a surgeon and 2 assistant surgeons, and it had 5 sickbay attendants. And it also had minor operating facilities, so you could carry out small operations on board the ship. And that meant that it was fully equipped, and many people were aware of the fact that it was a place to bring casualties. Because at 1 p.m. on D-Day, the 6th of June, a handful of casualties started to arrive at HMS Belfast. They were brought alongside the ship, they were landed by crane, and we can see that where that was done and talk about that later on. And they were brought here to sickbay. to see if they could be put together, whether they could be an operation to tend their wounds and allow them to survive. Unfortunately, two of those who were brought on board died that day. Gunner Mayo was recorded in the ship's log as having died at 10:15 p.m. And then just after midnight, quarter past midnight, Private Young of the Hampshire Regiment died also. But the casualties had a big impact on Belfast crew. There are many stories about seeing one man in particular lying on a stretcher, casually smoking a cigarette, putting on a very stoic face. He was later held to have said that when he came here to sick bay, he'd spent months and months training for this very moment. And as his landing ship approached the shore, it hit a mine, it exploded, and his leg was very severely wounded and blown off. And that was it, never even landed on the beach. The casualties came here to sick bay, operations were carried out. Some survived, but unfortunately, two of those died. But it was a big impact on the crew for whom the battle was often a bit detached, but here it was, brought directly in their view and made the reality of D-Day very clear for the ship's company of HMS Belfast. We've come forward again, a little bit further up the ship, this time to the mess decks. This is what's known as the Arctic mess deck, and behind me we also have the East Asia mess deck. And the reason I wanted to come in here is we have another story linked to the ship's company of HMS Belfast hearing the announcement that D-Day was about to happen. For Belfast, the approach to D-Day begins on the 30th of June as it finally leaves Scapa Flow 2 weeks after the King's visit. It makes its way down to Glasgow, collects up with some other ships, and leaves there on the 3rd of June, and begins going round the western coast of the United Kingdom, the British Isles, expecting to land on the 5th of June. But as it's going through the Bristol Channel, on the early hours of the 4th of June, it hears that the whole landing has been delayed. Eisenhower took the decision to postpone the landing for 24 hours because of the weather. And so they literally circle round and round in the Bristol Channel for almost a whole day until they finally get the signal that go, good for go, on the 5th of June, and they go around to collect in Portsmouth. Once they knew they were finally going to make the landing on the 6th of June, Captain Parham came onto the tannoy to actually make an announcement. Through speakers like this one, high on the ship's company learned that they were about to make a landing on the Normandy shore. Parham explained that this was very unusual. Normally he liked to bring the ship's company together and see the people he was actually talking to, but this time he couldn't do it. So he made this momentous announcement. And in a mess deck just like this, Bob Shrimpton was sitting at his mess table listening to the announcement. He said when it came through, when the captain had finished speaking, everything went silent. Everybody suddenly felt nervous. But in the background, one of the old leading seamen sat up and said, well, we better get ourselves a cup of tea then, because we might not know when we're going to get another one. And everybody laughed and the tension was broken. But they knew that they were about to start on one of the most momentous operations ever undertaken in the history of warfare. From the mess decks, we're now going to go down 2 more decks and go to see the shell room. So we've now come down to the shell rooms. This is the shell room for A turret, and beyond us here is the shell room for B turret. But each one is connected through the ship to the gun turret itself. And it's very important to make this connection because this is where the ammunition, the shells themselves, and the chloride explosive and the deck underneath it. This is where it can be found. And it's put onto these hoists, you can see here, loaded up and sent up through the hoist all the way to the gun turret, depending on which one they're actually feeding. Shell rooms themselves were filled with up to 1,000 rounds, put in these wooden racks on the side, and they brought them across and loaded them onto this ring, this carousel, which goes round and round. And the handlers for the hoists would pick them up and put them on the continuously moving belt, and they would then be taken up to the guns themselves. The cordite, because it was so dangerous, so potentially explosive, had to be stored on the lower deck completely separate from the shells itself. And this small hatch here is the way down into the cordite magazine. The D-Day story that I want to tell from in here is 20-year-old Bernard Thompson was a ship's cook. So normally he'd work in the galleys further up in the ship, and his job was to cook for the officers. So he worked in the officers' galley. But his action stations was here in the shell room, handling the shells and the cordite explosives in the magazine underneath. When D-Day came and everybody went to action stations Thompson came down to the showrooms as he was ordered. And for the first 2 days, he worked in the showroom. And then he was told it was his shift to go down into the cordite magazine. But those who went into the cordite magazine, to stop there being any kind of explosion or spark setting off the cordite, had to basically take off all of their clothes. All they could wear was rubber-soled plimsolls and their underpants. So Thompson took off all his clothes, went down into the magazine, and was given instructions to load the tubes containing the silk bags of cordite onto a similar hoist to these and just keep putting on as they were required. Once he'd had that instruction, the lid was closed and he was closed in there. And he said he was absolutely terrified. But for the next 2 to 3 days, he worked down there in the magazine, putting the cordite onto the hoist so they could be taken up to the gunners. And this is one of those things that brings home the reality of working in the warship. Closed in for battle, in your space, unable to see what's going on, but just working as part of a big machine. We've now finally come back outside again, up onto the forecastle right at the front of HMS Belfast. Behind me, you can actually see a turret, and that was the shell room where we were standing, looking at the carousel and the hoist that were going to bring the shells up to the gun crew who were working inside the turret itself. Behind it is B turret. Belfast has 4 6-inch turrets, 2 here at the front, A and B, and 2 at the back, X and Y. It was a very powerful ship, and that is the reason why it led the bombardment of the gap between Juno and Gold beaches. HMS Belfast, being a flagship, was there and responsible for opening the bombardment on the Gold and the Juno beaches on the 6th of June. And it was these guns that opened fire at 5:27 on the 6th of June. Belfast was meant to be the first gun to open up and fire on the beach. But unfortunately, HMS Orion jumped the gun, literally, and started firing 2 minutes beforehand. That made the crew of HMS Belfast slightly peeved, if the honour was meant to fall to them, but they just ignored it. And fortunately, the embedded journalist who was working in HMS Belfast gave them the honour and described them as opening fire of the whole bombardment on D-Day, so they were very pleased. You need to stop and think. These 6-inch guns can fire a shell up to 14 miles. So from here, in the Pool of London, the shells could theoretically land anywhere within London's M25. So you could hit Hampton Court Palace. You could land a shell right in the centre of Wembley Stadium. It's a long way and it's a powerful shell. And so if all 12 guns fire at the same time in what's called a broadside, it makes a hell of a noise. And that's the noise that reverberated all the way down to the engine rooms that Ron Jesse could actually hear. Working in a turret directly behind me on the 6th of June was the teenage sailor Brian Butler. He was the sight setter in this gun, which meant he had the range, the elevation, which he set for that particular gun. And what he remembered most of all is being allowed out and looking across the sea and seeing a vast armada of small boats all heading for the beach. Behind him in B turret was Gordon Painter, and he was a gun layer, slightly different from the setter itself. And what he said is he remembered above all was the noise. All the guns firing at once as a ship's broadside was incredibly noisy. And he could feel the power, and he remembered that and told that story many years later, that above everything else, the sound of the guns firing was almost overwhelming. From the forecastle here, we're now going to go up the superstructure all the way to the top of the ship to what is now called the flag deck. So that's up 4 decks. And when we get there, first we'll stop at the bridge, and then we'll go out to what was once the bridge on the current flag deck. So we're now on our way up the superstructure that we saw from down on the forecastle. The first stop is the compass platform, or the captain's bridge. It was a space that was created in the big refit that HMS Belfast underwent between 1956 and 1959 to make the ship fit for chemical, atomic, and biological warfare. So this was meant to protect the ship's company against atomic attack. And so you can see these big, thick windows here behind me with this wonderful view all the way up the Thames. These were put in to make this a safe space in the event of coming across nuclear fallout or being part of a modern war. Originally, at the time of D-Day, all of these functions that you see happening around you on the captain's bridge were carried out in the open, on the open bridge that was part of the ship until 1956. And we're making our way there. But we first wanted to stop here in the modern captain's bridge to see the whole range of ways in which the captain have to draw on the information from all the dials, from all the intelligence that was being passed to him so he can make the decisions on how to fight the ship. When we later get down to the forward steering position, you'll see that the helmsman receives all the information that he needed to steer the ship from this position. Either the captain or the officer of the watch, he used this microphone and heard what was being said back to him from this speaker, and that was relayed to an identical set down at the helmsman. So when we asked the question, how could the helmsman steer when he couldn't see where he was going? It's because that man had to rely implicitly on the person looking out of this window who could see they were going. But we're now going to go up onto the open bridge, what is now called the flag deck, but in 1944 was the captain's bridge, to talk about Captain Parham and D-Day itself. So we're finally here, almost as high as you can go in HMS Belfast. This space was now the flag deck, and you can see the flag lockers right at the end of the space here behind us, and the hoist going up behind us. This space here on D-Day was the captain's bridge. So this is where Captain Frederick Parham came to manage the ship, to fight the ship on the 6th of June 1944. In his oral histories, Parham talks about how important it was when they were sailing across the channel during the night of the 5th, 6th of June, that they had that full moon. And there are questions asked about why did D-Day have to be on the 5th of June, the 6th of June, or the 7th of June? If it hadn't been possible because of the weather, why would they have had to wait for the next coincident of all those circumstances they needed? And the full moon was absolutely crucial to that, because Parham says that when he was standing here on the bridge, navigating HMS Belfast across this crowded channel, dodging in and out of all these smaller ships, had it not been for the full moon, it would have been almost impossible because there were so many ships about. At 0500, Parham brought the ship to stand to off the Normandy coast in its allocated position. And he then began to check with his gunnery officer, Lieutenant Commander Rex Mountfield, to see whether they had the coordinates right for their target. Every ship in the bombarding force had been allocated a specific target, and Belfast was a gun battery of 4 casements, each of which held 3 10-centimetre German guns. This was situated at the tiny village of La Marefontaine, just behind Vers-sur-Mer, where today you'll find the British Normandy Memorial. Mountfield and Parham double-checked and checked again to make sure that their coordinates were accurate, and this is one of the reasons why perhaps HMS Belfast wasn't ready to fire first. But at 0527, HMS Belfast guns were ordered to fire, and a broadside began, all 12 guns at once, and that was a signal for the whole bombarding force facing Juno and Gold Beaches to begin their bombardment. And that must truly have been a magnificent spectacle, as finally the operation to liberate Europe from Nazi domination got underway. We've come down again now from the superstructure, which you can see climbing up behind me. We're going back towards the back of the ship, the aft of the ship. And we're standing by the forwardmost of the 4-inch gun turrets on the starboard side. The 4-inch guns were part of the way in which HMS Belfast provided itself with anti-aircraft fire. The guns were Belfast's secondary armament. They were a high-angle, quick-firing gun, but they proved relatively ineffective. But they were still powerful armament for bombarding the shore, and both on D-Day but also at Korea, they were an important way in which Belfast managed to bombard the shore. The gunners here sat on Belfast on D-Day, not engaged very much because most of the bombardment was being done by the bigger 6-inch guns. And so from their testimony, you get many people describing all of these ships and these boats passing by on their way to the shore. Just behind the guns at that particular time was one of HMS Belfast's cranes. In 1944, Belfast had 2 cranes, one on the port and one on the starboard. And you can still see in the deck the ring where the starboard deck sat. And it was using these cranes that the men worked to bring ashore the casualties on board HMS Belfast. When the motor launch bringing the casualties from the beach arrived alongside, it was tossing around on the rough seas. And the crane operators were terribly worried because all they had was a big wooden box, like a giant drawer from a chest of drawers, which was suspended with a chain in each corner coming together, and that was placed on the hook of the crane. And so the crane operators had to swing out the arm lower the crane to this landing craft, or this craft that was moving around in the sea, wait for the stretcher case of this terribly wounded man to be placed on board, and then gently lift it up and bring it back and put it on the deck here so they could be taken to the sick bay. And we have the testimony of Stan Finn, who was operating the cranes on the 6th of June, talking about how distressing this was, how difficult it was, knowing how wounded this man was, how much pain that they were in, trying to gently bring it in on board and put him down on the deck safely. And another of the crane operators, Ted Corduroy, carried this memory with him for the rest of his life. How distressing it was. The one thing he came back to on D-Day was the sight of the wounded man in the box on the crane as he brought it up there. So you can get some idea of just how great was the impact on the ship's company of HMS Belfast being brought face to face with the reality of D-Day. Over on the port side of the ship, just behind where the port crane would have been, we're standing here because on the 30th of June, after Belfast had obviously finished with the landing operation itself, it stayed in position off the Normandy coast for 5 weeks and was still there well into the beginning of July until the Allies had moved beyond Caen and moved out of range of the ship's guns. On the 30th of June, Belfast was hit by a huge German shell which had been fired randomly from far inland to where it was actually moored. What happened is the shell burst roughly where we are now, just next to the port side of the forward funnel. And when it exploded, directly underneath this was the meat store, and the Royal Marine butchers who were working there were extremely badly wounded. And Stan Finn, who we talked about, landing the casualties with his crane on D-Day, remembers when he was working on this deck and the shell exploded, what mayhem it caused when the shell exploded. And what we're going to do is go down a deck to the space that exists now underneath it to see where the meat store was and where the 2 Royal Marines were wounded. This is the door which leads to the air vent beneath the forward funnel. So we know we're standing exactly underneath the forward funnel. And this is where the meat store was, where the 2 butchers were wounded. And the reason we've come down here is that in our oral histories, Bernard Thompson, who we last saw going down into the cordite store from the shell room, once he'd returned to his duties as an officer's cook, decided on the 30th of June that today was the day to cook a leg of lamb. So he decided to go down to the meat store to collect that leg of lamb from the marine butchers. And he set off and was just heading off from the galley when a petty officer stopped him and said, "We're still at action stations." And Thompson thought, well, we've come off action stations, so I don't have to be fully dressed with a life belt on. But the petty officer insisted and said, "You need to go back and get your life belt." So Thompson reluctantly turned around, thought, whatever, and went back to his quarters to find his life belt. And as he did this, he heard this massive bang off the starboard side of the ship. And when he went back to the meat store and came here, he found the 2 Royal Marine butchers severely wounded, one of them having lost his leg. And Thompson realized that had he come on time, had he not been stopped by that petty officer, he would have been, as he put it, larking around here with the Royal Marine butchers and probably would have been killed because he had been outside the meat store. And he said on his recording that he wished he could go back and thank that petty officer because he almost certainly saved his life. I've come down now to the wheelhouse, to the helm of HMS Belfast, where the helmsman stood to steer the ship. When we were up on the bridge, we were saying that only the captain, the officer of the watch, could actually see where the ship was going. The helmsman was down here in the middle of the ship. Now we've come down 2 decks. We're inside the armored box. So there's full armored plating and the thinner armor plating on the top, creating this protected box around the most important functions of the ship. And the helm is one of those. And so the helmsman stood here getting directions from the bridge, from the captain, either by voice pipe or by speaker and microphone. And based on that, they would then be able to set the course on the compass and steer the ship. And this is a vital function. And many people are fascinated by the fact that the helmsman steering this vast 11,000-ton ship couldn't actually see where they were going. It's because all they needed to do was hear the course from the captain or the officer of the watch and then do exactly what they were told. Now, we took this whole concept and wanted to try and illustrate that for visitors by using an unmissable moment, as we were called. It's an activity, almost like a game, for visitors to come and try, to try and get some idea of how hard it is and how difficult it is. And we use D-Day as the focal point for that. So from here at the wheelhouse, we're going to go up to the other unmissable moment that we created in 2021, linked to D-Day. This is the other of the unmissable moments that we created in HMS Belfast, linked to D-Day. We wanted somehow to try and evoke for visitors what it was like, something of what it was like, working in a gun turret on D-Day itself. The way in which the 7 men who worked each gun came together like a clock, like the ticking parts with the wheels all synchronized and working together. And so we created a narrative, a story, based on the words of people like Brian Butler and Gordon Painter, who we met working for real in A and B turret. And from this narrative, we tried to create a sense of what it was like to be in this turret on D-Day, to show something of the way it worked, the noise, all coming together, and created that script and placed it here in D-Day, in the turret itself, to try and give visitors this sense of what that operation is like. So that is just a taste of what you can find on board HMS Belfast, specifically linked to D-Day. We hope that through these stories, through these places that we link to those events of the 6th of June 1944, every day we remember in some small way the events of D-Day. And if you were to come to HMS Belfast, they will be here, and you too can use Belfast as a means of remembering the momentous events of the 6th of June 1944, when Europe itself began its day of liberation.
Was HMS Belfast prepared in any specific way for participating in the D-Day operation?
HMS Belfast was picked out very early on as one of the lead ships in the bombarding force, which was going to prepare the beachhead for the actual landing of the troops. There was no specific instruction issued just to HMS Belfast, or no specific training or preparation that it underwent. But it went through a whole period of training like everybody else, getting ready. It then had a small refit at Rosyth, and then went back to Scapa Flow. So it was made ready like all the other ships, and prepared after its months of Arctic convoy duty to make sure that it was literally fighting fit and ready to go when the moment came on what turned out to be the morning of the 6th of June 1944.
What was the biggest obstacle that the ship challenged during its participation in the operation?
One of the greatest challenges that HMS Belfast faced in preparing for D-Day was the difficulties that all ships face when they're bombarding land targets. Ships are meant to fire on a very flat trajectory from ship to ship. But when you're bombarding a target on shore, you need to fire quite high up in the air, more on a howitzer trajectory, going up and then falling down again onto your target. Whereas the ships themselves, because they fired very straight, when they were engaging the casements, the batteries, the concrete establishments that were being set across the Normandy shoreline as part of the Atlantic War, there was a danger that the ammunition, the trajectory, the way the ships fired wouldn't be sufficient to destroy these targets. And that's exactly what happened to HMS Belfast when it was firing at La Marefontaine. You can still go to La Marefontaine and see the 4 concrete casements that Belfast was engaging, but that doesn't matter, because Belfast's job was to knock them out. And such was the weight of its shells and such was the weight of its fire that when the 7th Battalion Green Howards arrived at the battery, it was effectively, according to their war diary, out of action, simply because the weight of the shelling, the accuracy of the fire, had knocked it out and knocked literally all the life out of the gunners. And that's all they needed to do. They didn't need to destroy the concrete. They just needed to put it out of action. But that was a wide challenge faced by all of the Royal Navy ships in bombarding the shore, was how to overcome this technical difficulty of firing naval shells at a land target.
What was the biggest threat to the ship during the operation?
HMS Belfast is quite a big target. And for the 5-6 weeks that it was moored off the Normandy shore, it literally was in position, not moving, bombarding from that position. And so any German gun battery or any German bomber which knew where it was would be able to find it. And the biggest danger to Belfast and the ship's company throughout those weeks bombarding off the Normandy shore was the risk of being attacked. And so Belfast often moved very, very slowly to make sure that the E-boats wouldn't be able to come and find it, that the floating mines that they were worried about wouldn't be able to attack it. If it was going so slowly, it wouldn't set them off. It was that risk of being attacked in its static position off the shore that posed the greatest threat to Belfast and its crew throughout the operations off the Normandy coast.
How much 6-inch ammunition was on board? How long did the fire last?
Belfast was fully stocked with ammunition when it began its operations, and this lasted for 12 days. And after 12 days, it had to quickly go back to Portsmouth to re-ammunition, went back into the line off the Normandy coast. And a couple of weeks later, it then went back again for the second time. So it had to re-ammunition 3 times during the course of its 5 to 6 weeks that it was bombarding off the shoreline. So it shows how quickly that ammunition could be expended. But fortunately, Belfast's fire pattern was to fire and bombard off the shore for maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then it would pause, and then it would start again. And so it wasn't a case of continuously blasting away minute after minute, hour after hour. Had it done that, it would quickly have run out of shells. But by firing on this pattern of limited bursts on a concentrated target, checking the accuracy, and then going back and maybe engaging the target again, it was able to use up its ammunition stocks over a correct period of time and only have to go back a couple of times to fill up with ammunition again.
And that was it for the next documentary in the series. We would like to thank the staff of the Imperial War Museum and specifically of HMS Belfast for this very nice tour and the Q&A session. And yeah, before we launch into more documentaries and more stuff that we have prepared for you, there was a question in the chat about the quiz, and the time is coming. The quiz will be coming very soon. But first, let us tell you what you can get from the quiz.
Yes.
Basically, we have 5 prizes. 5. Number 1 will be the annual subscription to the Magellan TV. And there's a very good reason for it, because we will be showing you a sample of documentaries from Magellan TV as well. And they are our partner for this stream. Then there will be 2 books. The books will be the same. They will be the Battleship Texas from the US Naval Institute. Very interesting and also tied to today's topic, because we will be getting to Texas later on in the evening as well.
And 4th place,
Yes.
since we've obviously been seeing a lot of people mentioning it in chat, for the 4th place will be a Belfast. Note how I just said that name. Yes, you're all right. It'll be the Tier 7 Belfast.
Yep.
Not 43, the original.
And number 5, prize number 5 will be a Bliskavica. So there will be 5 items for 5 lucky winners.
Yep.
Well, not necessarily lucky, right? For winners who
Yes.
basically get there the first with the best answers.
Yeah, so the quiz you should be able to see on your streams. It's a Twitch plugin system, quiz kit. So make sure that you've authenticated. Otherwise, you will come out in the system as unrecognized username 37642. And if you win, we won't know who you are.
Yes, so we will have to give it to the runner-up, probably.
Indeed. So yes, so hopefully if all that goes according to plan, you'll be able to do that. But yes, so again, to repeat, there will be a 1-year annual subscription to Magellan TV, 2 books on the USS Texas from the US Naval Institute, a Tier 7 Belfast, and a Tier 7 Błyskawica.
Bliskavica.
Lightning.
Yes.
One day I'll get that name right. You should be able to verify. You should see the pop-up on your stream, hopefully, if everything is working.
A little icon like in the on the right side of the window, if I correctly. Okay, right side, and my image is doing it on the
Yes.
left side. You know what I mean.
Right, not seeing it. Right, okay. Well, while we double-check that, we can swap over to a little thing from Magellan, who are our majorly valued partners for this stream. So we will switch over to that while we make sure that the quiz everything is working.
This is the beginning of the most audacious undertaking that man has ever attempted.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Guy Martin going for a piece of history. How much further can he go?
The 34,000 known species eat mostly insects. That makes spiders our best ally in the fight to survive on the planet.
To be honest, I thought, holy sh**, this is a whale full of plastic.
We are compelled to enter into a deadly war.
There was a message on my desk to move away from the coast of Japan because of an activity we do not know the results from.
My fellow countrymen, today the guns are silent.
It's hard to believe that you actually were there.
What can I do now and going forward?
To see them happy. This is a dream.
There were inscriptions, don't violate this tomb or something bad will happen to you.
We have pictures to the last day. Everything seemed very normal. Then suddenly everything cuts out.
We have a comet coming in at 135,000 miles an hour. Anything that's unprotected is going to die.
And so they'll actually bite and twist and tear big chunks out of their prey.
Oh,
We choose to go to the moon.
It exceeds our wildest imaginations.
This is going to change history.
That was awesome.
So as you can see, Magellan TV doesn't have only like military documentaries, but a lot more to offer. So the 1 year main prize is really interesting. And now we shall move to the quiz territory.
Yep, so we can swap over to that. It should hopefully give you a bit of an explanation of how to do it,
Yes.
but overall, everything should be fine. No, we're currently at 9.2k viewers.
Ah, getting there.
Yes. It's there. It appears.
Yes.
It
so,
works.
So correct answers gain points, wrong answers lose points. The quicker you answer, the more points. Not answering doesn't affect your points. And the player with the most points at the end is the winner.
Yes. Okay, so question 1. Which Allied warship was the first to open fire on D-Day? Was it HMS Belfast, HNLMS Flores, French cruiser Montcalm, or USS Texas?
Guys, you don't have to answer in the chat. You have to
Click on the
button.
answer.
Well, at least we see a collection of interesting typos.
Yep.
So we have 363 correct answers.
Yes, we do. Surprising so many people went for the Dutch gunboat.
Yeah. Well, unknown.
Yeah, no, you think to sneak a trick question in?
Yep.
Okay, I guess now we're on to question 2.
Yes.
About how many ships took part in Operation Neptune? This includes landing craft, transport, warships, and auxiliaries.
So let's see. 70, 700, 7,000, or 70,000? Guys, you need to click the buttons. Button. None.
Yes, there was no invasion. It was all an elaborate feint.
And yes, the correct answer.
It was about 7,000.
Yes.
Provided by nations from all over the Allied forces.
Yeah, 7,000, give or take.
Yeah.
What will be the number 3?
What was the oldest battleship in the US Navy during the D-Day landings? Was it Arkansas, Nevada, Texas, or Wyoming?
Well, this is a trick one. Someone still drops in 7,000. See. And the correct answer
is USS Arkansas.
Yes. I see most people voted for Texas, but no, Arkansas was older. Arkansas was older design, smaller guns, and Wyoming was her sister, and that was a trick question because
Yes.
Wyoming at the time was so busy being the Chesapeake Raider. By the time she already probably had the full AA.
I think she'd been
configuration,
converted
right?
by. Alright, question 4. The forward 6-inch battery of HMS Belfast is aimed at a specific point. What is it? Is it the Rangers Lodge in Hyde Park, the Royal Air Force Museum in London, Scratchwood Service Area, or the Houses of Parliament?
I mean, the Navy would have legitimate reason to target most of them.
I think more the Navy would have pointed it at the Treasury.
Why include the coordinates? So that you can check the proper, the spot. This is how you tell who the anarchists are. Well, even worse, who the papists are.
Yeah.
Remember the 5th of November.
Yeah, trying to explain that celebration to non-Brits is an interesting description.
And we have the correct answer.
Yep. It is aimed at the Scratchwood Service Area. The purpose being, it was a spot chosen to highlight to visitors just how much range Belfast's guns had.
Yep. Also, probably they just overcharged someone from the HMS Belfast staff there once upon a time.
Someone from the Imperial War Museum wasn't happy.
Yeah.
In which campaign did Błyskawica participate along with her sister ship Grom that was lost? Was it the Norwegian campaign, Operation Neptune, Operation Dynamo, or Operation Torch?
So, in the end, we had 2 rather tricky questions.
Yes.
Maybe this one will be as well.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's see what the votes were.
And the correct answer was the Norwegian campaign.
Yes, that's also where Błyskawica's sister Grom took a aircraft bomb on the torpedo tubes and
She went down in about 3 minutes.
Yeah. Generally, the torpedo tubes were finicky on anyone's ship. Yeah, Operation Torch. Sadly
Oh
was
no! Well, we know who's won the annual subscription. Unfortunately, contestants 235 didn't authenticate.
Oh.
Well, Sir Dixie, congratulations. You've won an annual subscription to Magellan TV. And it's all right. Our director knows who the others are.
Yes. Okay.
So you will be contacted by us to provide you with your prizes. Okay, so we know Lemon Eagle has won one of the USS Texas books.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Another Battleship Texas
Goes-
book is Vice Admiral Laffy.
Yep.
Congratulations, a long timer on our streams. Nice.
Shiver MT, congratulations. You've won Tier 7 Belfast.
Yep. And the Bliskavica goes to DJ Pixel Chris. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations,
to all of you.
everyone.
So, Sir Dixie gets the yearly subscription to Magellan TV. Lemon Eagle and Vice Admiral Laffy get the Battleship Texas book. Shiva MT will get the HMS Belfast Tier 7. And DJ Pixel Chris will get Bliskavica. Congratulations, guys.
Yes, Shiva will contact you, but
Yes.
we do see that you would like it on your NA account, so we will make a note of that. But congratulations to all the winners. And so with that, without further ado, we will now move over to our next documentary piece, provided by our very good friends at Magellan, for the D-Day disaster documentary.
Yes.
D-Day, the 6th of June 1944. The greatest military operation in history, as the Allies launched a massive assault on Nazi-occupied France. With Hitler's army on the back foot, this ambitious offensive would lead to the liberation of Europe. But behind the success of D-Day lies a terrible tragedy many had kept secret for years.
Did we get any orders about remaining silent? You bet we did.
A training exercise that turned into a bloody massacre on the South Devon coast.
All I remember about it was the moon just going behind some clouds, and then ever sudden all hell broke loose.
There was a lot of tracer bullets going across there, and I said, this is the wrong place to go.
I chose to go out on deck, and 2 people followed me. The rest of them didn't make it.
Over 60 years later, questions remain for the few survivors. And time is running out to find answers. How could a routine exercise end in such bloodshed?
A lot of these people were doing all this for the first time. You don't always get it right the first time.
And does new evidence point to it being an even worse disaster than ever thought? Slapton Sands, a beautiful stretch of South Devon coastline. Today, 68 years later, it bears few scars of the horrors that took place here during the Allied training operation codenamed Exercise Tiger. The ghosts of the tragedy that claimed so many lives seemingly washed away. But one man, local author and retired policeman Richard Bass, is convinced that the full story of the disaster has yet to be revealed. What started as a passing interest has turned into a 15-year quest to uncover the truth.
Exercise Tiger has always been a fascinating subject. I've studied the World War II, the American forces, and quite inevitably came across Exercise Tiger, the disaster in rehearsal for D-Day. From there, I started to investigate, but soon found that there were an awful lot of things that didn't add up.
By 1943, Germany had occupied France, and the Allies were determined to push back the Nazi advance. Plans were underway to mount a counter-invasion of Europe, which would be the largest military assault ever. It would involve over 20,000 airborne troops, joining an amphibious force of over 150,000 Army and Navy personnel, many of them American, as well as almost 7,000 ships to invade the Normandy beaches. It was a dangerous make-or-break operation, to be codenamed Operation Overlord. The date was set for June the 6th, 1944, D-Day. The Allies only had months to plan. Military bosses decided to prepare the troops with a major training exercise, which would be a full-scale rehearsal for the invasion. Slapton Sands provided the perfect location.
Slapton is a nice, out-of-the-way place. It's an area which in 1943 they could relatively easily depopulate by shifting the local civilian population to create a large training area which wouldn't be observed from the surrounding areas, which would give them a degree of privacy. And also it seems to bear some similarities ultimately to Utah Beach, where they were destined to land on D-Day.
By early 1944, the south of England was swarming with over 1 million American soldiers preparing for the D-Day rehearsals. For most, this was their first taste of foreign soil.
I thought England was like America.
That southern part of England was fabulous. I loved that down there. Right up from Brixham was a place called Torquay, and they said that was the Miami Beach of England.
Well, it was damp.
But the Americans weren't over here to enjoy themselves. They were here for training for the D-Day leap to France, now only weeks away. Few of them had experienced warfare before, and they were about to be thrust into the greatest assault in history alongside their British counterparts.
And it was vitally important that we should have an opportunity of training and exercising together. So Slapton Sands, Exercise Tiger, was going to be a rehearsal for the landings on Utah Beach a few weeks later on the 6th of June.
The plan for Exercise Tiger was split into phases. The pre-assault phase would see Navy ships out at sea bombard the beach at Slapton. This would pave the way for an assault force to arrive in small boats and land on Slapton Sands to secure the beach. At defensive positions behind Slapton Sands, other US soldiers would play the part of defending Germans and fire over the heads of the incoming troops. This would mimic battlefield conditions to be faced in the initial landings on Utah Beach in Normandy. The follow-up phase would see larger ships loaded with men and machinery travel from Plymouth and Brixham to land 24 hours later on the same beach to provide crucial reinforcements. But it was not just the location that was to be as close as possible to the real thing. There was another element too. Although only a rehearsal, everyone would be using live ammunition.
There's an old saying in military terms: train hard in order to fight easy. If you are preparing for combat, you've got to experience as near conditions of combat as is possible. Using live ammunition encourages troops to get used to the danger, get used to the sights and the sounds and the smells and the kind of feeling that actually comes from being in mortal danger.
Almost a week before, men began boarding their ships in preparation for the exercise. Secrecy was vital, not only among the soldiers involved, but also the locals. The entire population of Slapton Sands was evacuated 5 months beforehand. As a result, there would be no civilians to witness the horrors that were to unfold. Within 48 hours, the assault troops on the beaches would be shelled by live ammunition from the guns of their own navy, and the convoys of reinforcements would be attacked by German torpedo boats, leaving many hundreds of men injured, dead, or missing at sea. On the morning of April the 27th, 1944, a convoy of 8 transport ships, part of the follow-up phase, were preparing to leave Plymouth and Brixham. Packed full of American soldiers and machinery, they would head along the South Devon coast towards Slapton Sands, as part of Exercise Tiger, the full-scale military rehearsal for the imminent D-Day landings in Normandy. Further up the coast, American assault troops in smaller landing craft were due to land on Slapton Sands at 7:30 a.m. Their mission was to storm the beach, just as they would do on the occupied Normandy coast of France 6 weeks later. Anchored 4 miles offshore were ships of the Royal Navy. To make the exercise as realistic as possible, these ships were to shell the beach for 30 to 40 minutes with live ammunition before they landed. On the ridge above the beach, other American soldiers were positioned to act as German defenders and fire over the heads of the oncoming assault troops once the bombardment had ceased. The use of live ammunition was standard operating procedure, but relied critically on precise timings being adhered to. One of the ships waiting off Slapton with guns ready was HMS Hawkins. Aboard her was 18-year-old midshipman Michael Stacey.
The normal system was that you bombarded until a certain time before 8 hour, and you lifted the fire probably half an hour before. So there was plenty of safety time between the lifting of the bombardment and the landing of the troops.
On April the 27th, H hour was scheduled for 7:30 a.m. This was when the assault troops would land on the beach. After 6:30 a.m., the Royal Navy would begin shelling the beach in advance of these landings to soften up defences. After half an hour, the bombardment would cease and the beach made safe for the assault to begin. But at 6:20, the man in charge of the exercise, the American Admiral Don P. Moon, received news that some Army landing craft were behind schedule. At 6:25, just 5 minutes before the initial bombardment, and unable to consult senior Army officers, Moon ordered H hour to be delayed by 1 hour. Critically, the decision to postpone H hour failed to reach some of the assault troops already heading for the beach.
And it was SOP, standard operating practice. Because if you alter the timing of it all, and there's a misunderstanding, then you have got a problem.
The troops on their small landing craft heading for the beach had no idea what they were walking into.
The first tragedy of Exercise Tiger was about to take place.
The postponement of HR, I think, was a terrible tactical mistake. And I don't think Moon understands the tactical implication of what he has decided. Because if you can imagine, I think the thing about an amphibious operation, this is complexity, is that you have so many different elements that come together. And they were operating on an assumption that HR would not be postponed. They were never informed, and particularly, of course, the ships providing the naval gunfire support.
At the newly altered H hour, Navy guns opened up on what they thought were deserted beaches. But the beaches were far from deserted. The soldiers found themselves being shelled directly by their own Navy guns. They were also having live bullets fired over their heads by US troops on the hills, acting as German defenders.
And these poor soldiers were coming ashore, being shot at by their own soldiers, and also being bombarded by the guns of the Royal Navy offshore.
A lot of these people were doing all this for the first time, you know, and they were in action for the first time. You don't always get it right the first time. And there are stories, some stories which are better not told, but it was a tragedy and there were a lot of casualties as a result of what today is called friendly fire. And by the time daylight arose, and we did carry out our bombardment, but the exercise was to a great extent in disarray.
As confusion and chaos reigned on the beach, 30 miles down the coast, the second phase of Exercise Tiger was underway. The amphibious convoy of 5 transport ships had left Plymouth on its way to join more ships off Brixham. They would then sail into Lyme Bay before landing on Slapton Sands on the morning of April the 28th to reinforce the assault troops who had secured the beach the day before. But the soldiers and sailors had no idea if this was an exercise or indeed D-Day itself. On LST 515 was Floyd Hicks.
We really didn't know what we were doing because that was all a situation whereby nobody knew that we were on a practice run, you know, for the invasion.
The convoy was made up of landing ship tanks, known as LSTs, capable of carrying over 2,000 tons of machinery and hundreds of men. On board, there was little affection for these large, lumbering craft.
You know what LST stands for, don't you? Large Stationary Target.
Well, now that I'm not on it anymore, well, I think it was a very fine ship.
It was good because it was a small crew. It was a friendly crew. And it was like all your brothers was with you. On LST, you knew everybody. Sad part, when people got killed, you knew them too.
A rumor was going around that the LST was so shallow draft that it could not be torpedoed. So I felt safe, even though it turned out to be a big lie. But that's what we were told.
The convoy was due to be at sea with a corvette and destroyer for protection for 22 hours before landing at Slapton at 0730. It was the equivalent to the Channel crossing to France that was scheduled for 6 weeks later, and it was an opportunity to acclimatize the men to being at sea for so long. But even before they sailed, a series of mistakes and blunders had been made that would seal their fate.
So this was the first of the two short documentaries we have in this block. And if you watched Armchair Admirals last week, 2 weeks ago, you would have noticed that we specifically talked about how the Allies isolated the Normandy beachheads from the sea from any possible counterattack. This is why. This is where they found out that they need to. And for the second part,
yes, so up next is going to be a Days of Days documentary by Tim Gray, which special thanks to him from our side due to a bit of a scheduling thing. So very much thank you to that. Thank you again to Magellan for providing their work on the Slapton Sands disaster. And hopefully, if everything goes well, we'll now go over to Day of Days, and we hope you enjoy.
D-Day was something that I think every one of us share this moment, that we went through something very special.
It was pitch dark, and we started to load the troops up.
I had the job of using high explosive. We were going to be the initial assault wave on D-Day.
We were all a bunch of kids, 23, 24, 25-year-olds.
We had the mission to take out these guns that were pointed at Omaha Beach, Utah Beach.
We were instructed that not to bring anybody back except the wounded or the dead.
And pretty soon, we were taking water in.
As I was going into the beach, I could hear the bullets hitting on the side of my boat.
The 88s start coming at us, and tracers are going over our heads.
I know the crew I took in, there was about 36 soldiers, and there wasn't one of them that made it.
I yelled up at God, and I said, hey, God, you know, if there's anything you want me to do in my life, I will do it, as long as you get me off this beach. I knew we were in trouble, and all I could see was red blood.
Something I try to get out of my mind, but it's just stuck there and I just can't shake it off.
Washington. The War Department says it has no information on reports by the German radio that invasion operations have begun on the French Channel coast.
England was loaded with equipment and troops. We laughed and said the only thing that kept the island up were the barrage balloons.
We trained there for 9 months. We had practice jumps. We had a night jump there, and it looked like the area of France, but we didn't realize where we were going to go. They had like hedgerows and everything.
Everybody was waiting on something to happen.
Don't think that I wasn't scared. You're scared, but you just go. That's all. You don't think about it. I didn't think about it. A lot of guys did. Some guys broke down, but I don't know why I didn't break down, but I went through.
Something big was coming that we knew. When we were told that we're going to be leaving and to go to Southampton, I said, Southampton, that's right on the coast to go to France.
They put us behind barbed wire fences with guards on the outside and guards inside, and nobody could get in or out, and we were there for about a week.
We realized that we were going to be the tip of the spear when the invasion came.
I think we all had an idea. In fact, we all knew that General Eisenhower said we was going to be 94% casualties. So we all knew that already. And we probably wasn't supposed to know it, but we did. So yeah, we knew what was coming.
We were all anticipating how we would react to people shooting at us, and so it was a time of a good deal of tension.
The important part was that you had to have some kind of weather that was clear enough so you could have air cover. You had to have as close to a full moon as possible so you could see what you were doing on the beaches.
June 5th came, and they said, we're going on the 5th. And we were all suited up to go, and word came down that the mission's been scrubbed because the weather wasn't very good.
The weather was stormy all the week before, and the only way we could forecast was to look at the whole weather systems coming across the North Atlantic, and the weather showed a day before a high-pressure ridge creeping up from the Azores, and this told us we could go.
It is now too early to try to guess what the Allied command's objectives might be.
We got briefed for a couple of missions before D-Day, and then for the actual invasion, they showed us the sand tables and gave us the briefings and told us what to expect.
We were assigned to landing craft assault because we were going to be the initial assault wave on D-Day. Now, the 1st Battalion won that award. Don't ask me why. We weren't too excited about hearing we were going to be the initial assault. But in any event, we were.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. He will fight savagely. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking.
When I saw so many planes, I actually felt sorry for the Germans.
England had double summertime, and it was still fairly light. We could see the English Channel as we were going across. I looked out the door and saw all the boats headed for France. So it looked encouraging. We weren't alone.
It was pretty quiet. They passed out some pills and put us about half asleep. And first thing you know, we're ready to, we're over the Cotentin Peninsula and ready to jump.
NBC reporters are standing by to bring you the latest invasion bulletins as they come off the wire.
Early this morning, the long-awaited British and American invasion began when paratroops landed in the area of the Somme estuary.
The German news agency said the Allied invasion operations began with the landing of airborne troops in the area of the mouth of the Seine River.
When we made landfall across the channel, the Germans were waiting for us. They had been expecting us the night before. And they were all ready with all their anti-aircraft artillery, and they shot us up.
We couldn't have been more than 300 or 400 feet off the ground.
As soon as we hit the coast, then it was, they called it the night of nights, and the sky lit up, and the flak came up, and the machine gun tracers were coming up. You could hear the bullets hitting the side of the plane, and
there's no substitute for having somebody trying to kill you.
Because the pilots were trying to stay away from the flak and everything.
We was all pretty serious when we was going through that. And it was just that we was going to combat what we'd been training to do.
We were maybe 5 minutes of just solid anti-aircraft fire, rifle fire, could hit us at that altitude. So we were really anxious to get out of that airplane.
When the flak started, which did over the Guernsey Islands, the guys were just saying, "Let us get the hell out of here."
I can't imagine how tense everybody was. It was amazing.
And we were quite eager to get out of the damn thing. There was a lot of vac out there.
I think everybody wanted to get out of it. I think everybody was ready to get out of it.
No question about whether you was going to jump or not. You just wanted out of that thing because the shrapnel was going through that thing sounded like a beehive, you know. So there was no problem getting the guys to jump. They wanted out. They wanted that green light to come on so they could get out of that damn thing.
there was 4 planes in the formation. 66 was a company plane, and the left was a plane that was one of our platoons. On the right was 68, and then I was in the back with 69. And after we went through all that firing and that, we saw the plane company our company plane get shot down.
One of our planes was shot down and we lost, 12, 14 men, the company commander and the first sergeant. That was just before those guys even got on the ground. I think the number is somewhere around 60 aircraft didn't make it back to England.
The moon was going in and out behind the clouds. And I just thought about what you could see and then you couldn't see.
We didn't know where it was at, but we was there.
And you're floating around down there and you're wondering what's going to happen.
All I can see is tracers flying on all directions down there. It looked like every one of them was going to hit you between the eyes, and then they peel off one way or the other. And that's about all. And that's the first time I ever saw green tracers. I told people I saw green tracers, and I found out later that the Germans did have green tracers. Ours were red. Well, when I come down on my parachute on June 6th, I was landed on a shrine down over the hill behind the church here on the roof of a shrine. And there was 2 Germans there to greet me when I landed, welcome me to Normandy.
I was the last man out. I was the last man in the stick to make sure everybody got out. I was the sergeant at the time.
When I landed, we had the password thunder, welcome, and flash. And when I landed, another guy landed very close to me, and I turned and I was still in my parachute, and I opened my mouth to say the password, and he yelled out, "Tipper!" We had known each other so well in all this training that we could recognize just by the way we moved. You see somebody and he recognized me, and then I recognized him.
I hit the ground very quick, and I wasn't hurt. Got up, took my harness off, and it was so quiet there. There was no action, no firing right there on the ground. And I heard some rustling in the bushes. There were three of us together.
First, the paratroopers led the way in, and the glider troops followed. Of course, I guess about every glider crash landed. Some overturned, some lost their wings, some got down intact, but damaged, but got down intact. Fortunately, I was in a glider that no one was hurt.
The German radio announced, "This is D-Day."
No inkling of where I was from that time until I got to St. Lo. I probably was some 14 miles from where I was supposed to be. I was all alone. The only thing I got scared of, really, right into, because I avoided roads and so forth, was cows. I was sneaking up on cows because I thought they might be some of our men. And I didn't use the clicker. I never believed in the clickers because I figured it was more harm than good. I could hear the guns on the shore opening up with the bombardment. I could hear that all the time, every morning, noon, and night, all during that period. I could see very nearby the tracers going on. A German walked right in front of me that I hadn't seen, and he hadn't seen me. Fortunately, I had my Tommy gun cocked, and when he came around the tree, I'm trying to remember whether he had his gun slung over his shoulder, I think so, but I just stitched him all the way up with a machine gun. And that was the first period that was the most difficult period I had in all my whole career, because I thought he was the point of a squad.
There's no substitute for hearing a bullet snap past your head. and you realize that someone's trying to kill you. And you can't explain or put into words how that feels. But it forever changes you. You're never quite the same.
I landed in water over my head. I had on all of my equipment plus a leg bag. I managed to get out of the trench, and the troops that I took up with were 82nd Division people. They came in behind me. And that's the people that I was with when I killed my first man.
It was very lonely. I jumped in, couldn't find any of my friends for about 5 hours. And my first impression was, what am I doing here? I had never felt so alone in all of my life.
Early Tuesday morning, landing craft and light warships were observed in the area between the mouth of the Somme and the eastern coast of Normandy.
Their guns were positioned in such a way that unless you got real close, you couldn't even see them. They had large guns hidden like inside the rocks and so forth.
From the beach, we could see that field with that the ridge that they were on. They put the artillery there. We fired up in there, you know.
It was pitch dark. You couldn't see nothing in front of you. And we started to load the troops up and the boats.
They don't tell us what area we were going to hit. We just going to go into the beach and that's it.
And first thing you know, every ship in that harbor started firing at the beach. Battleships, destroyers, you name them. And it looked like the 4th of July, only about 1,000 of 4th of Julys all at once. And that ocean lit up like a Christmas tree. And it was 4:30 in the morning and they were bombing that beach like hell. After loading up our troops, went into a rendezvous area with the other boats, and then we got our single to land, head to the beach.
The poor guys got seasick. They were wearing these heavy combat jackets.
And first thing you know, every ship in that harbor started firing at the beach. Battleships, destroyers, you name them.
You're scared all the time you do something. I was anyway. I imagine all the others were too.
I wasn't nervous, I was scared like hell. Well, everybody was scared. Wait, we were only a bunch of kids, what, 20, 21, 19? And nobody knew what the hell war was at that time. But now I know.
Attention, men, attention. From General Eisenhower to all soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the United States.
And then we got our single to land, head to the beach. And I figured on the way in, I says, this is gonna be a piece of cake. There can't be nobody left on that beach with the bombardment they took. I could see them soldiers, they were scared stiff, you know, and they can see they were nervous.
And we're back. And first of all, let us thank both Magellan TV and especially Tim Gray, whose timely approval gave us opportunity to share this document with you. I think very interesting, and it's really a good thing that we were able to slot it in. And as you have noticed during this segment, also we breached the 10,000 users, the 10,000 viewers barrier. So we shared the code with you. The code is pinned up there. It's Overlord Neptune 24. Why is it Overlord Neptune? I don't think we need to explain. And the code contains one constellation of memory camouflage and one D-Day container. So it's a container from which you can get the Echo Boost, but you can also, if you are lucky, get one of the ships that are right now quite useful for the operation, and new ships in game and so on. So yeah, good luck. Use it, and use it before, let me double check, but it should be June 8th. Yes, before June 8th. So use it or lose it. You have 1 week. And before we move on, I would just quickly want to mention our other partners, because Magellan TV is not our only partner in this stream. We also have a partnership with War History Online. It's a site that does basically deep dives into military history, kind of accessible, easy to understand. They cover a lot of topics. They have a lot of experts who cover different areas, and they even have a special page for warships. You can find it on facebook.com/ilovewarships. I shall share the link in the code. So yeah, if you want to see some interesting factoids about ships in general and warships in general, then head to that page. Quickly share it here. But that's not all. So here's the I Love Warships page. Go for it. Then we also work kind of with vintage news, thevintagenews.com. It's not necessarily a specifically military page, but it covers a lot of historical events, a lot of historical articles, and so on. So also definitely worth heading that way. And in the same fashion, there's also the Abundant Spaces. Again, abundantspaces.com, which again, it covers a lot of topics, more into the like industrial and various abandoned building, abandoned spaces. There are also some that are very tightly connected with warships, be it abandoned harbors, abandoned ships, and so on. So here's the vintage news. I'll share also the Abandoned Spaces link, and with that, I think it's time I cede the word again to Mr. Killerbin.
Yes, so to those who are asking, we'll be going for about another 7.5. So plenty of time for any of the drops and such, and for people from all around the world to enjoy this special annual stream that we put. But up next is an old classic. It's an older video, sir, but it checks out. I had to do that, sorry. So upcoming next is our own video creation about USS Texas. It is an older video, so this is before Texas went through her major repair and refit that she's currently going through. So we hope you all enjoy, and we'll see you after.
Well, we won't see you after.
We won't, but they will.
They will, yes, because we will have another switcheroo. So enjoy the Texas and see you.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies, and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews and deserve to be called naval legends.
In this episode, Texas, the last dreadnought. In 1906, the British battleship Dreadnought was launched, and naval shipbuilding changed forever. Long-range weapons, new optics, fire control systems, steam turbine, cemented armor, this ship became a sensation in naval circles and an appellative for the battleship class. With its appearance, the great naval arms race began. Which country would build the most powerful warship?
The New York class, which Texas is a part of, were the next evolution down the road. They were super dreadnought. They were dreadnought plus. So they had bigger guns than the dreadnought did. They had more armor than the dreadnought did.
Texas was launched in May 1912, and in 2 years it was completely built and fully accepted into American fleet. The USS Texas was a pioneer ship. In its groundbreaking history, it was the first battleship to incorporate anti-aircraft guns, the first ship to count US Marines among its crew, and it is the first ship to become a memorial museum, where it remains today, representing the era of dreadnoughts. Some elements of the Texas's construction can be called quite traditional. For example, dreadnought armoring was made according to the old, distributed scheme, where not only the central part of the hull was covered, but the ends were covered as well. American quality armor was considered to be the best, which was essential for the battleship.
The armor gives you the defensive capability. You are not only able to give out damage via your guns, but you're also able to take damage. So that gives you the ability to stay in the fight longer. In other words, it's like a heavyweight fighter. If he's able to take a punch,
The USS Texas's armament consisted of 5 major caliber gun turrets. 2 14-inch guns were housed within each turret, according to a linear sublime scheme. This decision allowed the Texas to use all of its towers for broadside engagements, and 2 out of the 5 for axial engagements.
the guns were 14 inches. They were the largest Navy rifles ever floated at that time. And then she had armor to match. She was able to unleash a large volley, a 14-inch volley of 10 guns, and take that same punch back with her armor. At the time of its build, the strongest warship on the face of the planet.
Total displacement is slightly less than 32,000 tons. Length is more than 170 meters. Width is about 33 meters. Keel depth is over 9 meters. Armoring. Main belt is up to 305 millimeters. Major caliber turret is 356 millimeters. And 305 millimeters for conning tower. Armament. Major caliber. 5 turret units with 2 guns Mark 1 on each. Secondary armament, 16 single-barreled Mark 8 guns, 8 multi-purpose artillery Mark 10 guns. Flak, Browning M2 BMG of 12.7 caliber, 12 and 7/10 of a millimeter, anti-aircraft guns. Aviation Group 4 seaplane Certis Soft. Maximum speed is 19 knots. Cruising range, more than 15,000 nautical miles at 10 knots. In order to control the ship's fire, a special ballistic calculator was used, the Range Keeper Mark I, which was considered to be the best among similar devices for a long time. An analog computer mechanism processed the data about the target's position, speed, and atmospheric conditions, and then gave the shooting parameters. Further improvement of navigation systems has been associated with the introduction of radar devices. By the beginning of World War II, Texas was first among the ships of the Atlantic Fleet to receive radar for detecting air targets. This avionics equipment has improved the United States Navy's superiority in fire control systems. One of the traditional solutions for Texas was the installation of a vertical 4-cylinder steam engine of triple expansion, an engine for each of 2 propeller screws.
You know, a top speed of maybe 25 miles an hour or 21 knots. But the reliability, the durability, and the efficiency of those engines was remarkable. These engines, when built, were the most advanced reciprocating engines ever built. And they currently are a National Historic Engineering landmark in and of themselves.
The history of the battleship Texas began with participation in occupation of the Mexican port of Veracruz in 1914. The ship was on duty in the Gulf Coast and was ready if it needed to support the Marines with fire. After the mission was accomplished, U.S. troops withdrew and the USS Texas engaged in combat training in the Atlantic. From the very beginning, the excellent skills of the gun crew became part of the ship's identity. The USS Texas battleship team has won many accuracy competitions. In April 1917, the United States entered the First World War. Although battle scenes for the USS Texas were limited to a couple of contracts with submarines, American battleships, through their intimidating presence, contributed to the crushing defeat of the Second Reich. After signing the armistice, Texas participated in internment of the German Navy. Germans, under the protection of Union Squadron, proceeded to the main British base at Scapa Flow. More than 70 battleships and battle cruisers were in one place at the same time. A fascinating, majestic scene. The aging Texas began a peaceful life. In the mid-20s, it experienced a deep modernization, which took 2 years.
When these countries sat down at the Washington Naval Limitation Treaties, they decided that they would no longer build, or they would limit the number of ships they were going to build. Part of the results of that were that the battleship Texas replacement was scrapped, and the battleship Texas was needed to be upgraded. So between 25 and 27, she was converted from a fuel oil or from a coal-fired ship to a fuel oil-fired ship. She had her torpedo tubes removed. As originally built, she could fire torpedoes. Those were removed in that 25-27 refit. She also added some more defense to herself. She had blister tanks, torpedo blister tanks added. All of these things upgraded her, made her a new ship for all intents and purposes, and gave her a second life.
With the beginning of World War II, Texas was back in the ranks. The USS Texas would be awarded with 5 combat stars for special merits. The first star was awarded in 1942 for her part in Operation Torch, the Allied landings in French Morocco and Algeria, Texas' debut in the role of ship artillery support. Its objectives were to take out the battery at Old Fort of Casbah and to deter tanks which try to attack Marines and surrounding roads on which the pro-fascist Vichy regime French troops feed reinforcements. In addition, the battleship was conducting anti-fascist propaganda. The ship's radio station continuously broadcasted messages from Allied leaders and resistance.
She was the only U.S. warship to serve in all theaters of operation. She was involved at the invasion of North Africa, invasion of southern France. She was at D-Day, June 6, 1944, and ongoing. And then she eventually moved over to the Pacific, where she served both Iwo Jima and Okinawa.
The main event in the USS Texas's career was her participation in opening a second front, the landing of Allied troops in northern France in the summer of 1944. Despite the enormous superiority of the Anglo-American forces at sea and in the air, well-sheltered enemy positions on the ground were keeping Allied troopers landing on the Normandy coast under heavy fire, causing heavy casualties and not allowing them to move forward. Texas was able to come close to the shore and maintain direct fire from all her guns. By that time, Texas's armament was already far behind comparing to the latest battleship's range of fire. But the commander found an original solution to this problem. He flooded part of the torpedo protection pools, tilting the ship and increasing the elevation angle of the guns. This adjustment allowed the USS Texas to strike all of her planned targets. Battleship Texas would fire more than 500 rounds, allowing the Allies were able to gain a foothold on the shore and expand it. After landing on the Normandy coast, Texas took part in capturing Cherbourg. This major port was well protected, in particular with a large gun battery Hamburg. Texas began an artillery duel with it, during which it was damaged for the first and last time during its service. A German 240mm shell went straight into the conning tower and destroyed all the unarmored constructions, including the bridge. Steerer died, and 5 more people were seriously injured. The captain was lucky to survive. But the ship's battle capability was not significantly affected, and the battleship continued its duel with the German battery. Soon, another shell hit the living quarters of ship from the left side of the bow. But it did not explode and was stuck in the cabin of one of the junior officers. The shell was covered with mattresses, and after the battle, Lieutenant Sturdivant carefully removed the shell and pulled the faulty fuse. Minesweeper was awarded with a Bronze Star, and the shell was brought back to Texas as a mascot. After Battleship Texas's activity in Europe was completed, it was given a small rest before being sent to the Pacific Ocean. She participated in the assault on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and during preparation for its last short bout in Japan, met the end of the war. It was obvious that the nearly 40-year veteran battleship could not continue its service. Before sending the old battleship to disposition, the United States Navy offered to sell them to the states whose names they bear. The idea was received with great enthusiasm in Texas, and on the 21st of April 1948, the state's namesake battleship of the same name was officially handed over to the authorities of the state of Texas as a ship museum.
And as a floating museum now, we are open 7 days a week. We love the public to come out and explore the ship and interact with this artifact, this museum, in a very personal way. You're able to explore the ship and hopefully get the experience of what it was like to be aboard the ship.
Texas is a truly unique ship. It came into commission before the First World War and is the only United States battleship which took part in the Second World on 3 major theaters of war, in Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. Today, this armored giant is standing on eternal parking at the pier in San Jacinto port, personifying the force and naval power of the first half of the 20th century.
You want to go?
You can start if you want to go.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Longest Nights of Museums. We are now your new hosts to go through the next segment of the live stream with you. I am not alone, joined of course by Fruttini.
Indeed. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us, and or for everyone that is already here. Thank you for being here for quite a nice long time already, but we just started. That was about, I think, the first roughly 3 hours by now. There is 7 more exciting hours in front of us with a lot of cool things, Q&As, giveaways, and of course more documentaries and videos upcoming. Let's head into the next segment, I think, because both of us are probably quite known, at least. Prince with the Legends community, and I'm with our PC community, hopefully well known. And next up we have our S-130 document, which is the one and only surviving Schnellboot of the German Kriegsmarine from World War II. And with this, off we go into the next video.
And now for something incredibly special. I give you what is believed to be the sole surviving S-boat, S-130. Now let's go and catch up with the owner, Mr. Kevin Wheatcroft. So we're here now with Kevin Wheatcroft. Now, we've known each other, Kevin, for a fair few years now. And of course, everything we've ever dealt with in the past has always been armoured vehicles. The sheer scale of S-130, Kevin, I mean, what possessed you?
It's easy when you're buying from a little photograph, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, as you know, my collecting doesn't follow one particular route. It's very much whatever I think is a significant piece that needs to survive. And obviously an S-boat is. It took me years to find the thing, not realising it was the only one left, which I strongly believe it's the only one in existence above the water. And luckily it's in good enough condition that it's relatively simple to salvage. Bearing in mind I want it to operate again as it would have done, as it was designed to do, and create a living piece of history. So it's not just a paintbrush job, it's got to be rebuilt as good as it was the day it was built.
Fantastic. I mean, you did say earlier, 120 tons?
120 tons when they're laden, ready for sea.
Good heavens.
And 120 foot near enough in length. It's a big vessel. Compared to any of the enemy craft, it was twice the size of PT boats or British MTBs. It's just the whole shape of the thing and the mystery of the S-boat. In a way, it was as important for World War II in naval terms as the U-boat. It was just a bigger threat. So it was always a dream to find one, and then I was lucky enough to hear rumour of the survival of this one, which we then followed through, and I managed to acquire it, which was the easy bit. We want it to do what it was designed to do, not sink things, but to go at the speeds it was designed to go at. So we have to restore it as if it's a race car. You know, it's got to be able to do what it says on the tin. So we've tracked down original engines. If we're having to make anything new, it's done from original drawings, original pictures, wherever possible, copying everything exactly, because it is going to be a statement in its own right. It's a piece of history, so the only way to do it is to do it right.
I mean, we'll look at some of the engines, I think, later on anyway. But when we look at the sheer scale of what the job is at the moment, and I mean, how many years has this been here now? You've been working on it?
I think, in fairness, it's only about 10 years. Innocently, I brought it thinking it's got to be saved, not fully understanding the pitfalls of owning a 120-foot boat. Building this shed was one cost. Getting it out the water was a second cost. Then finding all the missing parts, which has took me the best part of that 10 years. But we've tracked down original engines, torpedo tubes, original armoured bridge, gun platforms, all the deck equipment, all the sort of plotting equipment, radios, enigmas, everything down to tea towels and binoculars. Now I realise with a wooden boat, if you're going to restore it, it's got to be part wet and part dry, i.e. sat in water but covered from the elements. So that opened up another chapter. I then had to find a suitable home, which we've now, after 2 years of searching, located a place in North Devon, Richmond Dock, and a beautiful seaside town called Appledore. We've brought that now, and we're now almost through the planning hoops with a view of starting work in the next 2 months, ideally, and then we've got some of the summer left. So what we're creating is something that still looks like an 1830s shipyard from the outside, but from the inside, you will step into a World War II U-boat pen.
Wow.
So it's not just the boat. We've got our submarine collection. We've got trucks, cranes, torpedoes, spare engines, mines, depth charges. So we can decorate this U-boat pen almost as it would have been at the time. So from stepping in the front door, you're going back in time, let alone stepping aboard the boat, which will be done on an equal level. Hence it's taken so long to get all that detail together, but it's had to build the home before we built the before we rebuilt the boat. That's why it's took so long.
So Kevin, absolutely love the room we're in at the moment. We're surrounded by diagrams, schematics. I mean, was it quite hard to get hold of all this information?
Some easier than others. I mean, basically we trawled through any archive anywhere on naval craft and just copied anything we could get our hands on. We brought every book we could find. I was immensely lucky in the family Schlichting, who built the craft in the first place, were incredibly helpful and pointed me to a number of archivists that could help me out. So as a consequence, we've got drawings of everything from the teapot to the engine. So we can double check every detail. With S130, it's slightly more difficult because it's one of only 10 boats built as an interim from the early model to the late war model. So it encompassed a number of early and late features, which made my job twice as difficult in finding parts. But that wasn't known at the time. Had it have been, would it have made any difference? Probably not. The thing needed to survive. It's just another one of those hurdles that you've got to overcome.
I mean, you're known for a perfectionist. I mean, I know from your military vehicles, you like things to be 100% correct.
Yeah, I think actually, financially, which is a big part of it, is to do it right or to do it to look right. There isn't that much difference. Yeah. So if you build something that you want to last for as long as it's already been here, I've got an obligation. I have to do it right, otherwise it doesn't outlive me. And with all this collecting, it's yeah, you own it and you get the pleasure from it, but what you're really doing is investing in future generations so that thing survives and people can experience what they looked, felt and smelt like. One of the cross-section drawings here shows actually ideally what we were missing when we brought S130. I was busy trying to find remains of other boats, and I heard a story where 5 were chained together and sunk on May the 8th, 45 in Danish waters. Well, a long story short, we supplied some vintage cars for one of the royal weddings in Denmark. They owed me a favour, and that favour transpired being permission to dive on these wrecks. The one we dived on unknown at the time, was exactly the same model as S130. And I was given the option to lift the boat or take off the boat, whatever I needed. So from that dive, which was basically 48-hour turnaround, one crew member after another, we found a matched set of 3 torpedoes for this Mercedes-Benz engine that we have. We also found all 3 of the deck weapon platforms, the complete armoured bridge, complete pair of torpedo tubes with the doors, 3 inert torpedoes, and a number of other parts. So overnight, or over a 48-hour dive period, we pretty well found everything we needed to complete this craft.
So Kevin, the engine side of it, and again, I'm pretty much blown away by this. I have to say, I didn't appreciate. So 3 of these for S130.
Yeah, three engines. So you've got your standard port and starboard engine. Then you have a centerline engine, all the same identical specification. The Mercedes V20s producing around 3,000 horsepower each, supercharged. The nice thing about this engine, it's such a good engine, it was still in use all over the world into the 80s. And I can ring a Mercedes Marine agent and still buy filters, pistons, shells. So they're an easy engine to maintain. But what's most important, these are all wartime engines. We have 6 engines, so there'll be 3 restored for the boat, 3 will be restored for static exhibition within our museum, but they're ready for a change should the boat ever need, an engine swap.
I can imagine that as soon as you say Mercedes, reliability.
Yeah, build quality and reliability, and truly so in this case, because the fact that they've been used for so many years is proof of how good they were.
We talked briefly about the exterior, that's one thing, but what about the interior? I mean, how was S130 when you got it? Was there still a lot interior, or?
There was more than we first thought. The biggest problem was deciphering what was wartime and what was post-war, as this vessel had been used as a sort of a platform to test various engines in its post-war role. Obviously, many things have changed. So we binned everything that was post-war and kept and have continued to search for whatever's missing to bring it up to correct wartime specs. So we have all the engine management
rackfuls here.
Yeah, I mean and this is only 50% of it, but there's all the valve systems, the engine pulley lift systems, which obviously the engine room had to be a workshop. You should be able to lift the cylinder heads off in situ and work on the engines at sea. So they were a fully functioning workshop as well. These are basically the dashboard, so there'll be one for each engine, which give you all, forward and reverse, revs in each gear, oil pressures, engine running temperatures, all your fuse boards, just like a modern car really, but on a far bigger scale. Cabin heaters, this is all the central lubrication system for the shafts. They were quite advanced, and the idea was make as many of the systems mechanized so that one man could do a number of jobs to keep the crew levels down, because these could carry up a crew of up to 36, depending on whatever mission it was out on. So the more jobs that could be doubled up, the less it meant, the less crew on board and more room for fuel and ammunition, basically.
Is there a search for anything in particular still, or do you think you're pretty happy with what you got?
I think until we start putting it together, I'm not 100% sure. But things I know we're missing is the main steering box, the triple throttle body that's up in the cockpit, and of all things, the cooker out of the ship's galley. I'm sure all will turn up, but it's part of the fun of it, really. Each find brings with it its own stories. And I have to admit, whilst it's hard work, it's a lot of fun as well, because it's the people you meet along the way and the stories, and all adds to the overall history of saving this craft.
And worst case scenario, there is something you can't source anywhere. I mean, is it possible to rebuild it?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's impossible. It's just cost, really. we try to keep, reproduction parts to a minimum. But of course, there are cases when you have to. But if that is the case, then we try and follow the original spec as faithfully as possible.
So here we are now on the deck of S130, and again, Kevin, I think it gives you, it was certainly for me, it gives an appreciation of the sheer scope of the vessel. I mean, it's incredible, really, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a big old girl.
Now, talking about weaponry that was on here, behind us.
Well, that's the important bit, yeah. They would carry a complement of 6 torpedoes, 2 in the tubes, and then 2 behind each tube on rails. So they were like little train rails to take the torpedoes forward and winched up and into the tube itself to make life easier. And they usually would try and keep them balanced. 2 were fired, 2 would be reloaded. Here you had ammunition storage, mines, depth charges in these 2 rooms. And on the back there was a socket which was adaptable for 2 centimetre flak, single, double, quadruple, or the 3.7 naval cannon. Midships there would be another 2 centimetre mounted there, where the original mount is still in, and then another 2 centimetre forward.
And would these be half your source, or have you got them already? Or?
I was lucky enough to find all the weapons brand new in Finland some years ago. So we've got a full complement of weapons and spare barrels and equipment, all the stowage boxes. And then in Norway, about 3 years ago, I found a stock of new old torpedoes, believe it or not, with spare warheads, engines, all the tools and equipment, a full complement of mines and depth charges. So this vessel has sufficient to load it completely with original equipment.
These look pristine though, Kevin. I mean, I'll be honest, first time I saw them, I thought, oh, they're just replicas or something. Or...
No, they are pristine because they've just not done anything. They've been in storage since the day they were built and maintained by the Norwegian Navy, as the Type 7 was a torpedo they wanted to continue using after the war. And Norway had U-boats until 1968. So there was a very real need. And I suppose it's one of those things that got left in the stores, and luckily I found it.
Now, the whole project itself, Kevin, I mean, obviously there's a lot to do. Have you got any sort of time frame in mind, or is it not something you really want to think about?
I think literally as we leave here, we want to start to get the engines underway, get all 6 rebuilt, do the props, the prop shafts, the rudders. That gives me some progress forward whilst we renovate the new home for S130, as I mentioned earlier, in Devon. And at that point, when we have a completion date, we'll start the restoration of the boat. So the boat can go out and do its sea trials and then come home to Devon, and it's in its own home then. So in the water, which it's meant to be, as a wooden boat, but undercover to keep it safe and keep the weather off the decks.
Fantastic. Kevin, firstly, thank you so much for taking time out and allowing us to see this incredible project which you've taken on. And all I can say is, from all of us that who love history, thank you so much for doing what you do.
Been a pleasure. Thank you.
And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone. So we just saw a nice 16-ish minute video from the S130 showing off their project of restoring the last surviving S-boat from World War II. But of course, S130's story doesn't stop with World War II. She goes on and sees a very active clandestine career through the Cold War.
Yes, but I think the more interesting part for S130 is that she is also one of the D-Day veterans that is still surviving to this day and has quite some interesting experience, especially before D-Day, when she was part of the torpedo flotillas, if I remember correctly. I think that was 8 and 4. I think she was part of Group 8, where they attacked British and American forces, especially American forces that were trying to train for the naval operations in the UK, and passed for everything, and a lot of miscommunication on the British side for the defensive, because there was a run-in
and damage to one of the corvettes, I think, or light cruisers or destroyers. I'm not sure. There was one of the warships got damaged, and had to be and was ordered back to port, and the replacement ship was not in place. So the Germans broke through with a lot of the Schnellboats, attacked the U.S. landing crafts, and made, of course, the report as well. So there was fear on the Allied side that information about D-Day might have leaked, especially because there was, I think, 8 to 10 U.S. officers with information, so that had the clearance for the information on D-Day missing after the incident. So Eisenhower himself ordered a complete lockdown on any information and a stop of everything till these bodies were found and all the information they had with them to not spoil it.
Right.
So...
And what he's alluding to, of course, Operation Tiger, which we should be seeing some more information about later on tonight. Operation Tiger is the almost the great irony of the E-boat and S-boat story of D-Day, where the practice run for Utah Beach landing was discovered by the Germans, and they sent their flotillas of E-boats out to attack them. The boats were very successful, and then turned out to be way more successful than anything that the Germans could put up on defense navally during D-Day itself. So it's a kind of an ironic thing where the practice run was more effective than the real run.
Yes, I mean, there was another incident with a practice run where the groups were a bit unaligned, and there was live firing because Eisenhower and the High Command wanted to give the troops some live effectiveness, and one group was delayed. So they were, okay, we're scheduling the landing for later and the shore bombardment for later. But one group that was already in position didn't get that memo or message properly, so they still landed and were on the beach. And then suddenly the shore bombardment from the ships happened and landed in between them. So yeah. Friendly fire incidents are quite scary in that regards, I would say. Anyways, regarding Schnellboote, first of all, chat, remember the name of the surviving D-Day Schnellboat? It is your time now to actually win some cool prizes and have a spin on the Wheel of Misfortune. Just simply don't forget to name it in chat, while I'll go on about rambling that I would love to have Schnellboote as a playable event mode in our game. It would be so much fun, and since the first time we had them in one of our operations with Dunkirk, guys, and don't forget the dash needs to be in between, so S-130. I see a lot of correct typings there already. Let's go, let's roll, and have it.
Indeed. Yeah, because the new operation that PC has boats in them. So
yes, we have them again.
We know that the model exists.
Indeed. Indeed. We had them during Dunkirk as well. That was the first run-in several years ago now by this point. And I still would love to have them back and playable. So guys, if you want to do this as well, support me in my cause and my crusade to get them actually playable. Yeah. Anything else I wanted to ramble on about? Oh yes, I wanted to remind you guys of what you can actually win on the Wheel of Misfortune. We have still subscriptions for Magellan TV. Thank you once again to Magellan TV for supporting and cooperation and their cooperation with them on this topic of the longest Night of Museum stream. It is very nice of them to support us here. Especially then we have also some USS Texas books and of course, for example, some Belfast, Bliskavica and some other goodies that you can win for in-game. I can drop my own volume. I'm quite loud, apparently.
Nope. Did anyone say S-130? I don't know, but S-130 seems to be a very interesting topic right now.
Yes, indeed.
Very chattable. Yes, make sure
we
you
have a transition. We have the spinning.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, this doesn't look like a wheel of misfortune. It's only the wheel of
No, yes,
fortune.
it is indeed, Case, the wheel of fortune this time. The S for S-130 stands for spam. Someone said, yes, dang, indeed. And with a congratulations, the wheel is spinning.
Ooh. It's like a Distant Voyages container.
Hey, congratulations. I have not. I did miss the name. I think Nightbot. Who won? Hello.
There's probably too many S-130s in the chat.
Yes. By now there's too many S-130s. I need to.
It's pinned in the chat.
It's pinned in chat.
Queen Udachi has won
perfect.
the Distant Voyages container. Congratulations, Queen Udachi.
Indeed. I guess let's do another roll. Nightbot, don't disappoint me. Show me this time the name.
Let's give our host time to send the reward.
Nightbot doing things, sometimes not. Meanwhile, the S-130 really goes quick.
Yeah.
Makes its name all honor.
Udachi's rather far from home for to be here in Normandy.
That's true. But it's like transfer students or something like this, I guess, or exchange student.
It makes me think like I need to look up what Japanese ships made it over to Europe during like the fleet reviews and stuff like that during the 30s, because I know the Miyokos made it over for the 1936 fleet review. 2 of the Miyokos were there, but I'm sure some others. Yeah, Ashigara. Yeah. It's kind of the interesting things about.
I have seen and did catch another name, I think.
Mortel 007.
Mortel 007, indeed. Congratulations.
Mortel 007, and this is your spin on the Wheel of Fortune. Let's see what we can get.
And my side, Luffy says there are some really nice pictures of Ashigara at Kiel. I can imagine.
A Błyskawica.
Nice. A very nice destroyer.
Got
and
yourself a
of
nice
course, we had at the beginning our Longest Night of Museum streams. Indeed, a short video and documentary about her.
So Mortel 007 has won himself the Tier 7 premium destroyer Błyskawica, our Polish, I think the largest surviving Polish museum ship, and certainly one of the more interesting ones from World War II, because she sees service throughout the entire thing, beginning to the end and into the Cold War.
Yes. So my chat is still trying to catch up. So I think I caught up now. Let's see.
Trying to see. I don't know where we put it. We still have the Wheel of Misfortune around here somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's basically up there. So if you want to quickly go up, we can, of course, bring the original into the picture.
But it's all
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Mortal, please whisper us, World of Warships, to get your price if you're still here, please. Mortal _007. We would like to give you your Błyskawica. You will need to contact us first, please. Or you can, of course, contact Conception as well. Whatever feels easier for you.
Not with the historical misfortunes. Yes, the Wheel of Misfortune is unfortunately slightly less customizable than the virtual. So we have gone virtual for this live stream.
Indeed, it makes things a bit easier, and also it gives us a nice way to display the prices directly in a cool way. And Modeboy, congratulations to you as well now. This time I did actually indeed catch Nightbot announcing the winner.
Just short of a Błyskawica, but still getting the Distant Voyages container.
Yes, I mean, personally, I really like the Distant Voyages container because they can drop so many of our nice permanent in-game camouflages.
Yep.
And I am quite an enjoyer and connoisseur of good-looking camouflages.
If that's the case, which nation had the best camouflages during World War II? Which national navy?
That is a tricky question. I mean, personally, there is always this flavor of the Operation Rheinübung, Bismarck and Prince Eugen camouflage. So the Atlantic camouflages with these nice wave breakers in front and the back, and then the breakup camos. I do have a sweet spot for the Dazzle camo, the French deployed on some of their ships.
So like
It is-
the Gloire camo, which we have on DeGrasse.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. This is just a very weird spot. And then of course, the Japanese shades of gray, basically 50 shades of Japanese Kure gray, or the different naval yards, which had all different camouflages, are a cool thing as well.
Yeah, if you ever want to have a headache, try to figure out which gray something is in the Japanese
Yes.
Navy.
Especially if you're a model shipbuilder and you're like, oh no, which dockyard was the ship made in, so I know the correct one. In the meantime, someone else wants something. I give it up trying to find Nightbot's messages. I will just rely on the pinned messages.
Texas book for
Nice.
Sergeant Lubaz.
Very cool. Congratulations. Yes.
Congratulations, Sergeant Lubaz, on getting yourself a nice little Texas book. Perhaps not so little. Filled with all you might want to know about the Texas.
Also, guys, reminder, you don't have to spam it more than once. So if you entered with S130 into our raffle, you don't have to spam it again.
Sergeant Lubaz, you need to whisper, either whisper the official World of Warships channel or Conception, so that we can get the
please.
information that we need to send you the book.
Indeed. That makes, I think, now our 4th poll. We have 6 more to go. So let's have a look. Give you another second.
And Stranger 010101 has won the giveaway for the next one.
Nice. Good catch.
Congratulations, Stranger. I do not know my binary, so I do not know what that means.
Yeah, we have Levian tuber asking or saying he's a bit confused why everyone is spamming S130, and now he's sitting there confused. We are currently raffling away with a Wheel of Fortune this time. Quite some interesting giveaways between and here we have a winner of the Magellan subscription, or a Texas book, or some premium codes for premium ships or premium containers. So if you want to enter, simply type S130 into the chat and you are taking part in the chance of winning something.
Yep. Congratulations, Stranger. You've won a Magellan TV subscription. Of course, Magellan TV is one of our partners for the stream, where you can watch many documentaries on various topics, including history, that are of very high quality and perfect for whenever you want to have a long format video playing on your screens. I know personally I love to have, like I when I'm looking at YouTube videos, like 10 minutes by now is the minimum entry time. 30 minutes, great. 45, even better.
Oh, yes. I mean, I personally really enjoy documentaries as well. EW, of course. Magellan TV has quite a nice collection, and it is ever growing, which is very, very cool. So, guess we have another winner. We have Reeve66 has won the giveaway. Congratulations. Also, I've seen some Drachinifel mention 5-minute ship profile 3 hours later. Yes.
I think it's been probably several years since a 5-minute guide has actually been. And I'm here
and
for
we
it.
have another Texas book. Nice. Very well. And congratulations. Reeve66.
That means Reeve66, you need to reach out to us or to Conception in order to...
We're normally trying to reach out to you guys first. So in case your Twitch settings for Whispers are set to private, we will then, of course, mention it publicly. So far, I was not informed about this. So hopefully this works fine on our side this time. And once again, Mortal_007 and Sergeant Lubas, please reach out to Conception here on Twitch. He's one of our lovely. He's marked by the moderator sign. He's one of our lovely NA colleagues. running everything in the background compared to the Armchair Admiral streams where I normally try to do this.
As the voice from the deep.
tiresome work, voice from the deep. We have this time Conception doing the same for this stream. He has quite a long workload in front of him because he's covering the whole stream, so the whole 10 hours. So a big shout out and a round of applause for him, please, as well. Hey! We'll do it from our side, I guess, to fill it a bit. Up with another roll.
Next one is number Nyan. Or number Nayan?
I go with Nyan.
I feel like Nyan. We're both weebs. Distance Voyages container. Congratulations, number Nyan, for your Distance Voyages container.
You know what would be the most... you know what would be a bit trolly now if for example, we change the keyword and everyone would need to spam again. But then again, we have something else upcoming very soon, so let's not to keep it simple and straightforward, I would say, right? So, and there we have number Nayan, I guess is the correct pronunciation. Sorry for that. Conception, in case if it didn't reach out to you yet. Ah, perfect. And I also have Sergeant Lupas that contacted us at A World of Warships. So,
the next giveaway is for Badu0719. Congratulations, Badu.
Nice. There was an interesting message.
Ooh, looks like a Belfast.
Oh, yes, indeed. At Tier 7, Belfast.
There we go. Congratulations, Badu.
Indeed. I think one of the... Well, I would probably call it the Swiss pocket knife of Tier 7 cruisers, with her capability of self-spot due to hydro radar and then hide in her smoke, which is quite mean, of course.
The ultimate combination.
Yes, the ultimate combination.
You thought smoke sonar was a combination.
Add radar on top of it to poke out of it and actually spot something for yourself for quite a long duration as well. The only thing that doesn't Belfast not handle very well is if suddenly an Indianapolis comes around the corner and is like, look at my big American AP shells and the even longer range radar. And it is Ski has won another giveaway. Congratulations. And as you guys can see, our Wheel of Fortune is getting smaller and smaller. That means the prices are getting less and less. I think
your
we have
odds are getting
afterwards
better.
yes, indeed. Unless all of the rewards that you might want are gone from this lot. So let's see. What is he winning? That looks like Texas book. Texas book. Way!
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We will reach out to you, or Conception will reach out to you and contact you regarding the shipping information and everything needed, so you can hold your book very soon in your hands.
Badu0719, you need to whisper us or to Conception, one of our moderators in chat, in order to figure out the logistics for getting your Belfast to you. So please send us a message or whisper us or to Conception, spelled with a K. So, just to repeat that, Badu0719 to reach out to us so that we can get you your Belfast.
That means we have another draw for now, or another roll, and first a draw and then a roll, of course. And then we're off to dive into something different, I think. Something you spent quite some time on, and something I am a bit jealous about as well, because you had quite, I think, an interesting trip.
Yeah.
So
So the next video segment that we're going to have is a mini documentary type thing that I filmed with a local tour guide of the Normandy beaches and some of the naval landing sites as well as naval targets that exchanged fire with the Allied fleet during D-Day. And so I hope that will be very interesting for you all.
Also, chat, it is now time to stop spamming S130. We will close our draws now. So, yeah.
Looks like the last one here.
Yes, indeed.
So Master Snake XX in 1977. So Master Snake, you have gotten a Distant Voyages container.
Congratulations, and I have seen him. Master Snake reached out to us already, so Conception. He whispered World of Warships in this case. Guys, and now draws for now are over. Please stop. Otherwise, we will put the word S130 on the naughty list, and then you will get a timeout. So please stop.
So good luck with the following, or with the rest of the giveaways tonight. And congratulations to our several winners. I think we did, like 12, 13 drawings?
Then, yes, we had 10 drawings now, and we will have some later. So we will return definitely. But now
numbers have never been my strong suit. This is why I did history.
See, and the numbers stopped. So guys, please stop with the spam. We have it now done, and we will return later with more Wheel of Fortune. But we will hand over now and let. I will give you the word because you were part of the preparation of the.
So the next documentary piece that we have is only one part of two. So the second part will be much later in the stream. This is the first part of our mini documentary called Normandy 0500 or 530 hours, which is the beginning of the naval bombardment at Normandy. So I hope you enjoy this documentary. It's kind of my first time on camera, so please excuse any stuttering that may happen. And enjoy.
Hi, I'm Lane.
Nice to meet you, Romain, French Battlefield Tour Guide. Welcome in Normandy.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to finally be here because as an American, it's kind of a pilgrimage to make your way here if you happen to be in Europe.
Yeah, and well, we'll have a lot of things to discuss. For what I understand, you are a warship specialist.
Right, I'm history and mechanics specialist for World of Warships, and hoping to see the beaches of Normandy from kind of a more naval perspective, looking at naval bombardments, some of the targets, and some of the logistical problems that they had to deal with and solve.
And that's a very interesting point of view because, as you said, this is not something which is traditionally covered and that people know about, the naval part. So we'll have a lot of things to see together. Right now, we're right in the middle of all of the landing beaches. We have in total 5 landing beaches. 2 of them American, Utah and Omaha, 3 of them British and Canadian, Gold, Juno and Sword, stretching over about 70 kilometers of distance and coastline. So we'll have time to look at several of these landing beaches and talk about some of the action that took place here. And right now, we're right in the middle with Gold Beach in the distance over there and Omaha Beach a little bit further. So we'll have a lot to talk about, including right here in Long-sur-Mer gun battery to introduce the Atlantic Wall, the German fortification that were built in Normandy and in Europe in general.
Sounds good. Let's get started.
So by 1942, Hitler requested the entire coast of Western Europe to be defended in case of an invasion coming from the UK. So the Germans are going to start the construction of what we call today the Atlantic Wall. Basically, they want to defend the entire coast of Europe, from Norway to Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, and the coast of France. We're talking about more than 5,000 kilometers of coastline, and the Germans are going to build 12,000 bunkers, equipping them with thousands of large guns. Some of these position, like on the landing beaches, their machine gun nest and anti-tank guns, and their objective is to fire on whoever landing in front of you. But from time to time along the coast, the Germans are going to build this larger position, artillery position. And the purpose of these larger guns is to engage the Navy, to fire at the Navy, to fire at the ships, to disrupt the landing or to prevent a landing from happening. And here in Longues-sur-Mer gun battery, right between Gold and Omaha Beach, two of the landing beaches, the German, by 1944, early 1944, started building this kind 4-gun emplacement with these guns. Everything took some time, a few months to complete. The last bunker was completed with a gun inside on the 31st of May 1944, just a few days before D-Day.
Well, that's very convenient for them. So I recognize this kind of gun. It's exactly the same as you would see on a German destroyer in the single mounting. Even the shape of the gun shield is identical. It's a 15 centimeter gun, just shy of 6 inches, usually with a range of about 22 kilometers. But realistically, you're going to be looking at much closer range for the accuracy of this kind of gun. But a gun this size is huge for a destroyer gun, but unfortunately, it also means that it was very difficult to use these guns on a destroyer. But in a coastal emplacement like this, it's almost perfect.
The same type of gun could have been put on a German warship.
They were, absolutely. And the Germans wanted their destroyers to be capable of fighting anything, up to and including cruisers, which means they need cruiser firepower.
So you actually do have a direct hit here from one of the warships, probably that was toward Omaha Beach, because you have here the entrance of the impact of the shell, the naval shell, that went through the piece of armor of the gun, impacted right there, that side, bounced on the side here, and then hit this part there, and you can see the trajectory of all of the projectile and the shrapnel from the gun, and it probably exploded this way, destroying some part of the bunker and chipping away some part of the concrete.
Right, it definitely exploded inside because the way that this armor panel is blown outward can only happen if the explosion is from the inside. So this impact, the way that how large it is has to be a 6-inch shell. There were no 8-inch gun cruisers in this sector. The only other ship that was firing at it would be Arkansas with 12-inch guns, which that's not 12 inches. And so this is probably a shell from either HMS Ajax or the George Legge.
And that's a direct hit on the gun here of a ship. How far would they be here? Would it 10 kilometers?
If they're firing from Gold or Omaha, they're going to be 10 kilometers at least. It could even be stretching out to 15.
That's an impressive hit. So this is another impact on another one of the gun of the battery. Now the gun had been moved since it was impacted since D-Day. The people have moved the gun around, so it's not in the same position it was when it was first damaged. But you can clearly see here, right there, the impact of a shell just arriving straight on the side of the gun and damaging the inside of the gun and the back of the bunker.
Right. This looks like a 6-inch shell impact, and we're on the east side of the gun, which means the only ship that could have hit it with a 6-inch gun would be HMS Ajax, the veteran from the Battle of River Plate here at D-Day. You can see the impact has shifted this side plate out, and alongside with the explosion of the shell inside of the armor has blown the roof up, and this entire corner has been shifted out.
So that would have been just a very destructive impact for every crew member who have been around.
Yeah, you would have significant damage and wounded within this bunker. So we're on the tail end, or the breech end, of the most intact gun here at Longues-sur-Mer. Again, this is the 15 centimeter SKC-36 naval gun. It's a 15 centimeter gun that was used on German destroyers, but here it's as a shore battery. This is a really good example that we have still intact of the stereotypical German naval gun. Most other people, or most other nations, had moved on to a different style of breech mechanism for their naval guns, known as the Whalen breech block, or an interrupted screw breech lock. So it's a screw mechanism that swings out and then just plugs the end of the barrel and swings shut again. This is a horizontal sliding breech block, which means that this here is the breech block that seals the gun. It will slide back and forth, so it'll slide shut here, sealing the end of the breech, and then slide open again. In theory, this allows for a higher rate of fire, but it requires the German Navy to use brass cases for their propellant, for their powder. So you would have a crew of men who would load a shell, and followed by a separate case of propellant, which would follow. Then you would slide the breech shut and fire. The gun recoils 42 centimeters. So you need to stand well clear of it, because anything that's in the way is no longer going to be in the way after it recoils. Normally, you're going to have two gunners. The left side gunner, they're in the gun shield. The left side gunner is going to be managing the elevation and train, horizontal and vertical, while the right side gunner is going to be handling ranging, any firing adjustments, and then ultimately firing itself. Both gunner positions are mirrored so that both gunners can take over in case of emergency or anything happens, and they have foot triggers, just like with a tank turret, so to fire the gun, or in case if they need to, they can also use a lanyard system, which will allow them to fire the gun from outside the gun shield or somewhere more convenient. And hearing protection essentially at this time is still just going to be just cotton balls in the ears. So, probably not the greatest, and certainly not up to modern standards. And of course, for these guns, your ranging and control is ideally going to be from the observation post at the front, but the connection to the observation post, kind of like Bismarck's fire control, is not really working. And so they're going to be ranging from the guns themselves here mostly.
So right here we are inside the observation bunker, and that was the only deck of observation on D-Day that the German could use, as the lower deck was not open toward the sea right now. So that's from where German artillery observer on the Long-sur-Mer gun battery would have observed the entire Allied Navy. And by 5:30 of the morning, the HMS Ajax, that was kind of in front of the battery, started to open fire. 7 minutes later, the German guns started to fire mostly toward the Omaha Beach area. And it started to attract fire from the USS Arkansas and the French warship Georges Leg. And the three of them, Ajax, Georges Leg, Arkansas, fired more than 130 shells on the German gun battery here, silencing the battery for the very first time. So after being silenced first time, just before 6 of the morning, they started to resume fire, but this time toward the Gold Beach area. And some of the shell fell really close to the HMS Bulalo, which is the HQ ship for the entire Gold Beach landing. So they're forced to raise their anchor and to change their position to avoid being hit by some of the shells. So at this moment, the Ajax will resume fire. The two French warships in the Omaha Beach area, Georges Leg and Montcalm, will also start to fire here to silence the battery another time around 6:20, 20 minutes of shelling here before the battery ceased fire again. Probably 2 of the guns were already destroyed, the other 2 were damaged or slightly damaged, but the battery will continue to fire until a little bit intermittently until 8:45. So the landing had already started by this point. The HMS Ajax will continue to fire and will be held by other warships here every time the battery continue to fire on the morning. But by 8:45, it ceased firing for quite some amount of time. So there's some hope that the battery is completely neutralized. And now in the afternoon, one of the guns will resume firing. So the Ajax and the George Leg will continue to fire here until the last gun is finally destroyed. It's kind of a competition between the two nations, saying who from the British, the HMS Ajax, or from the French, the George Leg, who managed to disable or damage the last German gun here. But yeah, basically by the afternoon now, all of the 4 guns cease fire. We estimate that these 4 German guns fired 100 up to 150 shells toward the Allied Navy, but without hitting anything really. About 1,000 shells were still in the stores of the battery, so they could have kept firing for much longer time, but all of the German, as we've seen, the guns have been destroyed or heavily damaged.
Here we're standing on the cliff edge of Longue-sur-Mer, which, to describe what you would have seen being maybe a German observer standing here on D-Day in the morning, you probably just woke up to a rude awakening, seeing that there's 7,000 ships out here in the channel. Right in front of us is essentially going to be the Gold Beach bombardment group. So you're going to have 4 cruisers here, HMS Ajax, followed by HMS Argonaut, HMS Emerald, and the last one is HMS Orion. So these are all light cruisers. The Ajax and the Orion are Leander class light cruisers, Ajax being of course the veteran from the Battle of River Plate against the Graf Spee towards the beginning of the war, and now she's here at the end, well, not the end of the war, but almost the end of the war. Argonaut is a Dido class light cruiser with the 5.25-inch guns, kind of an anti-aircraft focused cruiser, but capable in all roles. And Emerald is an old, just after World War I cruiser with 6-inch guns, but still has plenty of life and fight to give. To the left, far in the distance, is Omaha Beach, but you would have seen a group of 3 warships. You would have had George Leg, Montcalm, which are light cruisers of the French Navy, La Galissonière class, as well as joined by USS Arkansas, who is the oldest in-service battleship of the US Navy in World War II. She is here to bombard shore targets. And then farther beyond that would have been Glasgow and Texas, but you probably couldn't see them practically from here. And then further along to the right, you would have had Belfast and Diadem in terms of your warships. But all along here as well, you would have destroyers. There are 13 destroyers in this group with Ajax, and 11 destroyers with Diadem and Belfast, and they would have been aligning in the coast. And in terms of distance, the cruisers would be about 10 kilometers away from the coast. Each one carrying their own smattering of 6-inch guns, 5-inch guns, 4.5 or 4.7-inch guns for UK destroyers. These are essentially all more than capable of hitting targets as far in as this, but and even further beyond. But destroyers are mainly going to be looking at helping the beachheads and trying to hit the hard points there, helping troops as far as they can. The HQ ship that we mentioned, Bulalo, is in between your 4 cruisers here and Belfast and Diadem, about the same distance out in between. And then the HQ ship for Omaha Beach is the USS Augusta, which is a heavy cruiser, pretty modern heavy cruiser of the US Navy, but she's going to be quite distant over here. So not too much threatened by this battery. This area here is not one of the landing beaches. Omaha is a good distance away. Here. Gold is a good distance away here, but you would have seen support craft filling in the gaps between the warships, essentially.
So you would have faced, standing here, probably what would be one of the strongest concentration of a bombardment group from the Navy from the entire war.
Yeah, in terms of like naval traffic, this would be in effect, leaving Los Angeles at rush hour. In terms of naval traffic, it's jam-packed. You've got ships everywhere of all shapes and sizes, all different types, and none of them want you to be standing here. You're going to be wanting to head into cover in your observation bunker or into your or manning your guns very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So here we are, Sword Beach. So this is the most eastern of the 5 landing beaches. And this is where the British 3rd Division landed, exactly where we're standing. This is probably here one of the strongest naval force that we have. Because by being on the eastern side of the landing beaches, you get all of the German gun batteries that are on the east that could potentially range some of the ships on the eastern flank here. And if you can see in the distance, like about 20 kilometers, something like 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers away from here, and that's the port of Le Havre.
Right.
And that's where the Germans do have some of their flotilla. So this is the double challenge of Sword Beach on a naval point of view, is that you have to land all of the men here in front of the German Atlantic Wall, but you also have to defend the side of all of the landing from potential German counterattack coming from the Navy and all of the German gun batteries that are further east.
Right, and this is also the only place where you really see a naval ship-to-ship action between the German Navy and the Allied Navy during D-Day itself. When the German Navy sends out 4 torpedo boats or small destroyers in German Navy terms, against the Royal Navy managing to sink one of the ships here. And of course, we have very famous ships here because the Allies are going to need the firepower to suppress the defenses near Austrium and along the beachhead. Most famously, Warspite is here, as well as Ramillies, bringing their 15-inch guns to bear, plus the monitor Roberts, HMS Roberts.
And that's, for what I remember, so that's the objective. The Warspite will do fire, and being one of the first ships to open fire on D-Day, so some of the German gun batteries that are further east or further away from the landing beaches, but that could potentially be a danger to the Navy around here. Alongside all of this warship, you're mentioning the small one, most of the other small one we have, including the Polish ships. So we got the ORP Dragon, and with the HMS Danae, which will become later a Polish ship as well, the objective is to fire on some of the German gun batteries that are inland. And these German gun batteries are supposed to fire on the coast, not really on the ship, but on the coast. Right. So their mission here is to support, for the smaller destroyer, is to support the landing directly by shelling these German army position. The issue being the spotting aircraft that is supposed to do all of the correction for the ORP Dragon and the HMS Danae, they're not here or they're not active, so they don't have any spotted aircraft, and you at sea, you get the coast over there, you get the German artillery position, you don't really see them, so you're kind of firing blind, knowing the vague position where the German positions are, but yeah, you'll have to...
No observation.
No observation that you can do really for these 2 warships, so it's going to be complicated. And later it's going to be taken by the British anyway.
Right, and the British and Allies had learned at the landings at Salerno in Italy that observation planes are vitally important for naval bombardment forces to achieve their objectives, especially when they're inland. So not having that support available to them means that they just have to estimate, go off of the maps, which they have very detailed maps for the entire coast of Normandy, but firing at a vague coordinate is not as good as having somebody with eyes on being able to coordinate that for you.
I can imagine. Just looking at the weather that we have right now in Sword Beach, it's just a perfect illustration of how it was like, the weather condition we were talking about earlier, but the weather condition on D-Day, just overcast, and the wind and the waves we have in front of us, it gave us a good idea of what it was like on D-Day.
Right, and the water's going to be probably 15 degrees Celsius or so, which is not healthy for human bodies. Woo! With an American estimate on the day being about 52 degrees Fahrenheit in freedom units, and that was an estimate of a sailor could survive in that water for about 2 hours of time, which means
Just
you
2
have,
hours.
Yeah, you have to get out of the water and dry off quickly. So there's many different layers of time being for not just from survival, but also in terms of reaching your objectives on the day. Everything from just being cold to when am I going to eat something to when are we supposed to fire on this target.
Now, on a naval perspective, Sword Beach is a complicated one because even if when you're arriving here, you might have the idea that you have a very long beach and you can land trips on kilometers of beaches from Ouistreham to Lyon-sur-Mer over there. But when you're looking at some of the maps, you get two big issues on Sword Beach. The first one is that if you try to land a little bit further toward Ouistreham to the east, you end up to the estuary of the Orne River. And if you get an estuary, that means the tide are more important, the water is more shallow, and it will be a nightmare for landing. Plus, because that's the entrance of the Orne River and the Orne Canal, and you can get from the channel to Caen through the canal, that estuary will be quite well defended. So you do have a lot of fortification and the estuary next to Ouistreham, meaning on a landing perspective from a naval point of view, it will be a nightmare to try to land further east. So you can't land too much further in the east in Ouistreham. And the problem is if you try to land further on the other side, on the west, you end up with some ledge, some rocky ledge on the seabed, and you need to wait for much higher tide to be able to get over them. And you also start to arrive to Lyon-sur-Mer, which is a little resort where you end up having tiny cliff that we can see in the distance. And as you can imagine, you're not landing an army in front of a cliff. Yeah. So basically, where we're standing, we got 2 kilometers and a half of beach, and that's where the Navy need to land 28,000 men in one single day. Yeah. And you can see the challenge on a naval point of view for the transportation of the troops right here.
Yeah, and especially if they get stopped on the beachhead, then you're going to have a pile up and a traffic jam very quickly.
On a success point of view, the landing is very bloody in the first minute of the landing. We've got German fortification a little bit further. It's British infantry landing here, British commandos landing later. Their objective, we've got several of them, but the big objective is to get as close as possible to the city of Caen so that they can capture the city of Caen, if not on June 6th, which is too optimistic anyway, to capture it very quickly after June 6th. Yeah. Even if the landing happened as expected, extremely bloody in the first minute, and then moving inland, as you said, this traffic jam, that problem, traffic jam on the coast, will slow down the advance of the British. There is stronger German defenses than expected inland, which again, some of the warship could not really fire on. Some of the German positions were a little bit underestimated, so they were not really targeted on June 6. It's like only the large artillery position were seen as a big threat. And one of the German positions that's going to stop the advance to Caen on Sword Beach, one part of the advance, is not an artillery position, but a command post. Yeah. So that one was not put as a priority target on D-Day. And as I mentioned, the other German gun position were not effectively bombed or shelled by the Navy because they couldn't have the spotters aircraft. Right. And by the end of June 6, the British are still a few kilometers away from Caen. They did a good advance. They suffered from German counterattack of the 21st Panzer, but they won't be able to get closer enough, and Caen will only be liberated, the first part of Caen will only be liberated more than a month after D-Day. Right. But still here, despite all of the danger that Sword Beach could meet from the action, the torpedo boat that came out of Le Havre, from all of the German artillery positions that are further east, it's still quite a successful operation facing all of these different dangers and not counting the mines and the bad weather, which is just adding to the difficulty.
And talking about the artillery batteries that are along the coast here, they continue firing on Sword Beach for days. Because for inability to completely stop them from both air attack and naval attack, but also just the sheer amount of defenses that are to the east from here, covering Le Havre, which is a major port. It allows the Germans to defend, or to at least harass the beach through over time.
So, talking about the counterattack coming from Le Havre, we ended up having this torpedo boat, 3 of them escorted by smaller vessel, attacking the side of the bombardment force and the force of Sword Beach. If I remember, they fired 16 torpedoes, missed one of the warship, I think with the Ramilli, that was nearly missed by a torpedo.
So what we have here is essentially towards where we're looking at is going to be where Ramillies, Warspite, Roberts, and the heavy ships alongside a few destroyers would have been during the day. And the destroyers had laid down a smoke screen to protect the Allied forces, basically from being able to be observed and attacked from the further out artillery defenses. So on D-Day itself, there was only really one big naval engagement between the Kriegsmarine and the Allied Navy. And essentially what happened was early on in the day, they realized locally that this was happening. And from Le Havre, they sent out 3 of their 5 torpedo boats that they had there, which a German torpedo boat is not what the Allied Navy would call a torpedo boat. It's essentially a small destroyer. You're going to have 4 4-inch guns, 6 torpedoes on most of these ships. And so they send out 3 of these destroyers, T-28, Merva, and Jaguar, to come intercept and do what they can against the Allied fleet. The Allies had set up a smoke screen all along the eastern edge of Sword Beach to help mask it against the gun platforms that are on all these hills and Le Havre. And so these torpedo boats from the Germans come through this smoke screen, and then bam, they're right in front of the entire Allied Navy that are here at Sword Beach. So they see right in front of them HMS Warspite, Ramillies, Roberts, as well as some destroyers. And if you're in the position of being a German destroyer-like object in front of HMS Warspite, who is very famously very against German destroyers, especially during the Battle of Norway, that's not where you want to be. So they drop all 18 of their torpedoes at the Allied ships and get out of Dodge. 2 of those torpedoes pass straight in between Ramillies and Warspite and go beyond. And both of these destroyers take evasive maneuvers and try to dodge the torpedoes. But Svenner, unfortunately, being a large ship or relatively large ship in trafficked waters, does not have the room or ability to completely evade her torpedo and takes it. And unfortunately, she sinks, taking 33 of her men with her. But most of the men were able to be rescued by the ships nearby, like Swift and others. But this is the main only naval ship-v-ship engagement that happens during D-Day itself. So we got a little plaque here on the battleship Corbeil, who was a World War I veteran. She was France's very first dreadnought-style battleship, commissioning just before World War I, and saw a little bit of action, sank an Austro-Hungarian warship during the war. But by World War II, she was in a pretty rough state, not as well maintained as some of the newer ships. But what was she doing here?
Well, as you say, by that time in the war, it was no longer very well maintained and be useless. It became part of the Gooseberry on Sword Beach, became one of the block ship on Sword Beach just behind us. A useful end for a long career for that ship. Just even as it's going to be sunk, it's going to be useful to protect the beach from the gale and from the waves, and protect all of the further landing after D-Day.
Right, and some of her superstructure was still left above the water when she was sunk as a Gooseberry, and they festooned her with anti-aircraft guns just to help in the local defense of the area. But that was the end of her career, as it were. Dragon is one of the Danae class cruisers the Polish Navy was manning for the Royal Navy. And then, of course, after Dragon is sunk, the Polish Navy takes over Danae and mans that ship for the rest of the war until 1946, if I remember right. But that's not the only thing here.
So this is the other part of the memorial here for the Norwegian that were here on D-Day. They got several warships on June 6th, and more famously, the HMS Venner that was sunk on June 6th. You got the plaque with all of the name of the men that were killed, Norwegian, that were killed in the sinking, as well as that large statue to remember the Polish sailors and the gunners that participated in this large landing.
Right, because the Norwegian Navy had Svenner here as well as the Stord, and the German Navy had sent out 3 torpedo boats from Le Havre. They had 5 at Le Havre, but only torpedoes on 3 of them. And they came through a smokescreen into the Allied Navy and essentially dropped all 18 of their torpedoes at the Allied Navy, which right in front of them would have been Warspite and Ramillies. But the torpedoes went through in between Warspite and Ramillies and then hit Svenner on the other side, which resulted in that ship sinking quite quickly. But most of the crew was able to be saved. Unfortunately, 33 did not make it.
And this is the actual anchor of the Svenner that was recovered after it was sunk. This is the D-Day Wreck Museum. It was a collection that was assembled by a local Norman called Jacques Le Monchois, and he ended up being in charge of recovering any type of wreck that was in the channel that could be a potential danger for every kind of naval activities. And he ended up keeping, instead of salvaging and getting rid of them, keeping all of his pieces, historical pieces of tanks, guns and Navy ships. This is one of the special DD tank, the famous amphibious tank that were developed by the Allies to make a tank float, basically. And this is one of the ones that sunk on Omaha Beach that was recovered. And we can still see, despite all of these years kept inside the channel, we can still see some of the part that is making that tank special. So all around it, you had this very unique inflatable skirt made of waterproof canvas and buoys that would be inflated, the structure held with metal around, and the tank would go from a landing craft inside the water, would start to float, and then run the propellers that we see here to get to the beach. And as soon as you get to the beach, you deflate the skirt and you running the normal engine. So they're called a duplex drive, because you can float and use the engine, use the propellers, or you can use it as a normal tank once you're reaching the ground. And there is a common misconception by people that these things did not work at all on D-Day and all of them sunk. And we have in front of us one of the one which sunk on D-Day.
So clearly there's a kernel of truth.
There is a little bit of truth. But on one specific part of the landing beaches, in most of the cases on D-Day, as they were about to put them at sea, to launch them at sea, everyone realized the sea condition were too rough for these little tanks, these 30 tons of metal with this inflatable skirt to safely made it to the beach. So most of them were brought as close as possible to the beach or even directly to the beach to be able to act as a normal tank, but they did not use too much their floating device. The only moment where they really put a lot of them very far away, as it was expected to be, was on Omaha Beach, where out of 32 tank, they put, and it's only one part of Omaha Beach, not all the beach, but one part of the beach, out of 32 tank, they put 29 in the water and 27 of them sank.
Okay.
And that's the story that most people will know today. these tanks sinking because that was added to the difficulty of Omaha Beach. But the vast majority of these tanks arrived on the beach, especially because many of them were sent directly closer to the beach or directly on the beach.
Yeah, so it's less of a failure of the mechanical story and more of a weather story that's all part of D-Day.
Exactly.
D-Day just happens to be the one day that they figured would be a good weather day, but it wasn't quite good enough for the tanks to make it.
No, and they're correctly, in most of the cases, they're correctly adapted to the situation and find a way to bring the tank safely on the shore so that they could work as expected. It delayed their arrival most of the time, but these tanks still did their part. Only sadly for some of them, well, they ended up sinking. Now, the Allies were aware of this possibility, and that's why the crew members had special briefing system that they could use in case the tank was starting to sink. They could use a little bottle of oxygen and a special mask to have enough time to get out of the tank if they couldn't get out of the tank before it was sinking, and make it to the surface. So when these tanks sank, most of the men were already outside in the turret anyway. Usually the driver would stay inside, but the other one would try to get at the top of the turret to stay close to it. So when these things sank, many of these guys had time to get out of their tanks before it's too late. But then they were going to spend some time in the water, in a rough sea, and many of them will drown, but not trapped inside the tank.
Yeah. So at least there's a way out.
Yep. And they do have some of these briefing system exhibited inside the museum, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Well, we do have another type of gun over there.
So to me, this looks like probably an American 5-inch 38 gun. So 5-inch 127 millimeter gun, which is essentially the ubiquitous gun for American destroyers. But even ubiquitous gun for American battleships, American destroyers, American supply ships. And this one is unmarked. We have no idea where it comes from. And it's missing several parts, but it looks like it has a gun shield on it, which means it's probably an open mount. And you would have all the crew behind the gun servicing it. The great thing about these guns was that it's dual purpose, so you can use it anti-shipping, anti-ground, in the case of D-Day at least, but also anti-aircraft. So very importantly, throughout World War II, ships find out the hard way that they need to be able to deal with aircraft. And luckily, the Americans probably have the best of the dual purpose guns in service throughout the war. And it allowed them to survive in a lot of situations they probably shouldn't have. And so this gun has a really high rate of fire for what it is, because in shore-based artillery, this is a huge gun. So like in most cases, an Army artillery unit, the biggest guns they're going to have is a 6-inch or 152, 155 millimeter gun. And this is a 127 millimeter gun, which is already quite large. And like a local, or even like our DD Sherman tank here, has only a 3-inch or 76 millimeter gun. So to have a 127 millimeter gun with a rate of fire of 10 to 20 rounds per minute is extremely,
it's a lot.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive. And so we would see like USS Nevada, who we'll see some after effects of later on, had several 5-inch guns, a few different models, and impressively fired over 3,500 rounds within the first few days of the Normandy invasion from all of her guns.
So this could have been an American destroyer on D-Day?
Good American destroyer, American supply ship, really almost any American ship, you're very likely to find a gun of this type or like this on it during World War II. They made thousands of these and put them on everything. It's almost as ubiquitous as the American 50 caliber machine gun, or as the 1911 or the M1 Garand of famous American military equipment. This is the Navy equivalent of that.
What's the range?
The range?
Something like this?
So you can probably get out to, like, realistically, you can hit anything within 10 to 15 kilometers. You can get out to about 18 kilometers and still hit things, but you're going to be suffering a lot from accuracy problems.
Yeah, you won't be extremely accurate at that range.
Right.
Okay.
At Omaha, the destroyers get as close as a kilometer away from the beach and are firing at targets of opportunity. and they would be with guns like this. So you would have, most destroyers at this time are going to have 4 to 5 of these guns. Some of them, like the USS Meredith, have 6 of them. It varies from ship to ship. But most destroyers, and the British destroyers have a slightly smaller version of it, just as powerful, which is a 4.7-inch gun, 120 millimeters. And so HMS, or the Norwegian Swift Svenner, HMS Swift, HMS Isis have the British variation of this gun, and they usually have 4 of them.
Certaines des plus grosses pièces, comment ça se récupère?
Alors c'est un travail compliqué, puisque quand vous voyez une grosse pièce, quand on parle de plusieurs tonnes, on passe des câbles dans l'objet, des câbles avec des systèmes de ballons gonflables. Donc les ballons sont posés, ils sont gonflés. L'objet dans les 30, 40 tonnes, enfin ça dépend selon le nombre de ballons, hein, et il va être pas tout à fait sur le sol, enfin en dehors du sol, et pas tout à fait sur la ligne de rivage. Et donc il va être entre deux, il va être tracté jusqu'au port, hein, de port en Bessin, c'est le cas de tous les objets que vous avez là, à marée haute. Et après on le laisse doucement se poser sur le sable à marée basse. Après intervient une grue, un porte-char, et ils sont arrivés ici.
So what we've got here is a collection of machinery from a few different ships. I think there's 4 here. We've got USS Meredith, which was an Allen M. Sumner class destroyer that was sunk basically D-Day +1. She hit a naval mine, and then later that night, on the next day, she was bombed by the Luftwaffe using a HS-293 glide bomb, essentially. This part here is the steam condenser, which collects waste steam from the machinery in order to recycle it back into the boilers or recycle water back into the boilers to make the system overall more efficient. Says Springfield, USA. Unfortunately, there's a Springfield in almost every state of the USA, so we're not quite sure which one. And then next here is a turbine set from the Norwegian destroyer Svenner, HMS Svenner.
So the one that was sunk on Sword Beach.
Right. And so this is a 20,000 horsepower turbine, which, think 20 of the most powerful supercars that exist today. This is the power output for 20 of those cars. We have another piece, I'm not sure what this is here. And then this is the steam turbine set for USS Meredith. This is one of 2 sets she would have, outputting 30,000 horsepower. This whole complicated system will be fed by steam from her boilers, and then will output its horsepower at an RPM of 10,000 RPM into this gear system, which will turn that 10,000 RPM down to about 230 RPM at maximum speed for her propeller shaft. And so this gear reduction system was almost entirely, which is like a double reduction system for destroyers, was almost entirely unique to U.S. ships during World War II, which allowed U.S. ships to have a longer cruising range than most other navies had during the Second World War. Royal Navy ships didn't really get this technology until just after World War II. They knew it existed. It's nothing like that. It's just it was too expensive and complicated for them to implement before the war. And of course, Meredith is a brand new destroyer on her maiden voyage coming to D-Day. So like Titanic, she was sunk during her maiden voyage.
And it got all of the most modern equipment that the US Navy could have at this moment, so that would explain all of this.
She is essentially one of, if not the most modern ship at D-Day. And so this is her propeller shaft. I'm not sure which one it is, but after she was hit by the naval mine, her crew did a damage control check of the ship and basically determined that the keel was likely broken and that she was probably being held together only by her propeller shaft. So, and of course she had 2 propeller shafts, I'm not sure which one it was. The propeller shaft was holding the ship together for several days as they fought to keep the ship afloat. And eventually she just broke in half. They eventually got her from a 15-degree lift over to sitting on an even keel when they were trying to salvage her. And then all of a sudden she just broke and gave up, and they weren't able to save her. However, they were able to save the ship's cat.
Really?
Which the ship had a cat named Lurky, which the crew were hiding from the captain, who expressly forbid any ship's pets. And then after she was hit by the naval mine, the ship's captain ran into a crew member who was frantically searching for the cat and asked him what he was doing and why he wasn't getting off the ship. And he was like, "I thought to find Lurky." And he's like, "Who's Lurky?" And he's like, "It's the ship's cat. We've been hiding from you." So that was an interesting piece of Meredith lore here. And then connecting on, we have a piece from Susan B. Anthony, which was a troop ship sunk with 2,000 troops still aboard, and they managed to save all of them and even land them on the beaches afterwards. This is the coupling sleeve for the transmission shaft. So you would have the propeller shaft come from the turbines to coupling sleeves, sometimes multiple coupling sleeves, to help reduce vibration and keep things efficiently running and safely running. And then from the coupling sleeve here, we have, this is a little bit out of, actually it's quite in alignment. This is from HMS Isis, which is an I-class destroyer of the Royal Navy, and which is kind of an older 1930s destroyer, but still more than modern enough. And this is the propeller shaft support. So this would be outside the hull of the ship, attached to the side of the hull to hold the propeller on the outside. Often they're called skegs, and on some ships you need skegs to hold the propellers, which are usually on the outside of the ship, on the outer edges of the ship. So this adds extra support to reduce vibration in the system. And then here we have parts of the rudder assembly from a cargo ship and HMS Isis herself. So this portion from Isis is responsible for turning the rudder. So you would have a geared mechanism inside the ship, further inside, that would provide power in order to move this whole assembly. Essentially, would move the rudder back and forth.
So everything that we have here was kind of put all together, almost recreating the entire system that would propel a ship.
Yeah, and it's of course this is much condensed in terms of, because a ship would run for, this could run for 100 meters on some of the larger ships, but this is kind of a look at what it takes to get a ship going. It takes 30,000 horsepower, power going through massive machinery, and this is for a small ship. Keep in mind, this is just for a destroyer.
Yeah.
And so on a battleship or something, these would be the size of a whole room, and so, or a whole building even. So here we have a German G7A torpedo with its torpedo launcher on the outside. Looks like it's probably from some form of German torpedo boat or E-boat. These are the most common German torpedo you'll see in World War II. They put them on submarines, surface ships, anything and everything that needed a torpedo launcher usually is going to be using a G7A type, which is a conventional torpedo. It's not electric or anything else weird and strange. So you have generally a 280 kilogram warhead, just over 600 pounds, with a magnetic or contact fuse. At the beginning of the war, not so reliable, but 1944, this is a very reliable torpedo and very dangerous. Then you have an air flask that has compressed air inside of it to help power the engine with its fuel. The engine is a 4-cylinder radial engine contained here, nicely cut away for us to see. And this engine allows the torpedo to go anywhere from 30 to 44 knots. Early on, 44 knots was a bit iffy. It might overload the engine. So normally you would see these running either at 30 or 40 knots, which the slower the torpedo runs, the longer the range you can get. At 30 knots, they can get an estimated 13-kilometer range.
Wow.
But at 40 knots, it's about 8-kilometer range. So still more than enough range, because most of the time you're going to be launching torpedoes at fairly close range, especially if you're in a submarine.
So here, to make sure we understand, we have the torpedo inside the launcher.
Right.
So that's what we see here is the torpedo itself.
Right. So
inside, yeah.
Yeah, your launcher is going to be, it's a whole mechanism that uses, if I remember right on the German torpedo, it's a compressed air launcher that will essentially throw the torpedo off the side of the ship, and then the torpedo propels itself through the water using this 4-cylinder radial engine. And the torpedo has had a long maturity at this point. This is based off of the German World War I torpedo, which was the G7. And this is a 21-inch or 533 millimeter torpedo, which is the most common torpedo size in World War II. And this is essentially the most dangerous German naval weapon in World War II in terms of the amount of damage it does throughout the war, especially in the Battle of the Atlantic.
So here we've got the entire tube, and we got all of the part of the torpedo with the compressed air, the engine, up to the propeller that we see here in the back.
Right, and these normally have a contra-rotating propeller on many torpedoes. I'm not sure about the German ones. And the purpose of that is to help combat torque so that it doesn't fall off balance. It has a gyroscope guidance system to keep it running straight, and ideally at the same depth, so that it can hit where you want it to hit. You can change that depth to try and hit as low in the hull as you can. So this would be the torpedo that ends up sinking the Svenner off of Sword Beach. It would have been one of these types. Next to our torpedo launcher, we have the other most dangerous German weapon, or naval weapon. This is the magnetic mine. It looks like a water heater. If you ever see one of these washed up on the beach, don't touch it. Essentially, what this is you submerge it in the water, and it will detect the magnetic disturbance of a ship sailing over it and then detonate underneath the ship, which is the most dangerous place to have a ship, to have an explosive with the ship, because that will break the keel, which supports the whole ship. A mine like this, or probably like this, is what detonated under HMS Belfast at the beginning of the war. And Belfast had to go through a very lengthy, very expensive repair and almost rebuilding the ship in order to get her back into service by 1943. That took them 2.5 years to fix the ship, and that was a lucky instance in terms of the ship was not completely destroyed by one of these things. This is one of the most dangerous things that they're going to be running into on D-Day, as well as contact mines and other various types of obstacles. So your minesweepers are going to be looking for getting rid of these so that all of your landing ships can safely move, and your warships.
So this and the contact mine will be the two most common mine that minesweepers will have to get rid of to get toward the landing beaches, to pave the way for the invasion.
Yeah, so these are going to be the biggest headache. So as we spoke earlier, USS Meredith gets hit by a mine, which initially disables her, and then later the Luftwaffe is active and hits, or she doesn't get hit by, but a near miss by a HS-293 guided bomb finishes Meredith off. But it's this that does the major damage.
So this is typically what I think of if I'm thinking about a mine at sea that you need to get rid of. That's exactly how I would, if I had to draw one, that's what I will draw, really.
Yeah, and this is the iconic naval mine. So this is a contact mine with these stubs that come out of the sides. Whenever a ship's hull impacts one of these studs, it'll break a little vial of liquid inside that falls in, and then that causes an electric circuit to conduct and detonate the mine on the side of the ship. So normally these are going to be slightly less dangerous than a magnetic mine, although you never want to get hit by one of these at all. And these are essentially your World War I and World War II naval mine, extremely common, and while the magnetic mine is a more advanced variation. Mines were invented by the Russian Navy during the Crimean War in the 1850s. And the first name that the Royal Navy encountering them gave them was the infernal machines or infernal devices. But following the Crimean War, everybody was developing naval mines because they're such a useful tool for blockading parts of the sea that you don't want your enemy to get to, as well as any kind of harassment and just wreaking havoc wherever. Minesweeping becomes a major part of every Navy, and minesweeping is a huge part of the D-Day operations.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our first part of Normandy at 0530 hours. We have the tour guide that was along with me on the Normandy Beachheads, Roman Ridgway. Apologies if I can't pronounce that correctly. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So it's okay with the family name. I'm used to it, don't worry.
Yes. I saw some questions at the beginning asking about your particular English accent. Um, can you give our chat a little bit of a background of who you are and how long you've been going as a tour guide in Normandy?
My name is Romain Breget, and I'm a battlefield tour guide, certified tour guide in France. I'm 100% French, so my accent is, I don't know, it is what it is, but I'm 100% French. I learn English in France, a little bit in Canada, but that's pretty much it. And then it's been, practicing English with receiving thousands of visitors for the last 11 years now. Well, I kind of arrived in Normandy in 2014 to be a tour guide, and still here for the 80th anniversary.
All right. Reminder chat, if you have any questions that you would like us to answer, either Romain, me, or even Fructini, go ahead and ask away because we're here to answer any of your questions. So what was the name of the Wreck Museum is a good question right off the bat.
If you look for the Wreck Museum, it can be, you can look at it on the French language, Musée des Épaves, which is basically translated into Wreck Museum. That's right behind Port-en-Bessin, just a little bit next to Bayeux.
Yep.
There was also from Dr. Schatz quick reminder and a shout out that I will, with love and care, repeat with a big thank you to everyone that served and everyone that was there and fought for freedom, liberty, and democracy in our world. So a big thank you and shout out to everyone.
Indeed.
Yeah, we're gonna receive, we already started to receive this weekend dozens of veterans that will be participating for the 80th anniversary. There is more than 100 American veterans that will be here. There will be some Canadian. There will be, of course, dozens of British as well. I know last year were 2 Belgian veterans. So yeah, veterans are, for those that were wondering, these guys are about 100 years old now. The average age is 100 years old. One of the oldest one will have this year is about, I think it's 106, 107. So yeah, these guys are here. Many of them are actually from the Navy. We've got guys that will be, they were in destroyers, they were in LST. We've got one guy from the USS Nevada that will be here. So yeah, they're coming back, still in good shape.
Right. And of course, this is the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And so we're not going to have many more anniversaries left with veterans. So it's one of the most important. Because 80 isn't traditionally a big anniversary number, but when we're talking about events that happen to teenagers and 20-year-olds, this is sort of the last landmark that we're going to have with many of these veterans, unfortunately. So
yeah, it's the 80th anniversary is probably going to be the last large anniversary with veterans. We will probably have some of them for the 81st, 82nd, 83rd. But past this, it'll be difficult. I mean, some of them are coming back. They're 106 years old, 105 years old. So we might have, by miracle, maybe some of them for the 90th anniversary. That would be great. But we're arriving to this end of this generation, and it's up to all of us now to keep their memory alive.
right. And so one of the first questions I saw that popped up, and a recent question here is, what's the most memorable or favorite moment that we saw during the filming while we were there about a month ago? What do you think would be your favorite moment?
Well, I think my favorite moment that we all spent together, I got a couple of them, is I think one of the coolest thing to show you was something that we haven't seen yet. That's on the second part of the documentary, which is coming later, I think, when we will see the impact of a shell of the USS Nevada on a German bunker, and that is quite impressive. That is, it's been one of my favorite thing when I discovered this 10 years ago. I visited the gun battery and I saw the impact of the shell. I was, wow, that is really impressive. But I really appreciate on my end, on my perspective, so I've been a tour guide for 10 years, but the naval aspect of D-Day is something that I recently starting to learn more about, because I think it's very important to give this aspect to the tourists that we have that are coming here, and they don't always think about D-Day. They always think about, the rangers, the paratroopers, the men that are landing. But it's important to keep in mind that this is an amphibious operation, and without the Navy, we'll have an amphibious operation. But I really appreciate your insight on, the ships, the type of gun. I mean, even just the guns in Longues-sur-Mer. I've been going in Longues-sur-Mer for 10 years, and having you being able to tell me exactly, that type of gun, how it's being used, how it's working, how many people are working around it. I mean, this is really valuable even for me.
Right. It's less explored and perhaps less, I guess, visually or directly interesting part of D-Day that deserves coverage, because not everyone is a rifleman. Some people were stuck in the engine room of a warship the entire day and didn't see anything, but their contribution is just as valuable as even a rifleman on the day. And so a lot of these supporting actor stories never get told.
Yeah, it's something I repeat when I'm taking people on tours. You have a little less than 200,000 people in the Navy on D-Day. And there's 156,000 landing on the beaches. There is more people in the Navy than people that are landing on the beaches. And I think it just highlights this huge contribution of the Navy. And it's easy to forget it, because again, on the beaches, we've got the guys that are landing, that monument for them. But again, there's more men in the Navy and D-Day than men that are landing. And we often just forget that fact. It's an important thing to consider, as you said, just being in the machine room, being a gunner, being any type of work that the Navy will require. We'll talk about the NCDU. We'll have the Force Blue documentary coming in a moment, and that's highlighting another contribution of the Navy on D-Day.
And then I saw a couple questions earlier, more about being a tour guide. One of them was, do you see any like engagement from the younger generations at Normandy, or any differences from normal as time progresses? Um, has like the age of interest in Normandy changed much?
No, not really. I think it's even got even younger over the last 20, 25 years. We have a lot of young people coming, especially right now for the 80th anniversary. We've got reenactors, we've got people that are passionate with vehicles. The thing is, the idea that it's kind of a dying memory, and then the younger generation won't be interested. I mean, go to Gettysburg battlefield, or go to Waterloo, or go to the Somme for the British, or Verdun for the French. There's still a lot of people visiting these places, and it's been decades or hundreds of years since the battle happened. It will remain the same for Normandy, and I think one thing to consider is the fact that either series like recently Masters of the Air and Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan, like as a movie, or even video games like World of Warship, they keep the interest of World War II. Because yeah, you play about warships from World War II, and then you get more interested about the history, and you get all this warship that we've been visiting in the live, and you can visit them. You can look at the real site where these shelling from the Navy happen. It's keeping the video games alongside with series and movies, keeping the interest running. And I don't think the demographic is getting to be older. It's been the opposite. There's a lot of young people that are visiting the beaches now.
Definitely.
There was another question for both you, Lane, and Romain as well. With now having the first part of the documentation done, was your favorite parts already there? And if yes, what was it? Or no, if not, what is there to look forward in part 2 that is your favorite moment of the documentary?
Yeah. As Romain mentioned, the Azaville gun battery is probably the single most impressive thing that is in the documentary, because this shell makes a meme out of a bunker, and does it. No more spoilers than that. And that comes in part 2. But for me, the Wreck Museum was probably the most interesting thing to me myself, because I got to see the Meredith's almost full drivetrain from no boilers, but from condenser all the way to the prop shaft. And being able to see that on a human scale, face to face, puts it much more in perspective, because I haven't been able to visit any destroyer museum shows yet. So, and of course, Romain mentioned Asville as his favorite part. So I assume that's going to be the most interesting thing coming up in part 2. And part 2 should be in 4 or 5 hours. So stay tuned. So let's see. Let's try and grab another question.
Have you checked the Zoom chat? There is one prepared.
Oh, there is one?
Yes.
Okay. So could you, or for Romain, could you please tell us what kind of activities are planned for D-Day 80? Maybe now, later this month, and then also, as a secondary question, how can we book a tour with you?
Well, it's two very different questions. So right now, there is literally hundreds of activities and things that are planned for the 80th anniversary. Every municipality, every museum, every site just planned every single day activities. You get tank shows, you got tanks from different museums and different associations that are coming. Got a target tank just a few kilometers away from where I'm leaving. Got a running condition target tank that is doing little tours to show people how huge these things are. You get hike and concert, and we will have the big commemoration on June 6th. We'll have the international commemoration with 20 head of state and government, highlighting the fact that even if we're talking mostly about Americans and British and Canadian, there were a lot of other countries that we briefly even mentioned in this documentary. I mean, the Poles, the Norwegian, the Danish, the Belgian, the Dutch. There's a lot of other nationalities that were involved. So it is a lot of different things that are going on. Reenactors and dancing and special hike following footstep of a particular unit. So it's going to be very, very, very busy over the next week coming. As for me as a tour guide, I mean, I'm working like every private tour guide now, so you can contact me either through my website, or you can contact the Federation of Guide of Normandy, which I'm part of. We have a federation in Normandy. If you're looking for a tour guide and you don't know where to start, either for the landing beaches, or it can be for something else, because we get a lot of interesting things in Normandy that are not always war related. We do have a federation of tour guide, and you got the list of all of them, and you can contact them, and that's how you can be in touch with the tour guide and book a tour if you want to. Some of us will drive at the same time as we're guiding, so even if you don't have a vehicle, that's what we'll do, just drive you around, get to the interesting places, tell you what happened, or sometime we'll join you inside your vehicle, meet you at one place for one private tour. So that's all of the different possibilities for booking me or any of my colleagues.
Of course. And if you want to find his website, it is the current pinned comment in the Twitch chat. So you can go directly to him and get in contact. So let's see. Lots of comments about the DD tanks.
Well, it is one of the most common misconception of the DD tank is whenever we bring out the idea of the DD tank that's not really Navy related, the first reaction is, oh yeah, they're all sunk. And that's what I was explaining in the documentary, is the most famous story is on one part of Omaha Beach, 32 of them put in the water, less than 32 of them, 29 put in the water, and 27 out of the 29 sinking. But in the rest of Omaha Beach, and literally all of the other landing beaches, the DD tank, these floating tanks, made it closer to the beach or directly on the beach, so they did not work in the idea that they were supposed to swim to the shore. But these tanks did not all sink on D-Day, and most of them made it to the beach a little bit later than expected, but they still were very valuable to get the job done. So that's one of the misconceptions that people will have about these floating tanks is, yeah, they didn't all sink because everyone looked at the condition of the weather and thought, no, they won't make it, not on June 6th, not with this, meter and a half high waves and high current. It's not going to be working.
Yep. So we got one more question here, or time for one more question. Do you have any, Fructini? If not, I do.
Then please go ahead.
So out of everything we were able to show in the documentary, there's obviously so much more we could have talked about. Is there any one thing that you think would be worth mentioning now that doesn't show up in the documentary, or maybe won't?
Well, in Normandy, there is a lot of other small memorials about the Navy. I think if I was to add something to that documentary, it would be war cemeteries. Because right now in this two-part documentary that we filmed, we are talking about the warships engaging their target at sea and all of the Navy and everything, but we don't really talk about the men that were on board and what they went through, and some of them who died. And we have hundreds of naval personnel that are buried in the American cemetery, in different British or Canadian cemeteries. We probably have some of them also from the Navy, from the German side. So that would be one other thing to do, is to get the same type of documentary, but on a more individual perspective, on a seller's story. Let's talk about those that were on board of these ships. What was their job? What were they thinking? Those who survived, those who died. That would be my idea, I think,
Okay.
what to add.
Maybe it's an idea for next time, but I do know in the upcoming Frog Fathers documentary, they're going to be covering 4 individual NCDEDUs. So keep an eye out for that, and we will get to see some of the American cemetery there. So but we have to look forward to that. So thank you again for showing me around Normandy and filming a couple hours really of content. And thank you for coming for the Q&A today here with the longest night of museum. So
it was a pleasure. So anytime you want to come back, just you know where to find me now.
Sounds like a plan.
Dangerous words.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you
see
very much.
Around. There you go. So we are back with just me and Fructini. We're going to go. Most important question. Can you hear us?
I think that looks
okay. So yeah, for context, we have to mess with sound, and, and during the whole conversation, oh, too loud.
Too loud. Better.
Are we still too loud? I'm afraid.
Still too loud. Yes, deafening.
It's better
deafening,
now. It's
deafening,
better now.
deafening.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm adjusting. Okay,
Much
guys.
apologies. We had
much apologies.
We had it kind of. We're bringing guests on requires a bit of a different sound setup.
Well, we
hearing your own
had
voices.
Case. So yeah.
Yeah.
There had to be some slight adjustment.
Yeah, I tend to lean into the mic because I've told that I stay away from the mic, so I have to force myself to lean in. So apologies.
I like the duality of chat because everyone is like too loud, now fine, and then someone is like still too low. I'm like still too low when everyone else was screaming, their eyes are bleeding. I think we now found the perfect ground, hopefully.
Yep.
And we have also Jim from Force Blue here with a nice job, Romain.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. We've my voice is a little bit blown out. Yeah, this just happens whenever I talk this much. But
guys,
absolutely do stay for the Frog Fathers documentary.
Just
you guys
wanted to
do not
stress
want to
this
miss
as well.
it.
This is important. This is a big one.
Yeah.
We had I think our so the initiative from our side, Tanatoy, went to New York 2 weeks ago, meeting up with the Force Blue guys again, Jim, and I think Jim was there as well. And okay, now I'm too quiet. It's like, guys, please. Anyways, so Tanatoy was there for the premiere, the official one, in New York. Big press release and press conference around it, and I think that was a nice thing as well. And we will have the official world premiere, so to say, today here on stream, and it is a really good documentary. Please stay. It's basically the forefathers for the Navy SEALs, and what is it, the Navy Special Demolition Unit or something like this?
Navy Combat Demolition Unit.
That one. That was what. That's what it is.
Still too loud, so you kind of overshot your on the bar.
Still too loud, guys.
There you go. So UDT, yeah, underwater demolition team as well. So for a quick context here, the Navy SEALs are kind of more of a combination of a few different units that combine into the SEALs later. UDT and NCDU are two kind of different things, but they both kind of merge into what becomes the Navy SEALs. So
And Mina Non, yes, exactly. Frog Fathers is about the units that were trained in Florida and then later on in the UK to prepare the beaches. So basically, the guys that went there first in the line of fire, couldn't take cover or didn't take cover in most cases, ran up the beaches, blew up the obstacles, and opened the way, cleared mines for the rest of the troops to push up the beaches. But that comes later.
Yep.
We still have cool things to give away before we head off and over into HMS Hyder.
Yeah, so we should run a few giveaways and then get on to it. So the code word, I'm going to send it to our voice in the deep, is our code word is going to be the name of the cat of USS Meredith. So if you were remembering the video, the USS Meredith had a ship's cat named Lurky. Not Lucky, Lurky.
And in the meantime, the War Factor says, these documentaries are always fascinating. It's one thing to make a game to preserve the history, but to go out of your way to send people out on a mission and such to do the same. Thank you, Wargaming and at World of Warships, for telling stories that need to be told, that need to be remembered. Yes, and I'm very proud and honored to be part of this and help with such cool streams, such cool video productions, and to produce such content for you and everyone out there that enjoys this as well.
All right, so we're going to have 7 total winners. The first 3 winners are going to get distant voyages containers. The second 2 winners will get Błyskawices, and the last 2 winners will get Belfasts. So make sure you join this giveaway. Lurky, the chat is spelling it correctly, so follow the leader. In memory of the ship's cat, Lurky did survive the sinking of Meredith. Unfortunately, I tried looking for photos of Ship's cat, but I was unable to find any photos of Lurky. So we have no idea what Lurky looks like, other than definitely existed.
And we have the first winner with Bolislav. Yes, I think that is halfway pronounced correct at least. Congratulations. In the meantime, the lurky spam goes on.
Even the lurkers are coming out for
yes. That was actually a very, very good choice.
Yeah, I was doing research for the trip, and I knew we were going to be talking about Meredith a lot, so I looked up into Meredith a ton and found Lurky. I cannot miss the opportunity to talk about a ship's cat.
And we have MK2017A that has won another giveaway, or the next giveaway. Congratulations. And in the meantime, maybe we can already start while the draws are happening in the background with the transition over to the next ship, of course, and maybe talk a bit about it and where it is, what it did, and happy Haida away, I guess.
Yeah.
Something in that direction.
Yeah, I always love seeing Haida. Haida is one of the best preserved museum ships there are out there, and so getting to see her from any angle is kind of getting to look back in time at what these ships looked like in the day. So looking forward to seeing Haida again.
Yes, it will be definitely a cool and interesting video as well. Okay, guys. So in this case, we are done with the giveaways now as well. So guys, you can stop also lurking the spam in the chat. And with that sense, the you part of us coveraging, or the coverage of us you folks, is with that over. Prince and Prince Blip and me will now head home. Sleeps. Of course, we will probably lurk and watch the stream a bit longer, but it is quite late here in the U, and we will head over and hand over to our NA colleagues now fully. In that case, we will vanish into thin air, and Boxy will take over the new part. So as soon as the Haida videos, stay tuned. It's exciting. Boxy will take over, and then we will have Fartas later on.
You can keep putting in Lurky for anybody who comes in later, because there's going to be more drawings during the video segments. So it's not quite time to stop spam yet. So
okay,
continue.
I stand corrected.
Yep. So,
in that sense, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned.
Stay tuned and enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Exactly.
Welcome to HMCS Haida, a National Historic Site administered by Parks Canada with support from the Friends of HMCS Haida. My name's Gabriel, I'm the Visitor Experience Team Leader for the site, and I'm excited in the next few minutes to show you around the ship, share some of its history, and exactly what makes HMCS Haida special. HMCS Haida's service in the Second World War was the beginning of a distinguished career in the Royal Canadian Navy. Commissioned in 1943, it would serve in the Second World War, the Cold War, and the Korean War. Participating in operations throughout those different conflicts, HMCS Haida would earn 5 different battle honors for the Arctic, the English Channel, Normandy, the Bay of Biscay, and later in Korea. It also earned a reputation as Canada's fightingest ship. What's a fightingest ship, you might ask? It means that Haida sank more enemy surface tonnage than any other Royal Canadian Navy vessel, a record that still stands to this day. In 2018, the Royal Canadian Navy honored HMCS Haida by naming it Canada's ceremonial flagship in recognition of its status as the most decorated warship in Canadian history. HMCS Haida is the last remaining tribal-class destroyer. Designed to be flexible, fast, and powerful, the tribal class served around the world during the Second World War. The tribal class was one of the first destroyer types to prioritize guns over torpedoes, making it effective against both airplanes and surface targets. Between 1938 and 1945, 27 tribal class destroyers were built for the navies of Australia, Canada, and Great Britain. 13 of these were sunk during the Second World War. 13 were scrapped after the war. HMCS Haida is the only tribal class destroyer left anywhere in the world. Welcome to the Captain's Day Cabin. The history of HMCS Haida wouldn't be complete without taking a look at one of its most famous commanding officers, Harry de Wolfe. De Wolfe was a career officer, having served in both the Royal Navy and the Royal Canadian Navy. Originally from Nova Scotia, he was 40 years old when he assumed the command of HMCS Haida as part of its commissioning crew in 1943, that is, the first crew to serve on HMCS Haida. Harry was, even then, known for his decisiveness and his bravery. In fact, it earned him the nickname Hard Over Harry, which is when a ship's wheel is taken from one extreme all the way to the other in order to have a very rapid and decisive turn of the ship. Harry de Wolfe's tenure as commanding officer of HMCS Haida included many decisive moments, with the fate of his ship and that of others at stake. In the early morning hours of April 29, 1944, HMCS Haida and its sister ship, HMCS Athabaskan, pursued 2 German destroyers off the coast of France. The German destroyers fled, but fired torpedoes as they went. Unfortunately, a torpedo struck HMCS Athabaskan. A fire broke out immediately. Within minutes, the flames reached the magazines, setting off a second explosion, and HMCS Athabaskan began to sink. HMCS Haida continued the chase, driving one destroyer aground while the other fled. With the immediate threat dealt with, HMCS Haida returned to where HMCS Athabaskan was last seen. With daylight only minutes away and in close proximity of an enemy coast, Harry de Wolf knew he would only have minutes before a possible German counterattack. Scrambling nets and boats were dispatched for a 15-minute rescue window. Despite the risk, de Wolf made the decision to stay an additional 3 minutes. HMCS Haida was able to rescue 48 men from the water. 128 crew of HMCS Athabaskan lost their lives that night, and 85 men spent the next 13 months in a German POW camp before being liberated by the Allies. De Wolf would later be awarded the Distinguished Service Order for his bravery and determination, and other members of HMCS Haida's crew were decorated for their heroism shown that night. This is the bridge. The first thing you'll notice when you're up here is that it is open air, and that is because tribal class destroyers like HMCS Haida were designed prior to the innovation of radar that would have come with the Second World War. So the officers that would have been positioned here would have had to accomplish many of their tasks with the naked eye or scopes or other sensing equipment. But all of this would change with the development of radar. Regardless, HMCS Haida's officer team would have been exposed to the elements as part of their normal operations. The bridge is significant because it was the command, control, and communication hub for the ship. Basically, the way that we refer to it is as the brains of the ship. Decisions that were made here were distributed throughout the rest of the ship through a variety of different systems. So the commander could make a decision here that would head down to the engine room, to the torpedo tubes, the forward guns, and beyond. Communication methods aboard the ship ranged in sophistication, everything from as simple as sound tubes to sound-powered telephones that could all be used even when the ship was blacked out with no electricity and were surprisingly effective. Between ships, some of the communication methods that were used for signaling included signal flags, semaphore flags, and signal lamps. Those were all different types of methods that the signalmen who worked on the ship would have used on a regular basis. High-tech communication innovations like UHF and VHF radio would have been introduced to the ship later on. For example, when Canada joined NATO, those were standard equipment aboard all NATO vessels. Navigation would have been conducted using a variety of different methods. Eyesight was always important. There were also sophisticated systems that would have been used to help navigate the ship. Behind me is the repeater for the ship's gyro compass. There is a gyro compass system that would have been located deep within the ship, and the repeater is right here. More basic would have been the magnetic compass that you see just right over here. Both of those would have been used to develop a sense of where the ship was in space, as well as to develop a bearing, which all would have been sent below to the wheelhouse. That's right, the ship's wheel isn't actually up with us here on the bridge. It's one floor below in the wheelhouse where the helmsman would have received information about speed and bearing and would have made all of those adjustments and corrections without any visual cues themselves. The ship's weapons would also have been commanded here on the bridge. For example, the ship's 4 torpedo tubes would have been fired either on the port or starboard side using manual levers like these ones right next to me. An officer would have pulled each of these in sequence from aft to forward in order to create a pattern. The other big piece of equipment here involved in operating the ship's weapons is this gun director. This would have taken bearing and range information, which would then have fed into the complex fire control solution that would have been used to calculate distance and aim and fire the ship's guns. The ship's guns could also be fired from this position here on the bridge. June 9th, 1944, in the early hours of the morning, HMCS Haida, as part of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla, was screening the western flank of the Allied invasion of Normandy. Having trained for months in nighttime combat, HMCS Haida's crew was prepared when the 10th Destroyer Flotilla encountered German destroyers intent on disrupting Allied supply lines. Poor visibility made discerning friend from foe difficult. At one point, HMCS Haida encountered another vessel. When they tried to signal to determine whether it was a friend or foe, they had an uncertain response. Tensions were high. When they discovered that in fact the mystery ship was a German destroyer, HMCS Haida and the other ships of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla opened fire, forcing the ship to run aground and taking it out of the fight. The actions of HMCS Haida's crew resulted in victory in what would become known as the Battle of Ushant. We are now entering the transmitting station, where, during the Second World War, some of the most advanced gunnery technology was made available to HMCS Haida and gave it an advantage in combat. A number of sophisticated technologies were used, one of the most critical being this item right behind me. This is called the Admiralty Fire Control Clock. This analog computer would take information gathered from various points on the ship, including from the bridge, the gun director, various sensors, take it all, compute a firing solution, so how to hit that target over there, then create an electronic signal, send it to the two forward mounts on the ship, turn, and prepare those guns to be fired. The guns could actually be fired from this room, but more likely they would be fired on the gun director, which is up on the bridge. Up to 8 crew would be in the transmitting station, operating the fire control clock and developing firing solutions when the ship was at action stations. It's amazing to think that this machine, as well as the efforts of the crew, were able to accomplish so much when you consider that it wasn't much more complex than a wristwatch. We are now in Radio Room 1, which would have been called the main wireless office during the Second World War. This is one of 4 radio rooms aboard HMCS Haida. The main function of this room was to send and receive messages with other ships, with headquarters, planes, a variety of different sources. The operators that were working here would have received encrypted messages in Morse code. They would have then handed those off for decryption before those messages were sent to the commanding officer's attention. Equipment in this space would have been used to receive a variety of different types of messages. In a different room aboard the ship, called the Second Wireless Office, or today Radio 2, a high-frequency direction-finding unit would have been located. That was a very important piece of technology during the Second World War, when Allied ships would use HFDF to determine the location and bearing of a German submarine by detecting the high-frequency radio signal that those submarines would use to communicate with headquarters. In doing so, they could actively track and hunt those submarines. Speaking of fascinating and critically important radio technology, let's talk about headache. HMCS Haida had a headache office, which is where the headache equipment would be located. What was that? That was a top-secret program within the Allied forces that could receive and intercept German transmissions. So the headache team on HMCS Haida would have included German-speaking staff. That became critically important, especially at critical moments. HMCS Haida's crew in the headache office could intercept German transmissions. For example, the signal to prepare to fire torpedoes. HMCS Haida had a headache office. Not all Allied ships would have one. they were reserved for just those ships that were very likely to come into contact with German ships or close to the German-controlled coast of France. HMCS Haida's headache office no longer exists, but when it did, it was located just below the bridge and aft. Welcome to the mess decks. In spaces like these, up to 230 enlisted sailors would have lived, eaten, and in some cases worked while aboard HMCS Haida. Petty officers and chiefs had their own mess decks. In the space this size, up to 50 men would have been bunked at any one time. Meals would have been eaten here in the mess decks. The term mess specifically refers to the group that you eat with for food. The tables around me are where you would sit with your mess group, which is 8 to 10 other sailors, and you would have had 3 square meals a day prepared not far from us in the galley. Now those meals would have included as many fresh ingredients as possible in the first few days out of port, but as you go out closer to the 2-week mark, it would have been a lot more canned, preserved, and dried foods that would have made up part of your diet. Like clockwork, every sailor got their rum ration at 11:30 every day. In terms of accommodations, each sailor was provided with a hammock as part of their kit. Before going to sleep, they had to string up their hammock to sleep in, and when they got up in the morning, they had to lash it up and stow it to make space in the mess decks. The black bars that you see above me are where sailors would have hung their hammocks. Every sailor had about 18 inches widthwise of space to hang before running into his neighbor on either side. So people lived in very close quarters. As I mentioned before, the mess decks were also a workstation. When the ship was at action stations, these ammunition hoists behind me were used to haul munitions from the magazines below us all the way up to the gun mounts above. Sailors whose responsibility was to load would grab rounds, each of them weighing up to 67 pounds from the ammunition hoist before running it up an ammunition ramp physically again and again and again until action stations were canceled or until the firing mission was over. Much as in the Age of Sail, sailors were very much living right above their action stations. Officers, for their part, were given much cozier quarters with beds and their own dedicated galley. We are standing next to the main armament of HMCS Haida. These are 4-inch, high-angle, low-angle, quick-fire guns, located on the A mount of the ship. HMCS Haida would have had 4 such mounts during the Second World War. A and B mount were forward of the bridge. The original kit for the ship would have been twin 4.7-inch guns. However, the disadvantage of those guns is that they could only elevate to about 40 degrees. During the Second World War, innovations in bombing technology made it possible for bombers to come in and dive down on their target at up to 85 degrees of angle. So, a different type of gun system was needed. After the Second World War, these 4-inch guns replaced those 4.7-inch guns. The twin guns were operated independently. Each of the guns needed a crew of about 6 to load and operate the gun. The guns could each shoot about 12 rounds per minute, which is why it's called a quick-fire gun. While operating the gun, there was certainly risk for the sailors who were involved in operating it. It could be very loud, and often sailors did lose their hearing temporarily, and in some cases over the long term. A small light would come on in the gun mount to indicate to those sailors that the firing mission had ended because they had already completely lost their sense of hearing. These guns could hit targets at up to 15 kilometers away. As we wrap up our tour today here in HMCS Haida's wardroom, I want to thank you so much for your time and interest in this fascinating ship. Really, the history that we looked at today of HMCS Haida really only scratches the surface of the stories that we tell about the ship. HMCS Haida today stands as a tribute to the tenacity of the sailors who served in the Royal Canadian Navy and the sacrifice and courage of those who served as well as those who continue to serve. As a fascinating National Historic Site commemorating Canada's naval history, HMCS Haida is a place that has to be experienced in person. HMCS Haida National Historic Site is located in Hamilton, Ontario, and is open from Victoria Day weekend in May to Labor Day weekend in September. We would love to have you visit and can't wait to see you. Thank you so much.
My camera's gone. Hello, everybody. I am a disembodied voice. The disembodied voice of Bogsy. For some reason, the camera left. We're gonna go. Be right back. Oh. Conception, we may need to just make sure there's no echo because, of course, since I can hear myself, it could mean that you're picking up. No? Okay, great. Perfect. Incredible. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty getting my camera going. I have multiple things open at once, so we had to make sure the right one was feeding to the right thing. Conception has done an exceptional job at setting up a very, very complicated stream, so I'm going to give him all the patience in the entire world. Oh, look at that. If I sit forward, my light goes away. Okay. Anyway, Conception's going to fix the camera here while we get settled because I am here with Gabe Camozzi. Hi, Gabe.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, man, we're so excited. So you are the Visitor Experience Team Leader for the HMCS Haida Museum ship. Is that correct?
That's correct. In Hamilton, Ontario.
Hamilton, Ontario. For those of our viewers who are in the U.S., which one is Ontario?
It's about look at the middle and then look to the right. So we're actually just south of Toronto. If you're familiar with where we are, we're right on the Great Lake of Ontario, Lake Ontario. And yeah, once you start looking up Hamilton, you won't miss us. We're one of the attractions you can't miss in town here.
Sounds great. Well, let's go right into it. Again, chat, thank you. I know some of you have been here for 5.5 hours. We're very grateful to you guys for sticking with us throughout this entire presentation. We're going to be talking now about the Haida. You guys probably know the Haida very well from our game. And Gabe here is going to be talking to us a little bit about the museum ship, the history of the ship itself, and because I'm going to ask him about what part Haida played in the Normandy landings and the time prior. However, we need your help. We need you guys to throw some questions into chat that we can ask Gabe here after I ask my questions, because I get to go first. And then at the end, we're going to do some giveaways, and we're going to move on to a few other guests that we have. But for now, Gabe, let's talk Haida first. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so first, I just want to say again how thrilled I think both myself and the whole Parks team. Parks Canada is the organization that oversees HMCS Haida. I think right at the beginning of the video, I mentioned that we do that in close work with the Friends of HMCS Haida, which is a volunteer organization. So there are everyone from interpreters and students on site to the team that put together that video that you just watched to, historic staff and historian staff, and they all contributed to that. So just thrilled about that. I've been with HMCS Haida at Parks for about 2 years now. Background is as an interpreter at various different sites, and always had a passion for World War II history, and really working at the ship as a chance to watch that literally come alive around you. You know, to have conversations every day that you kind of pinch yourself when you go home. So like, I can't believe this is my job. And I think there's a few other folks on my team, maybe the whole team, that's lucky enough to say the same. So so that's me in a nutshell. And again, thanks for having us on.
Absolutely. And I know exactly the feeling, because I get to work on a video game about World War II ships, which it's not quite the same thing, but I frequently have to pinch myself and say, no, I'm not dreaming. This is actually my job.
Right on.
So thank you very much for telling us about yourself. I'm curious, again, when do you have like a super quick pitch when you meet someone on the street? You tell them you work on the Haida. They're like, "Oh, the Haida! Wow, that's like a ship or something like that." What's your pitch that you get them to come to the ship?
I think it's like the elevator pitch for the ship is it is unique. I think like our 30 seconds it's Canada's fightingest ship. And most of the time, then you've just got people scratching their head. What does fightingest mean? And in the video, I talked about it. It's kind of a hidden gem. So you kind of take people by surprise when you talk about it. But during the Second World War, Canada had a very important role to play on the seas. Both the merchant navy and the RCN played a critical role. And Haida was at the heart of a lot of the action, especially in the English Channel and the European theater, and then later on had a career throughout the Cold War and in the Korean War. So it's a hard. So I'm not really giving you a bite-sized portion here, but I think the thing that really connects with people is, when they go aboard, I think you got a chance to see in the video. You see the hammocks where the sailors would have slept. You get to go up to the A-mount guns, and when we have those active for special events, actually hearing the report of those guns, we usually have a pretty good crowd come out to see that. So there's some parts of the ship that I think are very top of mind for people, and other parts that you come to explore and discover. You learn about specific histories aboard the ship, certain personalities. There's always something new to learn. That's what keeps me engaged and interesting. It definitely has a fantastic set of things to learn, and it's always interesting.
Well, you transitioned us perfectly into my first question, which is about specifically the English Channel and what Haida was doing just prior to Normandy. Obviously, I'm gonna disclaimer this question with the folks in our chat know that our D-Day and our Normandy sort of event has started in World of Warships in the game itself, and I suspect that most people have no idea exactly how many ships were involved, not just in the actual execution of it, but in the sort of the surrounding process, which includes the lead up and the post. So let's talk a little bit about what Haida was doing prior to D-Day, because she was busy.
She was, and one of the I think one of my learnings was, when we think about the invasions, we think about thousands of troops on the beaches of Normandy. We think about, you know, massive movement of men and material to the beaches. But then I think you have to think like what made all that possible? And of course, there's so much organization. There was so much planning going back years at that point. But Haida was part of the movement towards protecting that invasion force from German enemy attacks. And what that involved was really kind of domination of the English Channel. So, you know, starting as early as January of 1944, there was the formation of something called the 10th Destroyer Flotilla.
Yes.
And I want to mention how excited I am that we are part of a stream that includes both HMS Belfast and ORP Błyskawica. And my apologies to those who can actually speak Polish,
That was
because
great.
I continue to butcher that name. The Canadian sailors couldn't pronounce it, so they called it bottle of whiskey, which is one of my favorite anecdotes whenever I hear those Błyskawica stories. But so eventually Błyskawica would join. The idea was this like a specialist night fighting group of destroyers that would really specialize in the use of new radar technologies, things like headache that would allow reception and interception of German transmissions, and really use that to come to dominate the English Channel. So during the day, you know, Allied Air Force it would be possible to to threaten German shipping, but at night, you know, there was still definitely threats from German destroyers, German trawlers, and things like that, and convoys. So the idea was let's take steps there to counter that. And with the success of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla, of which Haida was a part, you know, the invasion became possible. And I think that's a really interesting kind of thing. It's like the story behind the story.
And actually, folks in folks that play our game, if you just think back, even just a tiny bit, if you tried the operations already, the Normandy operation in the game, you will know that part of the operation is to basically assault the landing beaches, but that includes fighting off torpedo boats, fighting off German destroyers, and that's exactly what Haida and her sister ship Huron were doing prior. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there were a number of actions that Haida and Huron they worked very, very closely together. So April 26, 1944 was an example of that. So the 10th went out. It was with Black Prince, which was a cruiser, as well as a number of British and Canadian tribals. They engaged with and managed to destroy one of those torpedo boats, T-29. What's really interesting about night fighting is really just the challenge that these ships had in keeping station relative to each other. They couldn't see each other well.
Sure, yeah.
You know, you had star shell firing in the air in order to just illuminate the target, and even despite months of training, it was still a real challenge. So T-29 at one point was immobilized on some rocks. Haida, HMCS Haida, was firing with its main armament, which was 4.7-inch guns, and at the same time, HMCS Huron was also trying to hit T-29. There was kind of a crossfire, and to this day, when you come and visit Haida, there are still shell holes that were received at HMCS Haida. There was actually a number of casualties, just injuries, no permanent damage. It's highly suspected that it's all friendly fire. And that's actually, kind of a credit to the fact that those Allied ships were able to sink T-29 in those tough conditions. But there were a number of 20 millimeter shells that actually burst through, came into HMCS Haida. One of the casualties, this is a story we tell in the ship, one of the casualties was unfortunately the commanding officer's golf clubs, because one of the shells came through into the captain's day cabin, took off the head of some golf clubs that Commander Harry DeWolf really wanted to see put to use.
I think that would qualify as a bogey in the long run. Also, just because I have to insert jokes everywhere I possibly can, I am curious: is there a Canadian naval signal combination for sorry?
I wouldn't be surprised if we've got our own take on that.
I figured. Okay, that was just a joke. We're having a little fun here. We do a little joke making. So I want to move on to real quick how You mentioned right prior to D-Day what Haida was doing along with sister ship Huron. Give us a quick idea of what they were assigned to do during the landings themselves, and then we'll go to questions from chat.
Sounds great. So the on the day of, there's a great passage from the commanding officer's log. It's 100, 200 in the morning, and you have this note in his journal saying, he can see the gliders, the aircraft overhead on their way to take part in the largest seaboard invasion in history. So I think everyone aboard the ship, aboard Haida, was very aware of it. Now, it was not part of the invasion fleet. It wasn't part of the bombardment, group of ships that was involved in preparing the shores. Rather, it was on the western flank, so north of Ile-de-Batz, on the western side of of Normandy. And the idea there had basically, it was a very routine night for them on the 6th because of the extensive training they'd had. So really, they were on the lookout for German ships that were trying to come in and disrupt the invasion. And they didn't actually see action on the night of the 6th. On the night of the 9th, into the June 8th into 9th, however, that all changed. So the German Navy decided, we do have to take action here, and sent 3 very powerful destroyers as well as a torpedo boat. There's a number of different destroyers, one of those being Z-32, ZH-1 was another one, and Z-24, I might be wrong on that one. And it basically resulted in a massive night engagement. At one point, HMCS Haida and HMCS Huron chased Z-32 with the commander of that German task force aboard, chased it for 2.5 hours through the dark, trying to land a decisive blow. At one point, ships were involved in escaping through minefields. In the end, Haida was able to land a number of very decisive blows, Huron as well, and the commander of Z-32 decided it was safest to land the ship, to beach it, and it was forced ashore and out of the fight. And so that was one of 3 ships that was destroyed by HMCS Haida during that period just prior to and during D-Day. And really, it was there were only 2 German destroyers that were taken out of commission during that particular battle. It became known as the Battle of Ushant, but it was every ship was precious at that point. And so just the fact that 2 were taken out of the mix for the Germans really meant that the invasion was that much more safe and could continue unhindered. So it's an important part of the ship's history. Haida, and for Huron and for Błyskawica that was involved in that battle.
I have to say, because my boss is Polish, that you have an excellent pronunciation of Błyskawica. That's not a joke. There are Polish people in the chat too. They will agree. It's pretty good.
I have my mission is so we do actually receive the Polish consulate at HMCS Haida because the 2 ships became sistered. They're sister ships since 2006, and so a colleague of mine today recommended that I definitely mention that connection because it's a really wonderful connection to the past, but also ORP Błyskawica is the ship to see in Gdynia and really represents that World War II history so well.
Well, if you ever want to gift the Polish consulate something that he'll really appreciate, just bring a gift basket of vowels because they don't have a whole lot of vowels. A lot of consonants, not a lot of vowels. That's a little joke. Okay, we got some great questions from chat, and some of them seem like they could be very long answers. So I will unfairly ask you, in the interest of time, to briefly answer these 4 questions. Okay,
please.
So thank you, by the way, chat, for donating these questions. First question, Gabe, please, can you give us an idea of how long it took to restore and place Haida onto display, and how much maintenance does it require?
Great question. So actually, I mentioned the Friends of HMCS Haida at the beginning of our chat, and I think also in the video, and they were instrumental in kind of the maintenance of the ship, in overseeing the ship during its time in Toronto. So the ship was decommissioned in 1963. The Royal Canadian Navy certainly was aware of the ship's preeminence, but the standard operating procedure for ships at the end of their career is to decommission them and scrap them. So there was a group of folks in Toronto mainly who raised money. The story goes they remortgaged their houses, sometimes without the awareness of their partners. So they really went all in, and they had the ship towed to a pier in Toronto. Eventually, that would move to Ontario Place. So over time, that is to say, the Friends of HMCS Haida were very involved in the maintenance of the ship. In terms of nowadays, that work is undertaken by Parks Canada staff, and we work with a variety of different technical experts. But we also frequently go back to the Friends of HMCS Haida, of whom there are. Within whom there are technical experts, gunnery experts, historians. Many of them are veterans, RCN veterans. Some of them actually, one or two actually served aboard HMCS Haida in the 50s. So
wow.
that is a conversation unlike any other, and is so cool. But in terms of kind of answering the second part of the question, how long did it take? So the ship certainly underwent regular maintenance when it was at Ontario Place in Toronto. To come to Hamilton, there's an interesting story where a handshake deal was done between one of the sitting MPs for the Hamilton area, Minister of Parliament, I should say, and the ship was brought to Hamilton for $1. It goes the story, and then at that point, it was it was expected that the ship had to be towed, and then underwent a few $1 million of work to bring it up to speed, correct issues with the hull, and prepare it to open to the public in 2004 in Hamilton. So it's had quite a ride. It's been 60 years as a museum ship and 20 years in service, and definitely a lot of work, and continues to go into to maintaining it and keeping it safe to visit.
Excellent. Next question is going to be, what are the main differences between the Canadian tribals and the UK ones?
This is an excellent question, and I am going to do my best. So I have had, again, going back to the Friends of Haida, it's often through them that I learn exactly the kind of nuanced history of the ship. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's written down somewhere, but I think it's really important to acknowledge, that wisdom has been shared very willingly from the Friends of Haida to the park staff. But the among the differences is I know that, for example, HMCS Haida was prepared in looking at HMCS Iroquois, which was the first Canadian tribal class destroyer that came off the assembly line. Iroquois had a number of I wouldn't call them deficiencies, but they were, certainly parts of the hull that were not up to snuff. So certain parts of the construction. The other part of that is, of course, all of this is being done with, with war rationed steel. So not always the best quality of materials. So Haida was kind of, it did see an improvement in terms of its initial, the way it was initially built because of the experience with those earlier versions, those earlier drafts, I suppose you could say. One of the improvements that Canadian tribals had was the interior spaces. The mess deck in particular was more insulated. There was radiant heat that was in there, and part of that was because the intention was to keep the Canadian tribals, as coastal defense vessels after the war. There's always this kind of wish that once the country made it through the Second World War, there'll still be a mission for these tribals after the fact, which ended up being the case. So warmer below decks in the mess decks. Still very, very cold on the decks, as you can imagine, during missions to the Arctic. The other one that I find really interesting, and I believe is a difference between RN and RCN versions of the tribals, the torpedo mounts were motorized. So on the Canadian version. So this was a special requirement the Canadians had. We don't want to hand crank these things. So when this quad mount was brought from parallel to the deck to 90 degrees, either port or starboard, to fire torpedoes, there was actually a motor assist on the Canadian versions, and I do not believe that was the case for the RN vessels as well.
That's very interesting. I feel like that would be a pretty critical difference given the time, or depending on the situation. Okay, last question.
I'm not sure how much of. Sorry, go ahead. Absolutely.
Oh, no. By all means, say what you're going to say.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure if there's a gameplay difference between, a Canadian tribal and an RN one, but knowing the level of detail you folks put in, I wouldn't be surprised if there is.
I'm very embarrassed, but I actually don't think we have any UK tribals in the game. I think it's only Canadian ones. Chat, help me out. It's been a minute since I've checked those, but I think there are 3, and I think they're all Commonwealth in our game. Anyway, and yes, by the way, folks, you have noted in chat that Gabe has a little flicker to his camera, and yes, that is just because it is difficult to port somebody in from across the world. So thank you for your patience. It's not Gabe's fault. Cossack! People have mentioned the HMS Cossack. I knew there was a third, and yes, that is part of the UK fleet in World of Warships. So excellent. Okay. Last question, and then we're going to Mr. Conception. Should we maybe start a giveaway for Haida now? He said during the next video. That's fine. Okay, so we'll get back to that in a minute. Last question for Gabe. How many more of these hidden gem ships that are maybe not as well known, but awesome nonetheless, do you think are still around that visitors can visit?
Oh, great question. You've given me an amazing pulpit here to talk about some amazing museum ships, and they're really all incredible. I will say, as a proud Canadian, there are a few Canadian attractions that I could definitely point out. Now, one of them is close to us here. It's HMCS Ojibwa, which is a submarine that served in the RCN, not exactly during Haida's time frame, but nevertheless, apparently a fantastic place to visit. That is in Port Burwell, which is also in Ontario.
Okay.
So that one's easy enough to find. The other one, probably a bit more renowned, and forgive me because I should know whether or not this is in the game. So HMCS Sackville, which is a corvette.
Corvettes are not in our game. They're a little too small.
Okay.
But,
okay.
Sackville is well known to a lot of our players, especially the Canadian ones.
So HMCS Sackville has a that is an amazing ship.
Cool.
Again, not on the same scale as Haida. Obviously, it's a different mission, but that's berthed in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So again, looking at Canada, all the way on the right, on the East Coast, and visiting Halifax is always a treat too. So I have to highlight that. And then just because they're good neighbors to us is the Buffalo Naval Park. If anyone is ever visiting the area and is interested in a real treat as far as museum ships go, USS Little Rock is there. USS the Sullivans.
Yep.
The Sullivans being a Fletcher class destroyer. I haven't actually had a chance to go. I'm embarrassed to say, but it is on my list, and I can't wait to see that because the Fletcher class and the tribal class both share some characteristics and certainly a period. So anyone who gets the chance to visit those is in really good hands.
Excellent. And then last thing before we say goodbye is just how should people who want to come visit the Haida go about doing that?
We have most of the information that you'll need is online at if you just type in HMCS Haida National Historic Site. The Parks Canada website will come up, and I should also flag, we've got a few special events coming up. This is, I've got to say again, thank you again for being our really what we've been driving for. I think that's made D-Day even more special for HMCS Haida and the whole team there. So we have a whole suite of events next week, Thursday through Sunday. So special tours. We're going to be putting the original ship's pennant number, so it'll be G63 again for the special event. And we've got a number of other things, reenactors on site, that's really going to make the event happen. So I would just recommend folks come and take a look online for the information there. And we are open until the end of August. Well, September 1st is our last day of that we're open, Wednesday through Sunday. And then after that, we're open on weekends in September.
Okay. Excellent. You got that, chat? Great. Gabe, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for bringing your knowledge and your documentary on the Haida to us and sharing it with us.
It's such a pleasure. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
We will. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. You take care. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, chat. It's just us now. How you doing? We so seldom talk anymore. It's really a shame. Well, that was HMCS Haida. Thank you so much, Gabe, for joining us and teaching us a little bit about the history of the Haida and how it's doing these days. I need to go see more museum ships. Like I'm knocking them off the list pretty quick, but I haven't been up to Canada or really like or central U.S. I know there's some up by the lakes. There's up some in New York. I need to do that myself. So definitely check out the HMCS Haida if you are up in that area. I think we need to give away a Haida. I give away 2? Chat, this is incredible. Pick a keyword. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you guys, I want you guys to know that you did something incredible, which was somebody answered my question in chat with the word Cossack, which was correct. And then the rest of you, in true mob fashion, decided to start spamming that word, assuming it was the keyword for a giveaway, and you were all wrong. But I love the effort. A+ for effort to all of you. So, no, the keyword will not be Cossack. It will not be that. The keyword will be, oh gosh. Any suggestions? Conception is burned the heck out. Almost said a bad word. RCN. RCN. That's one word. RCN stands for Royal Canadian Navy. RCN. Put it in chat right now. You will get an opportunity to win one of 2 HMCS Haidas. That's kind of a big deal, you guys, because guess what? The Haida you can't get anymore. You can only get it through Santa crates or other special things. Probably super containers too, but we don't sell it anymore because it's really good. Okay. Look at that chat go. That's amazing. This is so crazy. Like, I have nothing to do but just talk to chat. All I want to do is talk forever. We're not going to do that, though. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to our next feature, which is going to be Frog Fathers. Now, some of you may have heard Prince Blip and El Fructini speaking earlier about Frog Fathers. It's a really, really cool documentary. It is 1 hour long. It is a bit long. However, it was just premiered up in New York not too long ago. We sent some of our staff members out to actually go attend the premiere of it because it's absolutely extraordinary. So get yourself something to drink. Get yourself a water. It's hot here in Texas. We need some water. We're going to get ourselves some. Get yourself something to eat. Get yourself the restroom. I don't know how else to say that. Because this one's going to be good and you don't want to miss it. So go now. We're going to, in just a few minutes, we'll pull the winners of the Haidas. So please do be watching. Conception will be doling those out. Other than that, stick with us because after Frog Fathers, we're going to be speaking with Jim Ritterhoff and Jim Papineau. I hope I said that right. About specifically the documentary Frog Fathers. I'm very excited having a film production background myself. I obviously very excited to hear about these guys who have blended 2 of my favorite things, which is film and war history. So stick around, watch it. We'll see you back in about 1 hour to interview those fellas from Frog Fathers. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking with us. I know many of you have been here for hours, but I hope that those of you got to see this absolutely incredible documentary. This is my first time seeing it myself. So it is my pleasure to introduce Jim Ritterhoff and Jim Papineau, hereafter known as Pappy and Hoff, so that we so we can keep these guys straight. Gentlemen, first, Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Second, this was an absolutely astounding documentary. I'm so glad that the company I work for got to be a part of this. I am really bummed out that I missed the premiere the other day. I heard some of my coworkers got to go. I believe it would have been a very powerful thing to experience in person like that. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about. First off, I'm going to remind the chat. We need some questions from you guys for these guys. If you would please put them in the chat. And our producer Conception is going to catalog a couple that he thinks are good. We're going to ask them of these fellas. Obviously, no trolling. Please be respectful. This is serious stuff. Okay. Gentlemen, so I've never seen anything quite like this. I mean this with all due respect to the content of the world, but there's just a dearth of, World War II content out there because it's one of the defining events of our species, but I have never seen anything quite like this. So I want to first just ask you guys, how did this project, what was the genesis of this project? Who had the idea? How come? How did it come to fruition?
Yeah, well, I guess I'll take that one, Jim. Pappy. So we had been very fortunate at Force Blue. I'm the executive director of Force Blue to have worked with World of Warships last year on a project. I got to know Arnaud Drocourt very well, became fast friends with him. And we were just talking one day, and he mentioned, doing something for D-Day, which was kind of coincidental because I had just gone to Normandy last year for my 60th birthday, what would have been my father's 100th birthday. He actually landed at Utah Beach, not on D-Day, but 3 days later. And he had never gone back. So I had just come home from Normandy when Arnaud said, I think we might want to do something with Force Blue for D-Day. And coincidentally, the UDT SEAL Museum in Fort Pierce, that's featured very prominently in the film, was, as the film lays out, in the process of building this memorial park for the NCDUs and Scouts and Raiders. That's how we heard about their story and thought, what, this would go really well with the the monument, the park that's being built, to actually make a documentary about the NCDUs. And that's really how it came to fruition. I have to pause here and just thank right off the top the film's director, editor, and cinematographer, all one guy, triple threat, Bob Whitney, who's watching this from Brooklyn.
Well done, Bob.
And just to thank him and tell him, every time I watch it, I get choked up, and it is just a real labor of love, and Bob delivered it for us. So, so that was the genesis.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I suppose my next question is going to be then, there was a very poignant statement made at some point during the film, I don't remember exactly where, that highlighted the importance of, I suppose, acknowledging the difference in preparation of these guys that you were studying and essentially the special forces of now. Obviously, the documentary started talking about Navy SEALs and special forces in general. And if I can just ask you guys what your takeaway was in terms of how these fellows that are essentially about to storm the beaches of Normandy were set up for success or failure versus how folks in the special forces these days are. I hope that's not too complicated of a question.
Pappy?
Let me touch on that for 1 second, because it's almost a two-part answer, if you will. First, I want to follow up with what Jim shared, and that's the idea of where it came from and how the story was told. I think that's really kind of the brilliance of both, Jim and Bob, the way that he brought it to life. But I think from a retired SEAL, I came in 1978. I had about 23 years.
Hey, Pappy, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. We're having a hard time hearing you. Is there any way you can get a little bit closer to your mic? Because we pushed your volume up about as high as it can go.
I'll make this any better.
That's a little bit better.
That good?
That's a little better, yeah. What do you think, Conception? It is improved. Okay, sorry about that.
Test 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, let me. I'll also talk a little louder.
There we go. A little extra power in the voice helps a bit.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we'll do that. Yeah, I want to share, just an idea that when I was approached by Gonzo and Jim about the project itself and trying to understand, what the purpose behind it was and that sort of thing, I will tell you that the idea, I think the only reason that the four of us, the 4 retired SEALs team guys, all agreed to do it was because the story's not about us. I think that comes across, loud and clear. The story really is about how do we honor and reflect and remember, those guys that served. And so when I was approached on it, there are way too many books and movies and shows and that sort of thing. But this was a different perspective. This was to really take a moment and look at what we learned along, with the viewers at the same time, and then share our military experiences as we all learned together. And I think that's why we all agreed to do this story. And I think that one of the things that we thought about when we did it, and, as far as, why did it matter, was it allowed us to take a different storytelling approach to obviously a very significant event that, quite honestly, I think unless you're a historian or that there's a generation and there's just folks that they're not that attuned to what happened. And I think this became a way to really share from our experience what we learned, why this mattered so much. And you heard in there what's the difference in as far as gearing and equipping and moving in. And the piece to it is, we do, and you heard in the story, we've got some of the best gear and equipment the teams do today. And
yeah.
What took place back then is it's not so much understanding the mission and what was in front of them when they went in, but they were basically bringing just the TTP, what we call the tactics, techniques, and procedures, together with equipment that didn't exist, and just trying to modify and build it for an event that was going to happen that they weren't quite clear on what that was all about. And all of that, and to some degree, the best equipment, great intelligence. It's wonderful when it works, when you have it. Most of the time, the intel is, here and miss at times. Equipment works. Sometimes it doesn't. But you heard them talk about in the documentary about the anticipation of the event. And I think that is a key piece that I would like to, highlight based off of the question you asked. Gear, equipment, training, TTP, that's great. And that's what we rely on. We, when things change, we reboot. But the reality is understanding the anticipation of the moment and being prepared for it based off the guys you're with. I think that's what they had. They were ready to move in and execute on. It's what we've in the past, kind of is that teamwork side of it. So, there's a lot there to say. It's a long answer to your question, but it isn't just the gear. I think it's a summation of all that.
Right. Well, thank you for the answer. We've got some great questions from chat. So if it's all right with you fellas, I'm going to go ahead and move to some of those. First one is going to be, what was the most interesting or surprising thing you learned while making the documentary?
Yeah, I'll take that first. I think what surprised me, there was constant surprise. I mean, it was, to Pappy's credit and Gonzo and Corey and Ricky, those guys came to this project with their hearts, and they took what we asked them to do and just hit it out of the park, I think. And it was, every day was a revelation of something. But I think what was, from a historical standpoint, looking back, and it's said a few times in the film, is how little these NCDUs knew of what they were getting into.
Yeah.
There was no naval special warfare tradition. They were starting it, right? So they didn't have, and as Pappy can tell you, or Corey, any of our guys, that esprit de corps is really important and can get you through, some tough times, knowing, people that were your predecessors that did it. These guys didn't have that, they just, whatever, was it a extra, was it extra pay, was it a hazardous duty pay that they got, or whatever made them volunteer to do this? It wasn't because there was this long storied tradition of naval special warfare. And when you put it into that, you start to understand that, it becomes even more amazing. As Jim, I think, or as Pappy said so well in the film, I mean, too, these guys, their job was to operate in the kill zone.
Right.
They didn't get to go to the seawall, and they had to stay right where all hell was breaking loose, right? And they did it, and they did it without this sort of sense of, again, I go back to the esprit de corps, the history, the knowing that they were special operations veterans or special operations soldier or seamen, but they did it anyway. And it just, when you really think about that, it's like, where does that come from in a 17, 18-year-old?
Yeah.
And we need to remember, as again, as Pappy says so eloquently, this is not a story that needs, time will relegate it to the, it'll be Gettysburg or Bunker Hill, or, it'll history will do that itself. But we need to not let these guys go. And I think that's a long way of saying I learned an awful lot, and a lot surprised me, but the sheer heroism of that generation just blows me away. So, and I don't know, Pappy, if there's something else that surprised you.
Yeah. Well, I want to follow on that. I think from my perspective, now as a retired team guy, I think one of the really remarkable things is going back to what you said. They actually operated in the kill zone. And the kill zone is oftentimes, it's the deliberate place that you got to get through, or it becomes, the target itself, or it becomes something that, quite frankly, enemy gets a taste, and all of a sudden you're in a situation you don't know. That's the kill zone. And generally, we are taught to, break contact, move forward, move back, regress, reposition, whatever it is. Their mission was in the kill zone. And, we touch on that in the documentary, but from an operational perspective, the reality that they did not understand the difference. So I can talk about, the difference between, when we plan a mission and time on target and the target objectives and all these sort of things. But the reality is from the time they crossed that channel until the time that, that gate opened, they moved forward. That lights on, they're moving forward at that point. But their mission was not to get to the berm. Their mission was to operate in an area that they didn't quite understand. And then when we started learning about the details of what that meant, they were there to clear obstacles, to blow obstacles. They had rehearsed it at Fort Pierce, and the way that they did it, they developed, a demo charge, and then they ran a trunk line, and there was going to be, this choreographed, go ahead and take out X number of obstacles in one shot, and each one of the gaps. But when they turn around, look back, and they see the landing forces, hiding behind the obstacles that they're supposed to clear, doesn't matter what training they had. They're now looking back toward the sea, ready to crank, and what they see is they see Army soldiers, naval personnel.
I gotta just jump in for a second to say that when the documentary got to that part, it suddenly occurred to me that the cosmic weight that gets put on these guys just doubled. Like, already there's this massive burden of responsibility and of risk on these 17, 18-year-old men who are doing something, as I think Hoff mentioned, this is uncharted territory. There's no precedent for this. This is, in terms of what you can draw on, this is the first guy to put a machine gun on an airplane and go, I think I've got something here. Like, this is brand new. But then, against all these odds, they get their job done, they plant these charges, and they look back, and the guys who are their team, their buddies, are completely prohibiting them getting their job done. After all that, then suddenly they're faced with this, I would argue, an existential crisis, which is, okay, well, what happened? My job, impossibly difficult to do, is now impeded by the very guys that I'm trying to make the hole for. What do I do? What is my obligation here? Is my obligation to the mission, or is my obligation to that's oh God, it's so big I don't even know exactly to say it, but that to my fellow man, to my countryman, to my buddy, like, oh.
Well, you pull the threads to what you just said, and you know, 2 of the 4 men that we each were assigned, you know, 2 of them were killed because of that flex, because of that change. You know, they turned around now. It was no longer a trunk line run into, you know, 5, 6, 7 obstacles. It was individual charges, individual detonations. And that's how we lost 2 of the 4 guys that we talked about in the documentary.
Right.
But anyway, going back to your question, that was the piece, that ability to very quickly make the change. It's what the teams do. It's what we know. It's what we basically train, and it just happens. It's when it doesn't go as planned, yeah, you reboot on the fly, you do it. But these guys came in without no background, really, and understanding of what that meant, as I can talk about it, and they did it. They inherently did it. And I think that's one of the things that just amazed me, was the tactical flexibility that they demonstrated on that day, with relatively short training and not a heritage, you know, to really fall back
on. Well, chat's been very active, as you can imagine. So, next question. Not a question, more a statement. As a medically retired EOD operator from the RCAF, I really appreciate all this work. I just wanted to say thank you to these gentlemen. Following that.
Congratulations to that retirement.
Yeah.
Following up, as a Marine turning 80 this year, I learned from Marines and sailors who fought in World War II. My only question is, what are you guys doing next? Semper Fi.
Well, you know, it's touched on a little bit in the film, but, you know, we belong to a nonprofit organization called Force Blue that retrains and redeploys individuals like Pappy, who are trained combat divers in all branches of the military, not just the SEAL community, but to do marine conservation work, right? So that's what we really do, right? This was a very special occasion. Again, World of Warships approached us. They know we do a lot of film work. So, but we have, we launched, I'm really excited about, we launched something called our Tour of Duty, which is a project where we're going to be going to all 15 of the National Marine Sanctuaries in the United States and performing marine conservation work there with scientists to kind of raise the profile and awareness. Because you can imagine, you know, Navy SEALs, Recon Marines, Air Force PJs are a very different, have a very different microphone when it comes to conservation. So we're hoping we're gonna do some good. And really, it's just a way for guys like Pappy to continue to serve, you know, in a way that maybe now they can talk about, you know, and they can share with their families, and they can be doing good again. So we're always busy. I always have to plug, we are a nonprofit. So if anybody out there believes in our mission and wants to support it, we would welcome that. You can visit our website. It's just forceblueteam.org.
Forceblueteam.org, folks. If you are interested in Force Blue, what they do, what they've done, what they're going to do, there it is. Gentlemen.
And follow up on what
yes, please, Pappy. I'm so sorry.
So a little different perspective on there. You know, my tenure with Force Blue is relatively new, and I can't, you know, thank Force Blue enough, World of Warships, you know, for the opportunity to do, you know, the documentary that we did. But after seeing it, we all saw it, by the way, together for the first time in New York. You know, we had no idea, you know, how it was going to turn out, what the storyline would be, and how it. But after seeing it, I think the 4 of us, the 4 brothers here that, you know, had this great opportunity to do it, we all kind of felt the same way, that there's a almost an inherent responsibility at this point, because none of us understood our history, our heritage, even though we had full careers. You know, we had full, you know, 20+ year careers. Going back to World War II and what the NCDUs did, and, you know, we had vague little snapshots and sound bites of it. after seeing the documentary and after seeing the way it resonates and the way that the story comes across, I personally, having served on the Navy SEAL Foundation board and number of other veteran organizations, nonprofit boards after retirement, I think there's an inherent responsibility for us to try to figure out and work with our community, our former community, NSW, and also the Navy SEAL Foundation to try to figure out, is there a place for this story to be told to the young guys coming through? I don't know when that would be. I don't know at what point of the training. I was the first phase instructor in BUDS for a couple of years. I would leave that up to the leadership if in fact they decide that this documentary is worthy to, but there's a real story here that I think, had I known about it, Gonzo felt the same way, Corey did, Ricky did. It changes your career path from the perspective of understanding who we're following behind and who we're honoring and that sort of thing. That's what I want to do next, is to see that somehow this gets institutionalized someplace, somewhere with the young guys coming up. And I want to say, not the young guys, to this point, NSW is a male, female community, and I think it resonates with all of us, all of them. And I think that that's a critical piece of where we go from here.
It sounds like a remarkable way to find some meaning for your actions that does a lot of real good work for the world. So I say that mainly just because I feel like a lot of people these days are finding a difficult time finding meaningful things to do with themselves and meaningful things to apply themselves towards. So it's great to hear you describe it in that way. Folks in chat, forceblueteam.org, NavySealMuseum.org. Go check these things out. Seems like it makes a huge difference. So, gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure. I'm so pleased and honored that I get to interview you guys, and I can't tell you how impressed I was by that documentary. So, thank you both. Looking forward to the next time all of our paths cross, not just mine with yours, but also World of Warships, Force Blue, and Museum, obviously. So,
thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
My
Appreciate the
pleasure.
opportunity.
An
Bye, guys.
honor. Bye-bye.
Oh man, chat. Normally, I am a flippant, glib, humor infused individual, but sorry, I didn't actually get to see it at the premiere, so this was the first time I got to see it, and it was so good that I don't want to be. I don't want to be silly and funny and shit because it's so serious, and I enjoyed it so much. Okay. Well, Conception, remind me. We need to do some giveaways now, right? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. Thank you all for sticking around for the interview. I hope you enjoyed that documentary as much as I did. We're going to have some giveaways during the next video. The next video is going to be on LST-325. This is one of the landing ship tanks, as in landing craft tank. I want to get that mixed up. That helped deliver armor to the beaches. So that is going to be followed up by a new host by Brooklyn82, our Portuguese speaking Brazilian community manager here at World of Warships. So we got a couple cool things available for giveaways during the next video. The next video is about 25 minutes long. It has the Chieftain in it, believe it or not. I was hoping I would get to go and help film this documentary with Chieftain, but it didn't work out. There wasn't time for me to go, so Chieftain took this one. Gosh. Sorry. Really, we got to get moving on to the next one, but I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for being respectful to our guests. These are folks who have done incredible work, so it really means a lot to me personally that you guys stuck around. You were respectful, you were kind, you asked good questions, really, really good questions from the chat. So thank you. I hope that even if the drops brought you here, I hope that the content has kept you here. So yes, Chieftain from what? I saw a question. Chieftain from World of Tanks. He works for Wargaming, so we stole him for a little bit. So that being said, We're going to go to the LST-325 video here next. I hope you guys enjoy it. I appreciate you sticking around and being a great audience. Looking forward to seeing you guys soon. Stick around for the giveaways. Conception will be dropping things in chat, so please pay attention to chat as well. And anything else, Conception, before I sign off? Talk about what we're going to give away. Oh, okay, fine. So, according to my sheet here, and Conception's going to yell at me if I get this wrong. According to my sheet here, I have 2 subs available. These are specifically, which ones are they? Looking at my prize sheet, these are subscriptions to Magellan TV's annual subscription. It's not actually submarines. That's why I should read them a little more carefully. We have 3 books. This is the USNI USS Texas book, which is really, really, really cool. A little clarification, there are a few places where we cannot ship physical items. It is not available for those in Quebec, Russia, Africa, or China. I'm sorry about that. So if you are from that location, we will not be able to ship it to you. We will have to go to somebody else. After that, we will have 2 USS Texas's Texai, that's it. 2 USS Texas to give away, Tier 5 Premium. A lot of really cool camos for that. And it's D-Day themed because it was a D-Day, shooting stuff at the D-Day, sure. Sorry, I'm getting jumpy again. We have 1 Haida remaining, I believe. It's a rare ship. Haida will give away one of those during the video as well. And I think last but not least... No, wait, that is it. That was it. Okay, thank you. And Distant Voyage containers. We have 8, I think, at least a couple. 8 of them. We have 8 Distant Voyage containers, which have some pretty cool premium, permanent camos available for you guys to earn. So pay attention to the chat. Conception is going to be running some giveaways in the chat. A lot of things for you guys to get, including some really cool things like those books, those USS Texas books, and the year subscription to Magellan TV, which has a lot of really cool history stuff available on it. I really like those myself. So that's it. That's it from me. I will see you guys later. Thank you again for hanging out. I had a great time. I hope you did as well. There is more left. Don't forget, coming up with Brooklyn 82, there's going to be the USS Texas following the LST-325, which is coming up next, and then part 2 of the Normandy video documentary. God, I'm sorry. Part 2 of the Normandy documentary. So that's it. Good luck out there, everybody. Don't forget to check out the new D-Day operations that are going on right now in World of Warships. They are a lot of fun, and they can be played multiple times because you can actually complete more and more objectives in them. So go have fun. I know I'm gonna. See you guys later.
Greetings all, I'm Nicholas Warren, aka the Chieftain. It's been a while since I've been on a World of Warships video. You may know me from previous hits like Naval Fortresses or There Should Be No Subs in World of Warships. Yeah, that aged well. However, I'm back. They've decided to give me another chance, and I'm in Evansville, Indiana. Now, some of you may be wondering, well, where is Evansville, Indiana? And well, if you look on the map, it's kind of where Kentucky meets Illinois meets Indiana. And then some of you are then going, well, hang on a second, if I remember my American geography correctly, that is nowhere near the seas. And you're right, it is nowhere near the seas. Why are we here? Well, the US is fortunate to have preserved a couple of Normandy veteran campaign vessels. And one of them is here. Evansville was the site of the largest facility to manufacture a particular type of ship, absolutely necessary for the landing in Europe. And that ship is LST-325. The landing ship tank was developed for a specific purpose in mind. Kind of like, shall we say, the route of the Gator Navy, as they call it today. The idea was actually developed by the British. They had the Maracaibo tankers, and they basically took one of these shallow draft vessels, cut a hole in the front, made a bow ramp, and used that to land vehicles. But how do you get from a Maracaibo to an LST?
All right, so why the LST exists and how it fits in the larger flotilla of amphibious craft that was made in World War II. So the United States Navy made a variety of craft used for the amphibious forces. For instance, you had your LCIs, which are landing craft infantry, and you had your LCTs, landing craft tanks. You also even had your LCMs, landing craft mediums, and your LCVPs, landing craft vehicle personnel, also known by the nickname Higgins boats, which you might have heard that before. But the reason why there's a variety of different craft is because they were used for a variety of different purposes or used for specialized in different areas. So for instance, LCI is your landing craft infantry. This thing could hold between 300 or even 400 infantry troops, and it was designed that way so they could come on easy and come off easy. And your LCTs, landing craft tank, they were designed to carry tanks, usually 4 to 6 tanks, varying on the size of the tank. In your LCVP, your landing craft vehicle personnel, this could carry troops. This could carry a small vehicle like a Willys Jeep, was very common. And you can even supply cargo on there as well. So the main purpose, I guess, for the LST landing ship tank is it can do it all. We can even transport LCTs on an LST, and we also transported LCVPs on an LST. So it kind of wraps up the whole idea of the amphibious forces and just get it all directly onto the shore as quick as possible. So the design process of the LST actually started after World War I by none other than Winston Churchill himself. So Winston Churchill, he was in charge of a lot of different landing operations during World War I, including the invasion of Gallipoli was mainly his idea, which, if you know your history, didn't turn out too well for those guys back then for a variety of different reasons. But one of the main reasons was they didn't have a ship that was designed directly to go right up onto the beach to get all of their important supplies and equipment and vehicles. So after World War I, he thought it would be a good idea to basically cut out the middleman and stop relying on smaller craft and develop a massive ship that was capable of carrying a variety of different equipment and supplies directly onto the beach. And the United States and Great Britain were talking back and forth at the time on a variety of different ideas, and John C. Niedermeyer was appointed by U.S. Navy Bureau ships to design what we know today as the LST. And he incorporated both the bow door and the ramp, and he also used the key feature behind the LST, the ballast tanks. And the ballast tanks are these big, massive water tanks that are underneath the LST in a place called the bilge, which is the very bottom of the ship. And they are these big, massive water tanks that you can fill up and you can lower the LST so it doesn't toss around so much because she is a flat bottom ship. She has a tendency to do that. Then also you can empty them so whenever the LST is getting close to the shore, she can get even a little bit further inland if you really needed to.
This, of course, is the whole focal point and purpose of the operation. The ramp comes down and everything behind me, 2 rows of 10 Shermans, everything above me up to 30 CCKW trucks and whatever else is coming off this ship, comes through this gap, down the ramp and onto shore. Now, how does all this get set up? Well, the US Navy were nice enough to make a training film. It's about 30 minutes long and you can find it on YouTube. Or we can go the short way and just ask some of the staff.
All right, so the procedure for landing an LST, the first step that you always did was you dropped your ship's anchor, and you usually drop it about 2 to 3 ship lengths away, about 1,000 feet out. And we'll explain that here in just a little bit. But also the second thing that you did was you started to open up the bow doors on either side, which that would have been taken care of in the bow door and ramp control room. And then once that was ready and they were starting to open up, while that was going on, you also had all of your tanks start to get loaded up. So they would have remove all of the fastenings and everything that they originally had them all tied down with. And the crew would go ahead and start getting inside, getting all the tanks prepared, and then start turning on the ventilations, and then start turning on the tanks. And then as you're getting a lot closer, those doors are open up now, and your ramp starts going down in the middle. And then as soon as you hit that beach and that ramp is down, you started immediately heading those tanks right out through the bow doors and through the ramp. And that was also done with the control room because they also had a traffic light that they used to direct the traffic for the 2 rows of Sherman tanks. All right, so once you have delivered all of your tanks, all of your trucks, and all of your fresh troops right onto the shore, and you bring back wounded soldiers that would oftentimes be stored right here in tank deck, or sometimes even in troop or even crew berthing if you need the extra space, then you need to worry about getting the LST off the shore. So the first thing that you did was you start with that anchor we were talking about earlier, and that we dropped a lot further back. There's a huge anchor winch that pulls the LST towards the anchor, kind of like a fishing reel going backwards. And as it's starting to go out, then the ballast tanks are also emptied, and that helps raise the LST up off the beach. And as you're starting to come back, the doors start to close with the ramp also coming up, which is secured by these yellow things called turnbuckles up here in the opening.
Remember, LSTs are not exactly small craft. She was built for transoceanic crossings. 2/3 of those built served in the Pacific Theater. Operation Torch, the LSTs left the United States and went straight to the beaches in North Africa. She's 328 foot long, 50 foot wide, and displaces 1,400 ton. Of course, the vehicles are going to be found on 2 decks on the ship. Well, we already saw downstairs the ramp, but how do you get the ones down from up top?
So I'm staying on top of the elevator vehicle lifts, and this is what you'd use to transport one 2.5, or as they're also referred to as 2.5 ton truck. Now this took 6 minutes per truck. As you can imagine, that was a lot of time that they spent up here because you could fit over 30 trucks up here at one time. So that's at least 2 hours, if not even more. But how this thing works is back over here, you can see the winch towards the front or the bow of the ship. The winch has cables that go on these yellow wheels you can see on either side. And then the lift goes down below into what we call tank deck, because we held more than just trucks on here. We also held 20 Sherman tanks, and everything goes out through the bow doors and ramp that we saw earlier. So besides the iconic bow doors and ramp, which we've seen earlier, the main key feature to the LST success was the ballast tanks. And the ballast tanks are all the way down on the bottom of the ship. And they are massive water tanks that you can fill up with water, and you can lower the LST so it doesn't toss around so much. And you could also empty them so you can raise up the LST so it can go gently onto the shore and even a little bit further in if you really needed to. And something else about that is you can manually fill and undo the tanks. So you can fill up the tanks, you can empty the tanks at will if you would like, and you could manually tilt the LST if you needed to, and that's how we got things like LCTs off of our main deck right up here. But what we're looking at over here is our propellers. So we have 2 propellers, one for each engine. We have 2 V12 General Motors electromotive diesel engines, and these propellers are actually from a sister LST that was getting scrapped, and we brought these up here so our guests can have a chance to see what they look like, because ours are still attached in the back for obvious reasons. But they're made out of bronze. That way sea salt won't corrode the fins. You can use them a lot longer, and they're quite heavy, but that still doesn't stop people from trying to pick them up every now and then.
Now, as a Bradley guy, I love a good autocannon. And if you think about the size of the crew of an LST, you realize you don't need them all just to drive the ship. There's a lot of people shooting guns. And whilst perhaps at Normandy, the enemy air forces were a little bit rare, that's not to say that was going to be the case everywhere an LST showed up, such as this LST off Italy or others off the Pacific Islands.
And our answer to all that aircraft, we had 12 20mm Orlik and anti-aircraft cannons, 4 single-barrel 4mm Beaufort cannons like what I'm on right now, 2 twin-barrel 4mm Beaufort cannons, and our own slew of 30 and 50 cal machine guns. For our case, on the LST 325, we had 2 50 cal machine gun barrels towards the front or the bow of the ship. This is your 4mm round. This gun can shoot 120 of these bullets up to 8 miles away. Now, it's not 100% accurate 8 miles, but I feel like it'll leave a dent anyway. Now, you have 5 guys manning this gun at one time. 2 guys are reloading, and they've reloaded it with what's known as a magazine, or mag, or also a clip is another name for it. And the clip goes inside here. They had 2 guys that are sitting where I am. So you got one guy here, one guy on the other side that are raising and lowering the barrel and also turning it to whichever position you need to go. Then the 5th person is firing the gun. Now he's firing it when the guy in the nest tells you to do so, known as the gun talker. The gun talker is in charge of this gun, the other 40 single barrel 40mm Beaufort cannon, the twin 40mm, and sometimes in some cases 2 50 cal machine gun mounts to be up in the bridge in World War II. He's coordinating all these guns to attack as many planes in as short an amount of time as possible. So, during the Normandy invasions, whenever battle stations was called, it was usually called well within a couple of hours before the ship actually made it onto the shore, because oftentimes you had planes patrolling waters before the LST even made it to the shore, and they were trying to pick them off as many as they could. Now, luckily for us, we were also traveling in what's called a convoy, so we'd be surrounded by patrol boats, cruisers, or sometimes battleships, or even destroyers in some cases. And they usually picked off other ships or even took care of some of the ground forces. All of our guns are anti-aircraft, so meaning we only take down planes if we absolutely had to. The LST-325 earned 2 battle stars during its service in World War II. One was for the invasion of Normandy, but also she earned a battle star for the invasion of Sicily, which happened earlier, 1943. And there was a lot more aircraft and a lot more heavy aircraft that was especially trying to take out LSTs, because it wasn't necessarily a trial run, but it was a good chance to see how the LST was going to perform throughout the rest of the course of the war. And of course, the Germans, they wanted their piece of the action. Well, luckily for us, we were able to survive both Sicily and Normandy. And it also gives a testament to the resilience of the LST and its design, because there was even LSTs that were riddled with so many bullet holes that the captains were surprised that they made it back in one piece. And speaking of holes, we actually have a couple of our ship today. One from a 20mm shell, one from a 40mm shell. Basically, it's the old adage of what must come up eventually comes down.
Well, you certainly get a lovely view from up here in the conning tower, but it's a beautiful sunny day, and there isn't another vessel to be seen on the Ohio River, which I suspect is not really representative of the situation June 1944, when this ship was part of a very large armada crossing the English Channel in, well, let's just say not clear daylight conditions.
So how do you navigate this ship in the middle of an armada right as we're heading to a battle zone? So you had 3 people there situated in here. You had a person steering with the big ship's wheel, as you can see right over here. You also had a person that's communicating in what looks like a little megaphone looking thing upstairs to the sea cabin. That's where the captain would be, and he's giving the orders up there. And then we also made sure that we recorded everything the captain said, and that's the third person's job. They write down everything, what's called a logbook, that you can use to review after the voyage if you needed to. Now, we have a massive fleet of ships that we're a part of, like I mentioned earlier, with the cruisers and the battleships and even destroyers. How are we talking to them? With our radio room. So in here, we have radio operators that are both receiving messages via Morse code and interpreting what they're hearing on typewriters, but then they also have to respond with telegraph. And these guys had to know how to type up to 80 words a minute to keep their job. Now today, we don't really have to worry about that. But if you ever want to reach out to us via radio, this is our call sign, NWVC. And if you also want to reach out, we are part of we've talked to a bunch of different museum ships around the country. We've talked to people around the world. We've even got the International Space Station twice in this radio room. Everything in here still works and still operates just like it did back in World War II, including our radio teletype right down here. Now you're probably wondering to yourself, that's a lot of radio chatter considering that there's also Army, sometimes Marines also on board too. Well, they're taken care of upstairs, which is another radio room. So in here, this is our Navy radios. So this is taking care of the Armada that we were mentioning earlier. And upstairs, again, is for ground forces. So your Army, your Marines, they're taken care of up there.
Now, I'm an 05, and though I might like my comforts, in the Army, I don't get so many. So I sleep in a tent, in a sleeping bag, or in the barracks, or anywhere else. Whereas on an LST, despite the fact that there are hundreds of soldiers on one side and hundreds of sailors on the other side, they still seem to have managed to find some space on the ship for officers' country. Must be good to be in the Navy sometimes.
Now, being a working ship, of course we got to eat. So we still feed our up to 50 volunteers we take out with us on cruise every year. Now, back in the day, in World War II, you have around 5 to 6 cooks in here at one time. Today, we usually have about 2 or 3. But it's just enough that we need to keep our crew fed and happy. So the LST-325 played a really big role in the Normandy invasion. So she originally started over here in Portsmouth. She made her way across, and we were in the harbor at Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944, when D-Day first commenced. But we didn't actually hit the beach until June 8th, so 2 days after the initial wave of the invasions. And you did that for a variety of reasons, but the main reason was because the Germans were still very much occupying the shore, and their guns could rip through us like a tin can if they really wanted to. So once the beach was secured and cleared, we could get up onto the shore. What we were transporting over there was a variety of different things. We were carrying tanks, we were carrying trucks, supplies, troops, ammo, rations, you name it, we had it on here. And until the end of World War II, we would go back and forth from Normandy to England a total of 44 times till the end of the war, transporting precious and supplies over to France, then bringing back wounded soldiers and German POWs or prisoners of war back over to England. There were 1,051 LSTs made in World War II alone. It begs the question, how fast can you make one of these? Well, you can build one from the ground up in under 1 week. And we actually made LSTs right here in Evansville. We made 167 of the LSTs here, and it took over 22,000 people working here 24/7 to make those LSTs. Now, you're probably wondering, why Evansville? This is a very inland place. Well, that's one of the key features. Because it's so inland, in case the United States was ever attacked during World War II, we could still keep up production without having to worry about forces until they actually made it more further inland. But also, second reason, think about where Evansville is located on the map. Evansville is very centrally located to a variety of different major cities at the time. Chicago, Nashville, Indianapolis, Memphis, St. Louis, just to name a few. And they're all within equidistant to Evansville. Also, Evansville was starting to become a relatively booming town whenever World War II broke out, because there was a variety of different companies that set up shop here, and luckily after World War II they decided to stay and turned out to make Evansville what it is today.
As you walk around the ship, though, you'll start to see a few details which indicate that, well, World War II wasn't the end of the story. The bridge has been encased in glass. Behind me on the director tub, it's a Macedonian sun. What happened?
After the LST served in World War II, she would go back into service in the early 1950s. It was part of the DEW Line radar missions project. DEW Line standing for Distance Early Warning, which was a series of radar detection systems set up in the Arctic Circle in case of possible nuclear attacks during the Cold War. The LST-325 was sent to Greenland to make supply runs for that. And she was eventually part of the Greek Navy from 1964 to 1999. And she basically served as both a training vessel and also just making general runs across the Mediterranean if need be. And then came the decision in 1999 when her contract expired, what was going to happen to the LST? Well, one of three things could happen. She could get blown up in target practice, they could tear up her scrap, or we could bring her back. So there was a group over here in the United States, the LST Association, originally found in Pennsylvania, and they heard about the LST-325 and they sent some people over to Greece and they kind of inspected the ship and they thought that she was worthy of bringing back over to the United States. And so there was some legislation and everything that was involved on the U.S. end. And then eventually they were able to get some volunteers that went over to Greece and got the ship ready for the voyage back to the United States. Then they came back, and then there was a group that flew over to Greece and got the ship, and they actually brought her back. Well, that wasn't an easy feat. It didn't happen overnight. It took well over 2 months to get everything ready. You're probably wondering, well, it's already a functional ship anyway, so what needed to get done? Well, there's a variety of things that need to get repaired, such as mechanical things that were going on down the engine rooms, and also our radio room was fully gutted out of all of our radio equipment, so we had to get it all back before we could make our big trip back across the Atlantic. So these guys over here, they actually flew over to the United States, or from the United States over to Greece and got the ship ready for the voyage back to the United States. And you might notice these little stars right here. These designate some people that whenever the ship was heading back over from Greece and starting to make its way back to the United States, we had to stop off in the Straits of Gibraltar before crossing the Atlantic to do some other mechanical repairs, and these are the guys that did that. And then over here is the Gold Crew who made the big trip back, which that was a 2-month trip, around 6,000 mile trip one way. And again, took them over 2 months to get home because the ship only goes a whopping about 14 miles per hour. And everyone on board was 65 years old or older when that was going on. They encountered a hurricane in the same middle of the Atlantic. The Coast Guard was called in to help out. There was even pirates involved. But don't worry, I'm not going to give it all away because you can find out for yourself in a book written by the captain who brought the LST back from Greece. His name is Robert Jorlin. And the book is called Bringing Back a Hero, which we sell this in our gift shop. And we can purchase it online on our website, www.lstmemorial.org. Or you can also find it other places as well. And there might even be an audiobook in the near future. Ever since the LST-325 came to Evansville in 2005, we've been a museum. And we have people that come from all over the world to walk the decks of history, as we like to say. But we've also, once a year, we head out on what we call cruise and the crew. And that's usually the main way that we generate a lot of our funds because, believe me, it takes a lot to keep up an 80-year-old ship. But we usually go out once a year, and this year we're going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Wheeling, West Virginia, and Marietta, Ohio. But we've also been to a variety of different places, including La Crosse, Wisconsin, Dubuque, Iowa, Hannibal, Missouri, Nashville, Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee, all the way down to Mobile, Alabama, and we even made it over to Normandy. Now, how can you help out? Well, a variety of different ways. First off, we cordially invite you to come out to the LST and come visit us, especially if we're out on cruise. We usually stop in a port city for about 3 to 5 days, depending on how long the city will allow us to be there. And also the size of the city also usually has a little bit to do with it. But if you want to find out more about where we're going on cruise, you can find out at www.lstmemorial.org under the cruise tab, and you'll find out everything you need to know about it. And also, we're always looking for volunteers. It takes a lot to run an 80-year-old ship, and we usually take 50 volunteers with us whenever we go out on cruise each year. And we're looking for people as long as you're 18 years old or older. That's all we need. You don't have to have served in the military. You don't have to have any prior knowledge or experience. You get all that right here, as well as 3 hots in the cot, as they like to say, because you get 3 square meals in the galley, and then, of course, you have a place to sleep on the ship. And, of course, you get to travel on a still living World War II vessel.
One thing I didn't ask the staff was Bismarck or Nelson? Yamato versus Iowa. These are massive internet debates that never seem to get as much attention as LST versus German landing barge. Yet it is said that logistics wins wars. And the massive logistical machine that was the Normandy invasion is what enabled victory in World War II. From the tiniest little DD tank that would float forward at the times that it was too dangerous to bring in the big ships, through to the Mulberry harbors, the artificial harbors that were created to help offload supplies more quickly. The LST was a critical part of this, and I hope you got a little bit more appreciation from this video as to just how the ship was made and worked. So I'd like to give a shout out to the crew of LST 325 for letting us take over their ship for a day. And again, she's in Evansville, Indiana. Just check the Facebook page or the website to make sure she's actually not on one of her cruises, possibly to a place near you, before you get in the car and drive out here. So anyway, I hope you found it all interesting and informative. Take care.
So, hello everybody, and hello Tyler. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Yep. So, very good evening for everybody here. We are back in our studios here, and we have a new guest, Tyler, from the Naval History and Heritage Command. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you introduce yourself and the Naval History and Heritage Command?
Sure. So I'm a historian for the U.S. Navy. That's the short version of my title. Essentially, the Naval History and Heritage Command is a really complicated way of just saying we're the Navy staff historians. So whereas people in uniform tend to rotate through posts every couple of years, we stay put. So we're the institutional memory of the Navy. So that whatever lessons the Navy learns from any historical events, we're around to help them remember it. Without us, things would get forgotten pretty quickly. So I'd say we're at least fairly useful.
Well, that's I now have a bit of envy being an historian myself, but I never got into those institutes here in Brazil. I'm talking from Brazil, but I did study history here and in Germany, so twice the crime, I would say. But impressive. And for how long has this institute been in the Navy?
Well, in its current form, I want to say we changed to this particular name in the early 2000s. So in this form, about what was it, 2024, probably about 20 years. But as an institution for the Navy, as the Naval Historical Center, since the beginning of the 20th century, and our older component, the Navy Department Library, has been around since early in the 19th century. So we've existed almost as long as the Navy has. We've been around a very long time.
Oh, since the first Navy then.
Yeah.
And those changes from the first Navy to the second Navy also impacted the institution?
Well, I mean, it's the sort of thing that changes depending on what the country is currently going through, right? In times of crisis, the Navy tends to look back into its past to try and figure out exactly how it has handled anything even remotely similar in the past. And usually, when we get into those periods, the Civil War, World War I, the Spanish-American War, World War II, the Soviet buildup in the 1970s, that's when we tend to get a lot of attention, and that's when there's reform. We tend to reorganize. We get a lot more people, and we do a lot of writing. And then when things get easier, we get a little less attention and kind of keep to ourselves for a while. And that's when we tend to put out books instead of things that are needed quickly. But right now, it's a little bit of everything right now. There's a lot of turnover because a lot of the older historians from the 90s are retiring and opening up opportunities for people like me. So I've only been a member of the NHHC for about 2 years. I taught at the Naval Academy before that and was a student before that. So I'm relatively new to doing this, but I've been fascinated by naval history pretty much my entire life. I discovered the story of the Titanic when I was a kindergartner, and it's just kind of gone from there.
Well, I can say the same, but my first history or naval history crush was the Graf Spee here in South America.
Yeah, for good reason, yeah.
Yeah, for good reason. I even met a few people a few sailors from that ship. I was very, very, very small and very young, and my grandfather introduced me to them. He was German, and there was a German community here, and so these were the first veterans that I actually met back in, I don't know, late 80s, early 90s. I don't remember. Sorry.
When they were still around, yeah, no.
Yeah, but when they were still
yeah.
around. Yeah, and well, I can imagine, and from that on, it's just a build up. Just start getting one history crush after the other. I imagine this institution is not just hiding somewhere in some office with lots of books. There are many facilities.
We are all over the country, yeah. Part of the reorganization 20 years ago was most of the museums that have anything to do with the Navy became part of our organization. So we're not just historians, we're historians, we're the Navy Archives, we're the Navy Library, we're all the Navy museums, we're the Navy's archaeological efforts. It's pretty much everything that you could lump together under the heading of history. So while a lot of us are in the Washington, D.C. area, there are people in the Northeast. There's institutions, of course, in the South, especially in New Orleans. There's those on the West Coast. We're all over the place.
If the state has a sea, an exit to the sea, you're probably there.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right. And are any museum ships part of this collection, or just the facilities?
I have to say I'm actually not sure, since I'm the historian. That's not really my territory. I want to say it's mainly museums that are our territory, not so much museum ships. They're associated with us, but I don't think we directly. I don't think they're under our direct control. I might be wrong about that. That's the disclaimer there. I don't speak for the U.S. government in this one, right? I speak for myself only.
And are there any facilities? Well, the United States has bases around the world, but I would be surprised if there are any facilities around the world from the Naval History and Heritage Command.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we're just local U.S.
Right. So, I have here a list of questions that has been sent to me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get this list here.
We can definitely do questions, and I also have plenty I can talk about as far as D-Day is concerned too. So it's just a matter of how much you want to corral me. Otherwise, I'll never stop.
There's also a presentation here and
Yes.
the list here.
Yeah, so the reason for that is because whereas you got into things through the Graf Spee, I'm something of a destroyer guy, admittedly. And one of the classes I'm particularly interested in is one of the classes that was very heavily prevalent at D-Day. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that in a second. Again, I kind of said this a second ago, but if I can go off on my own tangent here for a minute. The boilerplate I have to give first, more specifically, is the views I'm about to express are my own, and I do not necessarily speak for the Department of the Navy, the Department of Defense, or the U.S. government. Now, with that out of the way, one of the things I would definitely like to do then is turn around and quote one of our former chiefs of naval operations, James L. Holloway III, which he on the 50th anniversary of D-Day said that Europe has always been considered the Army's main theater of operations in World War II, just as the Pacific was considered the U.S. Navy's victory. Because of these generalizations, attention to the key contributions of the subordinate service can all too easily be diminished. The role of the U.S. Navy in the Normandy invasion is an important example of this kind of oversight. The military victory could not have happened without the naval forces to move the armies across the channel, to put the troops ashore on the assault beaches, and then to provide the naval gunfire that, with close air support, enabled the assault forces to break out of the beachhead. And indeed, the invasion force of thousands of ships had critical escort and support by a significant number of Allied warships. And if it's okay with you, Chris, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Western Naval Task Force, which is the American contribution to that. That's TF-122. That all right with you?
Oh, perfect.
Cool. So I won't go on too long because I know people have questions. So TF-122 was about 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 30 destroyers, and 6 destroyer escorts, plus the 2 amphibious force command ships. While all these ships of the task force had numerous roles assigned to them, one of the most significant would prove to be the fire support role. Therefore, while I'm going to talk a little bit about everything, I don't want to burn too much time. I want to focus on Desron 18 at Omaha Beach. So the sequence of events during the landings followed a general pattern, which was minesweeping, then debarkation from transports, pre-landing bombardment, and then assault landings in 3 successive waves. After the assault waves went ashore, the destroyers fired at targets of opportunity to help the infantry break out of the landing beaches. This began at about 0900 and lasted until about noon, with a little bit of give or take on either side. As destroyers were able to move much closer to shore than the heavier units, thanks to their relatively shallow draft, many closed to a range of 1,000 yards or significantly less in a couple of cases on their own initiative in the effort to effectively spot their targets. So I want to talk a little bit about why, because that gets passed around anecdotally in a lot of historical accounts. But why would a destroyer have to move actually that close in order to provide proper fire support? Some of the viewers here have probably heard before that the shore fire control parties really didn't get established. There were problems with equipment getting ashore. There were pileups on the beaches. So how do you give adequate fire support in that situation when you don't really know who's where or what you're shooting at? Well, with Omaha Beach in particular, we can divide the action into 3 specific engagements, which took place simultaneously on adjacent beaches. I won't bore you with all the extreme details, but basically this involved the destroyers Satterley, Thompson, Carmick, McCook, Emmons, Baldwin, Harding, Doyle, and then the flagship Frankfurt. All of these either carried out fire support extremely close to the beach, or were involved in relieving forces that were already conducting fire support for one reason or another. If I can get the first picture up here, that'd be great. I'm going to go off on a slight tangent because I'm going to talk about these ships because I'm a bit of a techie for these. I have a couple of pictures I'd like to share. There we go. From the NHHC's photo archives, which all of these are readily available online if you go to our website. And there's a lot of really cool stuff on there. So hopefully I'll be able to dig into some of this. So what we have here actually is Thompson, one of the destroyers I just mentioned, refueling from the battleship Arkansas during a rehearsal for Neptune in April of 1944. The destroyers of this class, and here's why I want to bring this up. The destroyers of this particular group, rather, were all of the Gleaves class, or what we call now the Gleaves class. They were all built between commissioned, between December 1942 and July of 43. This particular class distinction is somewhat confusing. The name has changed over time. They were called something else when they were first built. It has to do with the weapons they had and the propulsion system they had. As time went on during the war, and especially after the war, most of these ships were essentially homogenized, and the only difference really became what their propulsion system was. These are basically identical to the Benson-class destroyer, which, from what I understand, people who play World of Warships should be pretty familiar with in one capacity or another. The difference with the Benson is these ships had what was referred to as a high steam propulsion system, so they had much higher steam pressure and temperature than the Bensons did. This effectively meant that they were longer ranged, but also that they had a different engineering arrangement. So instead of having your two boiler rooms right next to each other, you'd have a boiler room and then an engine room and then another boiler room and then another engine room, with the idea being that a single minor torpedo hit would be significantly less likely to knock all power offline, which obviously would be extremely bad, right? You need power to run the pumps, you need steam to run anything. So all that would, in theory, happen if one of these pairs was disabled is you would lose power for a brief period of time before bypass valves could be opened, and then you would be able to restore power and save the ship. Now, despite this longer range, the Gleaves class, like any other class of destroyer of this period, needed to refuel constantly, which is why I put this image up here. Why would these things need to refuel when they're only crossing the channel? A destroyer in World War II, unlike a destroyer nowadays, is basically a sports car. So if you've ever looked at the propulsive power that some of these ships have compared to their displacement, if you look at, say, a North Carolina class battleship, you'll see a thrust to weight ratio or a thrust to displacement ratio of about 3 to 1. If you look at a Yorktown class carrier, it's about 6 to 1. Makes sense. They go faster. They have a higher top speed. They need to run at higher power for longer periods of time to launch aircraft. A destroyer, particularly one of the Gleaves class, had a power ratio of about 30 to 1. Was very, very high. And that power comes at a cost, because while you have much higher power compared to your displacement, when you're looking at a battleship or a carrier, the hull's a bit smaller, right? We're looking at more like 2,000 tons as opposed to, I don't know, 25,000, 35,000 tons. You carry a lot less fuel. And anytime you run above 16, 18 knots, fuel consumption for every additional knot goes up exponentially. So you are just absolutely burning through fuel to do anything with high power. And when you're escorting, that's what you're doing. It's all high power. You have to be running around at a much higher rate of speed than anything you're following around. So in the daily life of the people who were actually manning these destroyers, you were doing basically two things. You were drilling, practicing fire support, practicing shooting targets at sea, or you were refueling. Take your pick. Or you were sleeping, one of those things. There really wasn't a whole lot else. There wasn't time for a whole lot else. Now, if I can get the next picture, at the time of D-Day, the Gleaves class was armed with about, I want to say it was 4 5-inch 38 dual-purpose guns in single mounts, and a number of 40 millimeter and 20 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, a quintuple torpedo tube mount, depth charges mounted on stern tracks and K-guns, and all that manned by about 18 officers and 220 men. So for D-Day fire support missions, these ships used their 5-inch 38s and sometimes the 40s, but mostly the 5-inch 38s. So back to the original point I was trying to make, finally. Why would these ships need to get so close to shore? Well, the question really we're asking here is, how does naval fire control work? And we have to refer to the director, which is the image we have up here. That's a Mark 37, I believe. Just double checking that. Yeah, it's Mark 37 gun director with a Mark 4 fire control radar. So basically, fire control at sea is not age of sail, look down the sight. Hey, there's the enemy, aim the cannon at him and shoot. When you are dealing with anything other than point blank range, even when you're dealing with things at point blank range, you have to compensate for your own roll, your own pitch, your own yaw. If you are shooting at a moving target, you have to worry about their roll, pitch, and yaw and what it is doing to the other things you have to figure out, which is their course and speed. You have to know your own course and speed. You have to know the rate of change of both of those things, your course and speed, their course and speed. And then you have to figure out the rate of change of the rate of change. How fast is that? Okay, this is a complicated math problem. That's where I'm going with this. So basically, you need a mechanical computer. That's what the navies around the world came to the conclusion of in the early 20th century. They gradually developed a mechanical computer for helping sailors keep track of these different data points, and also then figuring out how to transmit them to the actual gunners. And to do that, eventually in the interwar period, we get this thing called a director, which is what we have here. In that little tiny thing, we have, I want to say it's 5 guys. I admit I can't remember specifically, but there's a couple guys inside that actual structure you see there. And they're all sitting around a rangefinder, a mechanical computer, and in this case, also, of course, the radar control. And of course, there's a director commander as well. And then there's a gunner as well, who actually is able to control all of the guns from that station. He's able to actually point them. He's able to actually pull a trigger and fire them. Naturally, there's accommodations made for local control if it's needed, but that's essentially how it works. While it is less complex to shoot at a shore target, you still have to worry about all of those things I mentioned, just minus the target's movement, because usually they're not really going to be moving, especially on D-Day. So you're still worrying about roll, pitch, and yaw, how to compensate for those things. These mounts are gyro stabilized, so it's much easier than it used to be, but nevertheless, you have to figure out precisely where your target is. And when we are talking D-Day, you don't want to miss, because especially when we're talking about Omaha Beach with people on the beach, trapped on the beaches, and trying to figure out where your targets are, there's smoke, there's fire, there's chaos everywhere. No one is talking to you about where the targets are. How do you figure out what to shoot? That is the ultimate problem. So basically, with all of that being said, can we go to the next picture? One of the ways that this was set up is the plan that everybody went. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot about this one. So this is actually what a 5-inch 38 looks like without the gun shield on. It's exactly the same gun underneath the gun shields on the Gleaves class and on any class that used a 5-inch 38. Essentially, you have a 5-man crew with this gun. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, depends on a lot of things. Loader, pointer, who's the guy who's actually going to be pointing the gun. The guy who's actually the gun captain, who's the dude who stomps on the foot pedal to fire the gun if it's under local control. Ammunition passer, and then you have extras for everything. So nothing is simple about this. Okay, next picture. Thank you. So the way you make sure that you're pointing these things, here we go, at what you actually want to be shooting at is the way that the grand plan was oriented was specific channels would be swept for every ship to operate in. We have the fire support channels there where ships could literally sail in a circle and fire on their targets. By, in theory, continuing to move, they'd be harder for shore batteries to hit who don't have all that computing equipment to fire at a moving target. And additionally, following those circular courses would keep them out of the path of the landing craft. That's the straight channel you see in the middle there. No one would get in each other's way. The landing craft wouldn't get swamped or foul the aim of the ships in question. Everything should be able to work like clockwork. Now, let's move to the next picture because we can get a little bit more detailed here. This next one is one of the cooler things we have in our archive, actually, which is the actual fire control table from USS Texas on D-Day. So I know it's a little bit hard to see because this is an extremely large table, but essentially this table has the course of Texas at any given time, along with all of the targets marked out actually on the beaches, and all of the additional targets that were engaged and if they were destroyed or not on any given time. Every ship needed to keep track of this, both for the after-action report and to be able to confirm what was actually hit, who was being engaged, what was where. And on these tables, usually friendlies would be marked down as well. In theory, shore parties or the fire control party would radio in with their location and the location of a target, and they'd be able to give an actual grid location on this grid. And that is how these ships would know what to shoot. When it came to the battleships, though, they obviously could not come closer into shore. So until the fire control parties could actually talk to them, they had a much more difficult time of figuring out what needed to be shot. Hence, everything falls to the destroyers. If you want, on D-Day specifically, if you want to see this in a little bit more detail, there's a lot of zoomed in views on our website. It's very easy to find, if I can just pitch that real quick. That's just history.navy.mil. And if you search for Texas Fire Control, it'll come right up. It's really something. There's some really cool stuff like that on there. So I'll leave that up while I talk a little bit more about this, and then we can go to questions in just a couple of minutes here. So the plan for the assault was basically as follows, which everyone is probably familiar with in some capacity. Paratroopers land overnight behind the invasion beaches, seize road junctions and the exits from the beaches. As dawn approached, large numbers of Allied aircraft were to bombard the beach defenses, including the use of medium bombers. Then the destroyers and the battleships would fire on known shore targets and stun them, basically right before the landing craft came ashore. And then right at 0630, LCTRs, or converted British landing craft tanks, would fire rocket barrages that would just stun whatever enemies were left on the beach and allow the troops to come ashore and then surge over the defenses before they could collect themselves, securing the beach rapidly. Obviously, none of this actually worked the way it was supposed to. Problem with Omaha was the fact that there was low cloud cover, so the bombers completely missed all their targets. They had to hold their bombs to make sure they didn't hit any friendlies. Then with all of the strong currents and with all the smoke from the LCTR's rockets, a lot of the landing craft drifted pretty badly off course, and the destroyers couldn't actually tell what they were shooting. So that's additional problems with trying to figure out exactly what it was that was going on at the time. If I can go to the next picture, that'll give you a little bit better of an example of that. And I'm going to go off on a slight tangent to just explain why this is a piece of artwork. This does a pretty good job of showing that A, there's cloud cover, and then B, there's a lot of smoke and fire and craziness going on here. So this particular image is Doyle firing on Omaha Beach. The image is called Target of Opportunity. This is in the Naval History and Heritage Command's collection because the Navy actually commissions these. This is from the Navy Combat Art Program, which a lot of viewers might not be familiar with. This began in 1941. And in that year, Griffith Bailey Cole actually approached the Navy with the idea of forming a small unit of artists that would accompany sailors into action to document wartime events as they were unfolding. You get a much more impressionistic feel, like a much more emotional feel for what was going on. This was the theory, as opposed to just straight photographs. So the artworks they created could also be useful for information as well as morale building purposes at home. So the plan received approval, and by 1944, Cole was joined by 7 other artists as active duty members of the Navy Reserve. This continued until demobilization in 1946, but was revived during the Korean War with 3 artists. During the Vietnam War, the program was civilianized with the assistance of 2 fine arts associations, and select members of these groups received travel orders and supplies to go out for short periods of time to observe U.S. Navy activities. The artworks they created were accepted into the Navy Art Collection, and this program is still ongoing. We did it during Desert Shield and Storm, naval operations in Bosnia, and Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom. So there's a lot of works like this also in the NHHC archives, and they're fascinating. And they really do give a great impression of precisely what a lot of the stories are explaining. So to jump ahead, I'll just give a couple of anecdotes to what these destroyers ended up having to do to save time so we can do questions, because I know we don't have a ton of time. So essentially between 0630 and about 0830 on June 6th, the destroyers ceased firing on the beach and were firing on targets by grid inland, basically by dead reckoning, that they couldn't actually see. By 0830, it became very clear with the backup on the beach that things were just not going well. And the result was that at 0830, it's Carmick, one of the destroyers at Omaha, broke the ceasefire order without asking for permission, and reported very verbosely in her deck log, early in the morning, a group of tanks were seen to be having difficulty making their way along the Breakwater Road towards exit D1, which is the Veerville Draw. A silent cooperation was established wherein they fired at a target on the bluff above them, and we then fired several salvos at the same spot. They then shifted fire further along the bluff, and we used their bursts again as a point of aim. Normally, deck logs are very, very brief. The fact that the deck log had to explain what was going on that eloquently means that there was a real worry that there was going to be a problem as soon as this was reviewed, because Carmick was breaking the ceasefire order. So essentially, as point of comparison, at 0647, the same log reported German shore battery opened fire on the ship, and then at 0650, German shore battery silenced by main battery of the ship, no damage received. So there's a lot going on, and a lot of things being taken into the own hands of the commanders of these individual ships. So two more I'd like to give, and then we can jump through some of these pictures while we do questions. McCook's deck log is the next one to get interesting. At 0839, they report commenced firing on pillbox, which was delivering fire against beach. 0852 ceased firing on pillbox, range fouled by landing craft. 0854 commenced firing. 0858 ceased firing. Pillbox demolished by direct hits. So that one's interesting because range fouled by landing craft. McCook was not where the ship was supposed to be. McCook had gone into the channel that the landing craft were supposed to be using. These destroyers really had taken matters into their own hands. And at one point, Frankfurt, the squadron flagship, actually moved to about, I want to say it was 400 to 450 yards from the beach because her optical rangefinder was at its vertical stop, which meant it was absolutely as close as it could possibly see targets. That last one, the same log that reports that says, here was an American tank. Excuse me, this is the recollection of the gunnery officer in Frankfurt. Here was an American tank sitting at the water's edge that fired at something on the hill. We immediately followed up with a 5-inch salvo. The tank gunner flipped open his hatch, looked around at us, waved, dropped back in the tank, and fired at another target. This event, reported in Frankfurt's action report at 10:36, took place near exit E1 on Easy Red. So there's a lot to be said about these destroyers, and they played a very significant part in neutralizing these targets on the beach. And the fact that they took matters into their own hands like this, and it seems to have paid off so handsomely, despite not having any real communication, is insane when you actually think about what the problem that is naval fire control. Can we move to the next picture? I have another one of Emmons bombarding Omaha. It's the same sort of thing. Oh, I skipped one. Next one is Hobson. These ships, yes, this is Hobson at Utah. So these ships went ham. Those are shell casings of expended 5-inch 38 rounds. They were invaluable to suppressing the targets on the beach and actually getting these ships off getting the men off the beach by the end of the day. And while the initial D-Day objectives were not accomplished at any point, nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that these ships were absolutely invaluable to getting the troops established, and they were well enough established by the end of day one that it was very unlikely that they were going to be dislodged. So thank you for giving me the time to talk about that. I hope I didn't go on too long. I have more anecdotes, but I know people have questions. So let's see. I have one more piece of combat art, one more photo, one more image of Emmons bombarding Omaha, I believe. We can move forward to another picture if you'd like, but it's up to you. Dealer's choice on that one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm a fan of that one. So that is, just for point of reference, that one is Emmons bombarding Omaha Beach. It's called the Battle for Fox Green Beach. So that's more Navy combat art. So, hope that wasn't too long. We can go ahead with questions if you like.
I have one
Sure.
right off the bat. You mentioned the high pressure boilers on the Gleaves class. Were they temperamental like the German ones? Because
that's a great question. Yeah.
The Germans and the Americans, they developed those high pressure boilers, but the Germans one were extremely temperamental. They would break down every single time and again.
Yeah. The Type 34s are a little bit infamous for that, aren't they? So I want to say the German boilers they were something in the neighborhood of 400 degrees and like 1,000 psi or 1050 psi. The American machinery was about 800. They usually ran at 800 degrees, but it was 850 degrees and 600 psi. So a lot lower. But the reason for the higher temperature is because the American system was actually developed for the war in the Pacific, specifically with an eye towards fighting Japan at very long range. So the idea of the American system was to increase the range of destroyers as much as possible. And I mean, the Gleaves class had over twice the range of the Clemson class. It was much longer legged. The German system was actually developed with an eye to damage control. They wanted the system as small as possible, and therefore give them a larger ability to subdivide the ships as much as possible. To the extent of which they seem to have largely succeeded with that. It's just this machinery was not reliable. As you increase pressure, you can decrease the size of the machinery. Now, things get a little more complicated than that, depending on what other things you're trying to do with the propulsion system. But that was the ultimate goal. So the American system has a pretty good track record as far as reliability is concerned. It wasn't any less reliable than the lower pressure system that the Clemsons used, for example. The issue with the American system, as you might guess, is it was really difficult to manufacture. So it actually caused a lot of bottlenecks with different materials in the first couple years of the war. And we even had some instances where destroyers were essentially complete but held up for lack of engine components for months, 6 to 8 months at one point, which is a huge problem when you're fighting the battle in the Atlantic and pretty much everything is limited by the number of escort ships you have. So thanks for asking that. That's actually a particular interest area of mine.
Yeah, I know, because once Prince Eugen was taken as a war prize, it broke down over 10 times during the voyage from Europe to the United States.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was the
tried
other
to
advantage of the
figure out-
American system, was they could be very violent with it in most cases, and it would hold up pretty well.
And they tried to figure out, because they were operating those high pressure boilers, but the German ones were impossible to reason with.
Yeah, I want to say the uptime for the Type 34s was very, very low. I think they were down for maintenance like over 50% of their service lives. It was really wild.
And well, in that banner, we have already one question from the chat. I'm not following the order because it fits perfectly in this venue. How far or how long can the destroyers go without refueling, especially the Gleaves class?
Yeah, depends on what they're doing. So if they're designed, okay, a little bit of nuance with this one. So these ships are particularly designed with the idea of with the idea that basically the Eastern Pacific will be a safe haven, meaning that there's an very, 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 very minute chance that any American vessels could come under attack anywhere east of Hawaii or even in the vicinity of Hawaii. That turned out to not be the case, right? So essentially, they were designed with what was called a cruising turbine, which is an additional gear that would be engaged when they were convinced that they were in a safe area. That would limit them to about 18, absolute maximum of 20 knots, but would increase their range substantially, like a lot. So the difference between being able to use that and not is very, very, very significant an impact on exactly what it is, what kind of range you're getting. By the time that Pearl Harbor happens, you essentially have the Navy throw that entire concept out. So those cruising turbines are essentially locked out for the duration of the war, and they're not really sure how long a range their ships are during that entire 1942 to about 1944, almost into 1945 period, which, as you can imagine, is really, really wacky and kind of hard to believe. Now, the calculation that I have from FTP 218, which is a fleet technical publication that compiled all of the ranges of the ships that the Navy had in its inventory. Excuse me, give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up this very long document. Sorry. Here we go. About 8,100 miles, 8,176 nautical miles. Very long at absolute ideal range. Without the cruising turbine, I'm sorry, that was FTP 136, which is the pre-war one. The post-war one, which is FTP 218, gives us a range more in the neighborhood of about upper 5,000, 6,000 miles. Big loss of range. If you are running at maximum speed for any length of time, anything above 25 knots, 2,000, 1,500, maybe less, very, very little. And
yeah.
When you don't know what's going to happen the next day, you want to keep your fuel topped off just in case you need it.
The question had a second part. Asking specifically about Atlantic runs. So in escort duty, was the range enough to go from one side to the Atlantic and back?
Again, in theory, yes, right? Depends on how much action they saw. In the Atlantic, because we're dealing with an area that had a lot more Allied bases and a lot smaller area to cross, there was fuel much more readily available. So more often than not, it would not be strictly required for these ships to refuel if they did not encounter a lot of U-boat attacks. If they did, then yeah, there would need to be fueling going on. And of course, that's a very dangerous operation when you are dealing with U-boats being in the area. Refueling underway, if anyone has ever even seen it done, is kind of hard and a little bit dangerous. When you have two ships running side by side at low speed in any kind of sea, not only are you vulnerable, but it's very, very tricky to make sure you don't snap the fuel hose, spill fuel everywhere, have the ships smack into each other. There's a lot of moving parts with that.
You
And
don't foul the propellers.
exactly.
Yes.
Yep, exactly. So the main goal with that, actually, right up to the end of the interwar period and going into World War II, the Navy was trying to get tankers, or rather oilers, built. Because an oiler is a ship that's configured to refuel another ship at sea. Oilers built that had a cruising speed of about 12 knots and a maximum speed of about 18 knots, with the theory of they would be fast enough and be able to refuel underway fast enough that there would be less risk of a U-boat attack or submarine attack.
Right. So I have here now a video that we are supposed to show our audience. Let's see the video. Are you staying with us, Tyler?
I think that's all I can do, unfortunately.
Then,
yeah.
I thought you were going to stay with us. Well, then, thank you for your participation here.
Of course.
For your education. It was an education. It's a topic that I feel that there is no end to learning. You can always learn something new. Even if you had your entire life studying this, it's endless.
Definitely.
And well, a big shout out to the historians at the Naval Heritage and History and Heritage Command.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I reach out to us anytime. This is why we're here.
Sorry. We also have here an ad by our sponsor and partners, not sponsors, partners, sorry. Magellan TV, which is bringing a vast collection of documentaries covering a wide range of topics, from science to history to nature to culture, and especially naval history, if you're a fan of that. And it's a growing collection, so they are always adding something to that vast collection. And you can get that in multiple devices, from smart TVs to your tablet to computers to laptops, smartphones. And there are no interruptions. So if you like to make a marathon of a specific theme, you're probably going to get more than you asked for and have many hours uninterrupted of that material. And specifically for the World War II fans, they have over 200 hours of documentaries alone about this topic, not about other topics, just World War II. So I guess I will need several weekends to get that 200 hours covered. And I guess now we are going to have the video.
This is the beginning of the most audacious undertaking that man has ever attempted.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Martin going for a piece of history. How much further can he go?
The 34,000 known species eat mostly insects. That makes spiders our best ally in the fight to survive on the planet.
To be honest, I thought, holy this is a whale full of plastic.
We are compelled to enter into a deadly war. There was a message on my desk to move away from the coast of Japan because of an activity we do not know the results from.
My fellow countrymen, today the guns are silent.
It's hard to believe that you actually were there.
What can I do now and going forward?
To see them happy. This is a dream.
There were inscriptions, don't violate this tomb or something bad will happen to you.
We have pictures to the last day. Everything seemed very normal. Then suddenly everything cuts out.
We have a comet coming in at 135,000 miles an hour. Anything that's unprotected is going to die.
And so they'll actually bite and twist and tear big chunks out of their prey.
Oh,
We choose to go to the moon.
It exceeds our wildest imaginations.
This is going to change history.
That was awesome.
Oh, now I am. Yeah. So we're back in our studios. We had our guest here, and now we are going to introduce you a video that was brought by our friends at the museum ship Texas. This video was sent by them, and we are going to discuss after that about museum ship Texas here.
Howdy and hello, I'm Travis Davis, Vice President of Ship Operations, Battleship Texas Foundation. We at Battleship Texas are honored to be a part of Wargaming.net's longest running museums, and I think this is our third or fourth, I mean, we've done so many I can't keep track now, longest running museums, and like last year, we're coming to you from the shipyard, so please excuse all of the noises in the background. That is the sound of progress as we preserve this 110-year-old battleship, this veteran of World War I and World War II, and more specifically for this time period that we're in right now, this time of the year that we're in right now, veteran of D-Day. Not only was she a veteran of D-Day, she was the flagship of the bombardment group over Omaha Beach. Texas's D-Day story starts in early March of 1944, where she's doing a convoy escort across the Atlantic. She gets a radio message ordering her to remain in England during this, after this convoy escort's complete. Thereupon, Captain Baker gets orders to go to get briefed on the invasion. She ended up in Belfast Low, which is Belfast, Northern Ireland, and during that process, she started intense gunnery training, and the Marines were going ashore to do rifle training. They were taking advantage of this time as well to increase their proficiency. Our medical department was able to get blood transfusion equipment so that they built up a blood bank on the ship just in case the invasion didn't go well. The ship could serve as a hospital, which she actually had to, and we'll get to that in a little bit later. But this whole preparation time, the crew is largely in the dark of what's happening. They know something's up, but they really didn't know what was coming. So in the month prior to June 6th, the ship, all the installations were put on blackout. Everyone was restricted down to the base. They were restricted to the ship so that no communications would get out. On May 19th, General Eisenhower visits the ship and gives the crew a speech telling them what's coming. I mean, by that point, they kind of already knew what was coming. The same basic speech he's been giving to every unit that's participating in the Normandy landings. Even after Eisenhower's speech, the ship still remains on lockdown all the way up until D-Day. On May 31st, the captain addresses the crew and gives a very short speech, just a paragraph. And at the end of that speech, he says, "We have got to be good." Texas being good for the Normandy campaign started the night of June 5th, when she rendezvoused with the invasion fleet in the English Channel. With Texas's bombardment group in position and waiting on the guns of Texas to open fire to start the pre-invasion bombardment, Captain Baker leans over to the ship's bugle master Will John Edelman, and says, "Bugle master, do you know commence firing?" The bugle call, commence firing. And Mr. Edelman says, "Yes, sir, I do, but I don't know that the rest of the crew will understand what that means." And Captain Baker says, "Just play it, they'll know." So Bugle Master Edelman plays commence fire, Texas's guns open up, and the rest of the bombardment group opens up on their targets on Omaha Beach and Utah Beach and Point de Houx. At 0550, when Texas opened fire along with Arkansas, 2 French cruisers, numerous destroyers, and anything else with a gun that opened fire onto Omaha Beach and Point de Houx, Texas's guns and Arkansas's guns were trained at Point de Houx to support the Rangers that were going ashore. On June 6 alone, Texas would fire 690 14-inch projectiles between Point de Houx and Omaha Beach. She would have fired an additional 272 5-inch 51 rounds just on June 6. So for the entire invasion, the remaining month of June that Texas was on and off call for bombardment duty, June 6 was the single heaviest day of firing that she did. And the bulk of that was in the first hour of the invasion. So as Texas pre-programmed fire missions were completed on Point de Houx and along the targets around Omaha Beach, she started getting fire missions from the Shore Fire Control Parties, the SFCP. So these are usually Army, or in the Pacific it would be Marines and Army, radio men who are radioing contact with the ship, firing in, giving fire missions, saying, "Hey, I need this target blown up," whether it's a pillbox, whether it's a gun emplacement. One of the more unusual fire support calls that Texas got was a fire mission to actually destroy the church at Verville-sur-Mer. Verville is the town right there at Omaha Beach, there in Normandy. And the bell tower was being used as both as a sniper position and as a artillery observation position by the German army. So the fire mission came down, and the Admiral Bryant, who, again, Texas was his flagship, he was like, "No, we're not going to destroy the church." So the order was basically to use the ship's guns as a buzzsaw to cut off the steeple without destroying the church. And that's pretty much what happened with the ship's 5-inch 51s. As the day progressed and as these fire missions were coming in, the most critical fire mission that Texas got that day, with these 14-inch guns right behind me, was she was ordered to come within essentially point-blank range of the Verville Draw, which was the main exit. That was the Dog 1 exit going off of Omaha Beach. Her orders were to get as close as she can and fire point blank into this draw. And then by a draw, it's like a little gully type thing that runs up. But the Germans had put numerous fortifications and blockhouses going up the draw, so it made it difficult for the army to move inland, right? Because they were being obstructed. So when you think of that, think of somewhat like Saving Private Ryan, the invasion scene, where they're using Bangalore torpedoes to blow up obstructions and to get off the beach. Well, in this case, Texas came in close, point blank range, so 3,000 yards. So 3,000 yards, that's just a little bit more than a mile from the target. That's not even That's not from the shore, that's from the target. So Texas was really shallow water. I mean, we know that the destroyers were big heroes that day because they came in close, scraping their bottoms on the bottom of on the beach, firing point blank into pillboxes. But for a battleship, Texas came in point blank range to minimum depression range and fired 6 rounds into the draw. While Texas was getting in position to do this bombardment mission, this point blank bombardment mission, General Norman Cota and his staff had managed to get off the beach and were in the town of Varaville-sur-Mer and were on the back side of the draw. They were reconnoitering the way to get off the beach, the way to get their troops up off the beach and out of the murderous fire that they were receiving from the Germans. So they're at the head of the draw, the top, and the ship's at the bottom, firing into this, getting ready to fire. They start into the draw, and as they do, Texas fires 6 high capacity rounds. So these are high explosive rounds coming in. They hit, it knocks everyone off their feet. They're a ways away that the concussion does not hurt them. But in the middle of that, as soon as they get up and realize what had just happened, the Germans start pouring, as General Cota describes it, they pour out of these blockhouses and pillboxes and start trying to surrender them. They're dazed and they don't realize that it's just a general and just a couple of aides. So they're like, you know what, before they realize what's going on, let's beat feet out of here and let's get the guys off the beach. Because as the morning of June 6 progressed, the crew of Texas were not, as they weren't doing bombardment missions from their positions on anti-aircraft guns for up in the mast, were watching what was going on. Chaplain Moody, the ship's chaplain, was giving a play-by-play over the ship's 1MC, the intercom system, giving the crew an idea of what was going on. And as the crew's watching, as they're getting this play-by-play, they're watching what's happening on the beaches, the heroism, the sacrifice, and they're seeing what's going on Pointe de Houx as well. Seeing the Rangers receiving horrendous casualties on Pointe de Houx. Now we know that this happened, but the genesis of this is we're not sure, right? It kind of falls into lore, but we do know that the ship did receive some kind of an order, or that the Marines took it upon themselves to start preparing to aid the beleaguered Rangers on the beach. We don't know if that was the Marines themselves within the detachment just took it upon themselves to let's get ready, let's get permission, let's go ashore, let's help these guys, or if it was Admiral Bryant or Captain Baker who said, hey, let's send our Marines ashore and let's help these guys out. The story goes, as all of our Marines have recounted to us, is as they were getting ready to go ashore, they were gearing up, the order came down to stand down. And again, that could have been the Marines asking permission from the captain. It could have been Admiral Bryant asking Eisenhower's staff to say, hey, can we send the Marines ashore? But for whatever reason, the reason was no, stand down, put your stuff over. No Marine is allowed to get in the boats and not even allowed to go ashore. As fanciful as that would sound, as apocryphal as it sounds, we know that this kind of actually happened. There was a Marine Corps correspondent aboard for the Chevron. The Chevron is the World War II version of the Marine Corps Times as it is today. It reported on this and talked about how, and interviewed some of the Marines, and one of the Marines said, it's probably good that it didn't happen because the only time I fired my rifle was at basic training. That December 1944 edition of the Chevron is available online, so you can go Google it and it will pop up and you can see it and read it yourself and hear about how the Battleship Texas Marines almost went ashore to save the Army, just like at Belleau Wood. Yeah, as you can see behind me, there is a lot of scaffolding behind us. Right now we are rebuilding the ship's aft fire control tower. That work is largely done. We're waiting on sandblast and paint. The ship's cranes are being repaired right now to basic preservation status. They're not going to be restored to operational status just as yet. That's a long-term plan. And we continue doing work on the superstructure of the ship. We have the ship's bow is ripped up right now. All the wood decking's pulled up. That's what I mean by ripped up, and it's being sandblasted, and we're getting ready to lay a new wood deck on the ship. So work marches on for this veteran war horse. On June 7th, control parties. Throughout the day of the 7th, Texas would also be active in jamming German glide bomb signals. So before the invasion, Texas was outfitted with an electronic countermeasure suite, an ECM suite, specifically to jam German radar signals and the control signals from German glide bombs like the Frix X. Those bombs were dropped by an airplane. They had a small motor in them, and then they were guided by a bombardier who basically used a joystick to guide the bomb into the target. Those were employed at Normandy. We don't know that there was any used at Omaha Beach, but they were used against other areas of the invasion fleet. As the day progressed, the situation on Point de Houx deteriorated. Texas was called upon to replenish the Rangers. Texas also received, coming back from shore, she received 34 wounded Rangers that came aboard in LCVPs. They were brought up alongside the ship right here, and then were craned aboard in Stokes baskets using the ship's crane right here behind me. The Rangers were received here, laid out on deck right here, and triaged right here before they went below decks to start receiving care in the ship's operating room, the ship's auxiliary operating room, and other areas of the ship, because there were so many guys it kind of overwhelmed the medical department a little bit. Of those 34 Rangers, the ship's medical staff are 3 doctors and 1 dentist and corpsmen spent the next 12 hours pulling shrapnel, tending wounds, dressing wounds. Despite Texas's medical department's best efforts, 1 wounded Ranger, Staff Sergeant Leo Otto, succumbed to his wounds. The bombardment ships were critical, not only to clear the path, to remove obstructions, to knock out blockhouses and pillboxes and gun emplacements, but they were also critical, particularly the big ships that had medical departments, because those medical departments were critical in saving lives of the wounded infantry, the wounded Rangers, POWs, and allies that were brought aboard out to these ships. Despite the Allies' best efforts and this crew's best efforts, civilian casualties were unavoidable. Just the nature of war and the nature of the Normandy coast, which is habited, the French population was caught between the Germans who were defending the Allied invasion and the Allied forces who were trying to get ashore. During that time, Texas was called to fire upon 3 towns, and those 3 to destroy German troop concentrations and German positions. Those 3 towns are Trevier, Isigny, and Fermi. The staff here at Battleship Texas honors the lives lost during those 3 bombardments, and we honor them just as much as we do the Allied servicemen that were lost on that day, not just that day, but all the day of days. On June 9th, Texas left for England to rearm and reprovision. By the time that she returned to the beaches of Normandy, back to Omaha Beach, she found a completely different situation. The Army had moved much further inland, the beachhead had expanded, and fire missions were starting to get to the edge of her range. Though she was on call, she didn't receive as many fire missions as she received in the first few days of the invasion. By June 15th, the Army was at the end of the effective range of her guns. So, Captain Baker employed an old school technique of ballasting the ship, intentionally giving the ship a list to increase the elevation of the guns. On the 25th, as part of providing support for the capture of Cherbourg, Texas engaged Battery Hamburg, a coastal defense battery near Cherbourg, with Arkansas and a number of destroyers, including the Laffey, who's obviously a museum ship at Patriots Point. During this hours-long running gun battle between Texas and Arkansas, arrayed against these 4 German 240 millimeter guns, formerly Austro-Hungarian battleship guns, Texas managed to silence 1 of the gun batteries, but in return was struck twice.
The first shell that hit exploded on the ship's conning tower. It came into low trajectory and hit the main support of the navigation bridge, detonating the shell, and the energy of the explosion was directed upward into the pilot house. The peeling up of the deck plates from the explosion killed the ship's helmsman, quartermaster's mate third class Chris Christensen, and wounding 11 other men on the bridge, pretty severely. The next hit that she received was a dud. It was a shell that had been tumbling across the water, just end over end, and then punched into the side of the ship and landed in the stateroom of Warrant Officer M.A. Clark, who was the ship's clerk. Damage control parties found that shell fairly soon after and secured it to keep it from rolling around. After the hit on the bridge, the ship maneuvered out of harm's way behind the smoke screen, and while she could recover and get back in the fight. After taking that hit, she was back in the fight for at least another hour, engaging the German shore batteries. Towards the end of the engagement, as she's turning away from the shore and her stern is facing the Germans, the guns of turrets 4 and 5 firing over the stern. This is not a good thing because the concussion and the blast from the firing of the guns can cause a lot of damage. And in this case, it ignited, it not only knocked 40 millimeter rounds out of the ready service racks that are around the 40 millimeter mounts that are on the stern, that are right at the muzzles of turret 5, but it also set the canvas coverings that cover them on fire. The Marines who manned those guns were sheltered behind turret 4 and turret 5 out of the way of the blast, which is standard practice for the ship's anti-aircraft gunners. They would, whatever the ship, whatever direction the main battery guns were firing, they would go on the opposite side of the ship behind something so the concussion would not harm them. So these Marines and a couple of sailors, they see the ship, the fire on the stern, and are worried about ammunition cooking up, which is a very real possibility. So they run out, they start trying to put out the fire with fire extinguishers, taking the hot ammunition and throwing it over the side so it doesn't cook off. And in doing so, a number of them were burned, suffered minor burns on their arms, including one sailor who received a concussion from the firing of the big guns when he did not get all the way in time, and the guns fired, the 14-inch guns fired, and he received a pretty nasty concussion. Despite these casualties that she received on June 25th, those were the only combat casualties and fatality that she received in her 34 years of active service. So her crew considered her a very lucky ship. We are continuing our work on the ship. We are scheduled to reopen the ship in the fall of next year, and we are really excited about that. In the meantime, we are working hard to get this ship back to her former glory and get all these repairs made that need to be done and get her in good scratch for the visiting public. Again, thank you for watching. You can always support us by going to our Facebook page, Battleship Texas Foundation. Join our Facebook group if you want to talk about Battleship Texas Foundation group. And our TikTok, Battleship Texas, our Instagram, Battleship Texas, and you can follow us on YouTube as well, Battleship Texas. And also, our staff has put together an interactive exhibit on the ship's D-Day kind of experience. So you can see every single fire mission the ship did, what kind of round was used, where the ship was at, what the range was, and what the target was. So go to our website, battleshiptexas.org, and it will be there. Shout out to all those guys who did the hard work of getting it done. Gabe, Hunter, and Kyle. As always, come on, Texas.
How about now? Test, test. All right. Okay, so yeah, I'm not actually at the ship. Obviously, we're at our workshop up in Houston, about 30 miles from where the ship's at right now. Behind me is a Quad 40 that we're restoring. It has actually just been painted. Its first coat of blue paint, and it will be going to the ship and being reinstalled back on the ship here in a little bit. So I figured, what better background than this outside of the ship, which it's not quite available to us right now.
I don't want to start with the questions, but I can hold this one up. Was this gun on Battleship Missouri, or is one of the few ones that didn't came from Missouri?
That is a good question. So we know of two for sure that came from Missouri, but all the Quad 40s that Texas have right now came from, either Crane or Crane, Indiana Naval Ordnance Depot, or some other few locations like that throughout the country. We do have two. One is actually stamped USS Missouri, gives the mount number and everything. It's still outside in the yard right now, waiting for to come in and get the same treatment that this gun behind me is getting, or this mount behind me is getting. And there's one that's actually still on the ship. We found documentation inside of it that said, it came from Missouri. But so far, those are the only two that we have hard documentation of. But, Missouri was deactivated, or reactivated rather, in the mid 80s. So she had, and she still had her World War II anti-aircraft battery aboard, because she wasn't reactivated during Vietnam like her sisters were, or at least some of her sisters were. And so all that, when she, in the process of being reactivated, all that, the Mark 51 gun directors and the Quad 40s all came off and went into storage. And then, well, that was fortunate for us because we needed 10 quad mounts, and we got 10 quad mounts. So those things are pretty rare. They're plentiful, but they're fairly rare now. They're harder and harder to get.
Yeah, that's the stuff you don't find in eBay.
You would be surprised at the things you can find on eBay. So.
Don't say that. and since we are talking about the lighter guns, what is the status of the secondary battery restoration?
That is nearly complete. We have, in case you guys don't know, we removed all 6 of the ship's 5-inch 51 battery, our mounts from the 5-inch 51 battery off the ship, brought them up to our facility here, took them apart, sandblasted them, cleaned them, replaced bad bearings and gears and whatnot, and reassemble them, and they're actually back in the shipyard. 5 of the 6 guns are actually on the ship. We were scheduled to install the 6th, reinstall the 6th on Friday, but the weather was really bad here, so it was not safe for crane operations. A lot of high wind and lightning, so don't want to play with a big a lightning rod in a lightning storm. So especially with ordnance. So it'll be probably later this week, or I'm sorry, this coming week or next week, that we reinstall that last gun. And through this restoration process, one of the things that we found, thanks to our friends at NHHC, provided us some documentation, is that of the 6 guns that we have on the ship, one of these 5-inch 51s was originally issued to the ship in 1913 as part of her original 5-inch 51 battery. And then the second one was also issued to New York at the same time. So we have 2 of like the original issue guns to the New York class, and the other guns kind of moved around or in from our other ships. So that was really neat for us to find that. And then that's kind of neat because of Texas's 10 14-inch guns, 9 of those guns are from her original first 14-inch outfit of guns. So the Navy pulls the guns off as they get to the end of their useful service life, and then they reline them, recondition them, and then they put them back out to the fleet. Well, then it goes through that process again. So it's a kind of a 3-card Monte shell game, right? And at the end of Texas's last regunning in the fall of 1944, she got 9 of her original 14-inch guns back and 1 of her original 5-inch 51s back. So that was really neat how that worked out. So I think that's cool. I mean, I don't know, I'm a nerd like that, so.
Oh, that's cool. And then I'm a bit lucky. I don't know if the other ships have that much luck getting their original guns back, because they're made to be interchangeable, right?
Exactly, exactly. Um, yeah, I really don't know off the top of my head. I know that Missouri has actually got one of her original 40 mounts back, and it's undergoing restoration right now in Hawaii. Yeah, we supplied some spare parts to those guys, because we're all the museum ships, are one big fleet, right? So we all help each other out as much as possible, and then the battleships seem to stick together because we're the gun club. So
And how many people are working on the restoration? How many man hours are involved in this?
oh man, well, there's two different ways that we can categorize that, right? There's what we're doing on the guns right now, and those kind of projects that aren't occurring on the ship. And then there's actually what's happened in the shipyard since, we'll say since we got into the shipyard. That one's easier to quantify because well, I have to pay direct dollars on those every 2 weeks. So far we have about 270,000 man hours have gone into the ship just in the shipyard, and those numbers are continuing to go up every week and every day. As of right now in the shipyard, we have about anywhere from a dozen to 2 dozen people working on the ship at any one time. And then up here working on the guns, we have a staff of, believe it or not, three are really solid guys. There are our maintenance guys, that are our restoration guys that are working on these guns, plus our dedicated team of volunteers. So we probably have another, I would add, anywhere from 6 to a dozen volunteers. Are kind of rotating in and out on a continual basis. So we're really fortunate that we have the interest of people that are wanting to volunteer and support what we're doing, both with their man hours, their support, and and financial contributions. So as far as the guns go, I mean, we're probably somewhere north of 10 to 15,000 man hours right now, and that's just since 22.
Wow.
It's a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I have to say that every one of those man hours, including the 270 something thousand man hours in the shipyard, happened without a lost time incident, which means no one got hurt, or at least hurt enough that they had to miss work. So that is really special. Doesn't happen a lot.
Well, Texas has a fame of being a lucky ship. During her service time, just one sailor was downed. Just one
in combat. I mean,
one in
she had
combat. Yes.
in
Yes,
combat. Yes, yeah. She had a lot of that we know of. There's at least 6 different fatalities from accidents. So the first being within 6 months of being commissioned.
Well, I didn't know about those on.
Well, we haven't talked about them much. One of the things that we've done recently is we've gone to the National Archives. We hired an archivist, or rather a researcher, to go through the archives and pull all of our deck logs. So we have the ship's deck logs from 1914, from March 12th, 1914, when she commissioned, all the way up to April 21st, 1948, when she decommissioned. So we have all the logs in between. So we've OCR'd them, so now we can search for keywords. We can start finding those tidbits like that. Find the few collisions that she was in. There was a few that surprised us that we didn't know about. Just ships bumping into her and that kind of thing. And then we also went through and now have the complete roster of all the guys who served on the ship from 1914 to 1948, including the Marines. So we have officers, the enlisted, and then the Marines, and their officers as well. So it's really neat, and we're continually building our knowledge of the ship and the interest and the depth and breadth of knowledge of the ship, so that we can better tell her story and the story of her men.
Right. And was any piece of that from Texas that was taken out for restoration and didn't came back?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes, there's quite a few pieces. We actually are sitting on about 20 tons of steel that was removed from the ship when we replaced the
remove the lower portion of the ship's torpedo blisters to rebuild them out. Those were the leaky, most problematic areas of the ship. These were tanks that were scabbed onto the side of the ship in the mid-1920s for torpedo vents, and then add more buoyancy so more weight could be added to the ship in the form of armor. And so we kept a lot of that material so that we can do things with it, like make silhouettes of the ship, or we can make silhouettes of the state of Texas. So we can do things like that. So not to be a huckster, but you can go to our website at battleshiptexas.org. You can find those things on our website and purchase. We also are working with World of Wargaming on some really neat commemorative things for June 6th, if I recall correctly. I really haven't been on that part of that conversation, but yes. And then we also have, there's these big giant valves that were used for flooding the blisters we saved all 20 of them, these massive bronze valves, because of the direct role that they played in the ship's history, particularly on June 15th, 1944. So these were used to flood that blister tank so that we could, or the blister tank, so that we could get an increased elevation to fire further inland beyond the ship's effective gunfire range.
Were just the torpedo blisters flooded, or also internal compartments?
No, just the torpedo blisters. No people spaces or anything like that. So water and people spaces is bad.
Yeah, but the tanks. Well, I guess the torpedo blisters did the job, getting those two degrees.
That
2 degrees needed. And the total cost of the restoration, how much has it been so far?
So far, we are out of a $75 million project. We have expended somewhere along the lines of around we've expended somewhere around the lines of $60 million right now. So most of that going straight into the ship, either transporting that the ship from San Jacinto, her previous home, to the shipyard. That took a lot of preparation. That was very expensive, and the actual repair work that we're doing in the shipyard. So the bulk of that repair work was completed by early March of this year, where the ship came out of the dry dock, and we're sitting pierside right now, and we're working on the ship's superstructure, and we're replacing the wood deck on the ship. So the wood deck that was laid down in 1990 is being pulled up, and a new deck is being put down. So we have a nice clean deck, and then also we're doing these repairs, and the entire top side is getting repainted. So from main deck all the way up to the truck of the ship, so the very top of the ship. And that should largely, outside of the deck, the painting should be done by the end of summer, and most of the repairs of the superstructure work should be done probably mid-July.
Wow. Now, there's a saying, nothing is cheap in the Navy, and I guess that stays even if the ship is a museum ship.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I want to say a lot of work that we're doing right now is really addressing a massive backlog of deferred maintenance. It's like when you have a car, right? You drive it, but you don't change the oil in it, you don't take care of it, you don't wash it, and it just starts to break down over time, right? You don't change the oil. So eventually you start having issues. Well, that was kind of what was going on with Texas. Some work had been done, but just to kind of keep things going. But really in the 90s, when the 1989 dry docking is really when work was starting to be really put into the ship to address the deferred maintenance that had been built up from 1948 to 1989, and addressing some of the choices that were made at that time as far as berthing the ship goes. And so again, we're really addressing that backlog for maintenance, and we're really getting through that. There's still more work that we want to do to kind of address some of that stuff, but that big body is now, we're whittling it way down to it's something like this, right? So now our job as stewards of the ship is to ensure that backlog doesn't start to grow again, and then we keep it as small as possible, if not shrinking it all the way down.
Yeah, actually, having a museum ship like this, you're writing history, because no ship built back then was meant to last that long in the water.
You're 100% right. I mean, we're kind of in, I think, a very unique position as far as we are the largest steel ship preserved. There are obviously other older steel warships, Mikasa and Olympia, which I had the privilege of working on for a couple of years, and so really it was really neat being a part of both Olympia and Texas. And so you're right. And these ships aren't really meant to last,
but they are
a
smaller.
century.
They
Are smaller. They are smaller.
We have here in South America the Huáscar in Chile and Sarmiento in Argentina. They're also from the 1800s, 1890s. They're still floating. They're still in water, but they are much smaller than compared to Battleship Texas. And so they survive much better. But I do have one question that was nagging me since the beginning. What happened to the rudder? Why is it stuck at 14 degrees?
Well, to be honest with you, we really don't know. The assumption that we have, there's a lot of different scenarios here. So the assumption that we're making is that was like one of the to ease the ship pulling into the berth. That was the last rudder order given. So the rudder just stayed there. Another likely scenario is once the ship was in the berth, the ship still had pretty much normal power on it. So someone may have just hit the helm and knocked it over. We really don't know. I mean, I was hoping once we found the deck logs that there was going to be some kind of that we would actually see if there was any rudder orders in there or anything like that, and there weren't. So we really don't know. It's really cool. We were for a while selling a flag that said "Come and straighten it" with the silhouette of the rudder. So so it's a really cool, a really interesting thing. And as far as it being crooked, and impacting the ship, unless you're a little on the OCD side, like I am a little bit, it doesn't bother anything. It doesn't really bother us during the tow down. And it's not a long-term preservation thing that we're really getting to. And that's the money that we would spend trying to straighten it to get it straight, or even cutting it off, was better spent to go elsewhere into the ship. So, and again, addressing all that backlog of deferred maintenance. Yeah, there's a lot of things that really drive me nuts about this ship, about how, when she was, set up as a museum ship, that were a little off. So like the cranes, they're not perfectly symmetrical. They're ones like this. Sorry. So they're not either like this or they're like this. And then turret 1 and turret 2 are kind of like this, just a little, like they're like a degree apart. So it's just like this. So if you're looking down from the navigation, you can see the two guns off just a little bit. And it's like just those things that kind of drive me nuts that I can see. So, but that makes the ship so idiosyncratic, and that's one of the reasons I like her. So I love the ship so much. So
maybe someday we can get those little details fixed.
Yes.
Well, our time is coming to an end, but I love the commentary. I was trying to watch, even if I have to keep my attention here. I wasn't able to visit the battleship last time I was in Austin. I didn't have the opportunity to go up to Galveston, but it's on the top of my list as it's definitely one of my priorities once I'm visiting Austin again. And well, I appreciate a lot your participation here. A big shout out to all the staff and the museum ship. Many thanks for joining us and bringing this amount of information for us here.
Well, you're very welcome, Chris, and thank you very much for having us, or for hosting us. And yeah, when you're in Austin, come let us know. We'll give you a behind the scenes tour, man.
And well, I guess we have on our next video we have for our audience is about Normandy, 0530 documentary. So the beginning of the landings.
And this is the Royal Canadian Navy Memorial to remember the contribution of the Royal Canadian Navy on June 6. The story of the Royal Canadian Navy and the story of Canada in World War II is always a very interesting one, especially for the Navy. They started with a small Navy, and I think they had 1,800 men serving in the Navy. And that was at the beginning of World War II in 1939. By the time of D-Day, already just on D-Day, Canada got 110 ships and 10,000 sailors at sea. And by the end of World War II, Canada will end up, they started with 1,800 personnel, they got almost 100,000 men and women into their Navy, making Canada, I think it was the third largest naval force in the world at the end of World War II.
Right.
And they started with almost nothing. One of the big contribution of the Canadian on D-Day didn't actually happen on Juno Beach, but on offshore of Omaha Beach. There was an entire flotilla of minesweepers that were Canadians that kind of paved the way to the American ships to get toward Omaha Beach. They got rid of all of the mines, opened the channel to make sure that all of the American ships could get toward their destination. And we were talking about the mine at the Wreck Museum, the mine that they had, and that was one of the very essential contribution that the Canadian did also in Normandy, just getting rid of the mine so that you can get toward the landing beaches.
A couple days after the invasion of Normandy, on June 8th, the German Navy came out to play again and was sending out the destroyers Z-24, Z-32, and ZH-1, as well as the torpedo boat T-24, which is really a small destroyer, as we said earlier, and was met by the destroyers of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla of the Royal Navy, which included HMCS Haida, which we will hear from during the Longest Nights of Museum stream, as well as HMCS Huron, plus the Polish warships ORP Błyskawica, as well as ORP Purin of Bismarck Chase fame, plus the Royal Navy destroyers HMS Tartar and HMS Ashanti. These during this battle, the Battle of Ushant, the T-24 and Z-24 were chased off by HMCS Haida and Huron and sent back to Cherbourg with battle damage. And Ashanti and Tartar engaged the other two destroyers, managing to detonate ZH-1 and sink it. Haida and Huron came back from chasing off the other two German ships and then proceeded to drive Z-32 into the shore as a burning wreckage, rendering that ship completely out of the war for the rest of the engagement. So the Canadian Navy absolutely contributed to the Normandy operation and is really one of the unsung heroes of Omaha Beach with their minesweeping efforts.
Well, on D-Day, the Canadian actually had two other warships that will participate in the landing, directly the landing of Juno Beach. So let's have a look on the beach and let's tell their story.
All right.
So out there, part of the bombardment group for Juno Beach, you had two Canadian ships that were here, the Sioux and the Algonquin. And both of them did fire on Juno Beach. Now, not this particular section, but another section of Juno Beach, where you had a little resort and a lot of houses looking directly at one section of the beach. And they decided it would be worth it to just open fire on this row of houses facing the sea to get rid of any isolated snipers or marksmen and machine gun nests. So they fired on some of the German positions that were a little bit further to directly help the Canadians that were fighting on the ground.
Right.
Now they did fire a few other missions inland as the Canadians were advancing further inland to get to their objective, but that was the role here of these two Canadian ships that were here on D-Day on Juno Beach. Now amazingly, even if they were heavily involved on D-Day, the Royal Canadian Navy suffered no casualty really, no one killed, and some of them were saying that the only casualty suffered by the Royal Canadian Navy on D-Day sadly is a little beloved Maltese Terrier, a dog named Salty, that was on one of the minesweeper offshore of Omaha Beach. And as the minesweeper had completed their job and they were not too far away from Omaha Beach and got all of the large ships opening fire and all of the agitation on the deck, the dog got afraid and went overboard and could not be rescued. So it's sometimes considered as the only casualty of the Royal Canadian Navy on D-Day, but that was just day one, and there's still a lot of fighting to do to get the channel secured, including with the battle we were talking about, the Battle of the Ushant. So that's just the beginning even for the Canadians right here. This section of Juno Beach, by the way, became one of the bloodiest of the entire landing. Here, right in front of what used to be a German fortification, Company B of the Royal Winnipeg Rifle landed 127 men and found themselves alone with no support of the DD tanks, no support of any engineers. After all of the fighting to suppress the German fortification here, when the captain of the company, Phil Gower, decided to assemble his men for the next objective, he was down to 26 men.
Yeah.
So that was here one of the bloodiest sections of the landing on Juno Beach.
The larger supporting ships for Juno Beach is going to be HMS Belfast and Diadem, which are, Belfast needs no introduction. She's the largest museum ship in the UK, as well as the one of the other stars of the live stream. And HMS Diadem is a Dido class cruiser with a smorgasbord of 5.25-inch guns. So when it comes to heavy gunfire support, Juno Beach is relatively light. It's covered mainly by destroyers and destroyers in Belfast firing at targets of opportunity.
So these are the floating roads, the floating pontoons. It was to connect the floating piers to the ground, to the shore, and they created these sections of bridges, this pontoon, and they were all attached together and supported by concrete floats. So these were, the road could go up and down with the tide, and you could continue to unload and get access to the shore at any moment of the day, at any different tide. Each piece is about 41 ton, and they're assembled just dozen, if not 100 of these pieces. At the end of the construction, they ended up having 15 kilometers of floating roads in Arromanches.
Oh.
When the port is no longer useful, they will scrap everything for material to reuse some of the pieces. And these two ones were sent in a town in the French Ardennes, in the very north of France. And they were supposed to replace a bridge that had been destroyed during World War II. And they used these two pieces as a temporary solution, and they rebuilt a new bridge only in 2014. 70 years. The temporary solution lasted long enough, and they didn't know what to do with these two sections of the floating road, so they wanted to get rid of them, and the municipality of Arromanches stepped in and said, well, we would like to keep them. So you even have the date here, 1943, on some part of the section here. So right in front of us we have the remains of the artificial harbour, which is one of the most incredibly successful operation, in terms of engineering and logistics. It really all started to get the idea that if you want to have a landing, you want to capture a port. Right. And well, everyone's talking a lot about Dieppe and how they failed to capture the port in August 1942. You do have another example that will show the Allies that capturing a port, doing an invasion, doing a landing, can end in a complete nightmare. And that's Operation Torch in North Africa. Right. Especially in Algeria, the Americans and British are trying to land commandos directly on the French port of the French colony of Algeria. And it's a bloodbath for these Allies troops, Americans and British. The Allies will get to the conclusion that capturing a port by landing troops right next to it or on it or doing commando operation is usually a terrible idea. So that's when you start to reappear the idea of, well, if we don't have a port, why don't we bring one ourselves doing the landing? So this way, we don't need to concentrate on the idea of capturing a port on the very first day. Right. We can allow to land in more countryside part of the country. And if we don't have a port to start with, it's fine because we're bringing one with us. Right. And that's really started to appear, especially by 1943, where the British engineers are really starting to think about it. And they start all of the trial of the construction in summer and September of 1943. Then they see which one are the most fitted for the job, and they start the construction to build all of these pieces that will create the artificial port.
They create test versions as well to make sure that the version that they're going with, because there's 3 different main versions that they wanted to build with, they trial all 3 of them, and one of them turns out to be the best because the other 2 basically get washed away in a storm. So and that's the final design they end up going with.
For a lot of people it's confusing because many people will come here and think this is Gold Beach, this is where the British landed and then assemble a port. But that's quite the opposite. The Allies are already planning to build one of their 2 ports, with the one in Omaha, one of their 2 artificial ports right here. You don't want to have any ships being sunken on D-Day right in the middle of the port that you're planning to build. Right. So behind me and around us there is no landing at all. The landing on Gold Beach is just a few kilometers away, a little bit further on the side. Then the British are landing there and they need to capture this part of the coast. So once it's secured, then you can start the construction of the port. And well, hopefully here, the high ground where we are, this used to be a German radar station, but most of the Germans had escaped, abandoned and surrendered in front of the British after the heavy fighting on Gold Beach. And when the British went inside the village of Arromanches, it was pretty much the same story. Most of the Germans were gone or they surrendered easily. So that section of the coast is quite safe on the evening of June 6. And on the morning of June 7, they're starting to bring the first block ship. There's old ships that they want to sink in order to create the first part of the seawall that would have been in the middle of the actual remains of the seawall. And on June 7, the first one they sink is a complete disaster. It couldn't have gone worse. With the tide and the current, the ship did not sink exactly how it was supposed to and ended up being turned of 90 degrees because the current is absolutely not where it's supposed to be. So it couldn't be a worse start. The next day, they start to sink another one. And now that they understood the current and the tide around here, that one, they managed to sink it absolutely perfectly. And starting from that moment, within just a few days, basically within the next 2 days, they're going to sink another 14 ships. And there's a total of 15 ships that were sunk here to create the first part of the seawall. And then they started bringing these caissons, these huge pieces of concrete. Once you have the seawall, and while the seawall is being built, you start to set up all of the piers. They will go up and down on pillars, anchored the seabed to get up and down with the tide. As we discussed already, we do have around here tide that can be 7 meters of difference between high tide and low tide. So you need to take all of this into account. And once you get the piers, when they get the piers ready, you get the floating roads. Behind us are some of the buoys that were supporting the pontoon, the bridges. Some of them were damaged and left on the beach. And once you completed everything, the first cargo landed here 6 days after D-Day on June 12. Okay. And a month after D-Day, and the beginning of July, the entire harbour is completed. And this harbour is as big as the port of Dover. In just a matter of a month, bringing all of these pieces that they've pre-built, they built the equivalent of the port of Dover in a month.
Yeah, so it's an incredible feat of engineering for something that's an entirely new concept. Because before 1942, the only record is essentially napkin ideas from World War I for the same thing, but it wasn't taken seriously at all.
No one really implemented or tried anything. It was really brand new. And to have you start to have the idea and to do the trial by July and August and September 43. And about a year later, the idea is completed, implemented, and is completely functional.
Right.
So just that I think was built in and engineered in such a short time frame is just incredible.
What the purpose of these Phoenixes and block ships are, the Allies needed to control the waters within the port and to keep you can't control the tide, but you can dim the amount of wave action is going on, as well as the currents coming in and out of the port. So all of the Mulberry Harbor itself, what remains is essentially the outside edge. And then what was built and temporarily and lasted only 8 to 10 months was all within the inside and the safety of the Phoenixes and block ships.
Really, when you face it, when you're right next to it, you realize just the sheer size of these caissons. It's just incredible.
Yeah, we've only been able to see them from afar up until now, but when you get up close to it, the monumental amount of effort that would have been made, or that was put into building all of these, and then getting them here. Because after all, they're known as Phoenixes because they built them in the UK, sank them there, then refloated them, tugged them here, sank them back down here, and they've been here for 80 years, and they're still doing their job today.
They're still doing part of their job. Just the amount of metal you have when you see it under this layer of concrete, just the sheer amount of metal that was required for this is that's a huge undertaking. Even just to build one, but to build, I think it was more than 200 that were built ultimately, 140 just for Arromanches and Habich, and then they kept building some to reinforce it as it was going to be damaged by storm, etc. Just incredible.
Tugboats like Nash, which we'll hear from as well, that brought them here. Usually, I think it was 2 or 3 tugboats per Phoenix. Slightly less than blistering speed of 2 to 3 knots. Crossing over the channel over an entire day, really.
It is a slow crossing. But just thinking about the crossing in one thing, once you have that thing here, to just make it sink so that it will be right next to another one and you will be able to build the seawall like this, you need to make sure you sink it absolutely perfectly, and that requires some skills as well. I mean, just transporting it is something, but to be able to build the seawall here as this is every part of this construction here is impressive.
Yeah.
The largest caissons they'll do will be up to 60 meters long and 18 meters high. And these larger caissons will be about 6,000 tons. They've got several of them depending where you put them together and how strong will be the tide and how high the tide will be depending where they're placed on the harbour. But for the largest one it's 18 meters tall and that's 6,000 tons of steel and concrete. It's just enormous.
Yeah, so we're able to see maybe 4 to 5 meters of this one right now, which means there's another 10 or more beneath the water that...
Or depends, because while this one is still close to the shore, the ones that were put further away might be some of the largest ones. So right here, we're inside the port, inside all of the seawall created by all of the caissons. And inside, in front of us, you would have all of the floating piers. So this kind of huge piers that were supported with pillars, 4 pillars, and you would anchor the pillars to the seabed, and then the piers will be able to go up and down with the tide thanks to these pillars. And the next thing you had to do once you got these piers was to connect them to a romanche, or to the ground, to the shore. And that's where we have all of these wells that we could see at the top of the cliff. There's sections of bridges that you're connecting next to each other, and they're all connected and they're floating thanks to concrete float. And same thing, you create a kilometre of these floating roads so that you end up having the piers right here. That means if you get the piers so far out in the sea, you can always dock even on high tide and low tide. So that's why it's so far away. That's why all of this caissons are so far away, so you can build all of the floating piers and dock at any moment on low tide and high tide.
And you can bring whatever ships you need in, heavy ships, tankers, anything large and small.
It must have been a special sight here, just arriving inside the port right here. Protected from the wave thanks to the caissons and the block ships, and then you would have 3 different piers here, kilometers of floating roads, hundreds of little ships, especially the duck, you know, the amphibious truck that the American had, and the British. And these ducks will go up and down from the shore to the ships, and also load the material and unload them directly on the coast. I mean, it was just like an anthill here, just non-stop movement, and thousands of people working here, the logistic. Some of them were literally leaving on board of some of the caissons, and since they're leaving there, you get spatial landing craft turned into kitchen that will create hot meal and then get to all of these ships and all of these caissons and deliver the hot meal to the people that are working around here. It's like a city just right there for the logistic.
And they plan to build 2 of them, right?
They actually built 2 of them with the smaller version, so that's the code name here is Mulberry for this port, so this is Mulberry B, and then we had Mulberry A on Omaha. But the one in Omaha, as soon as it was almost completed, it was completely destroyed by the big storm that was on the 21st of June. And the American decided, let's get rid of it, let's just land with the LST directly on the beach, and every spare part that you can recover from the one in Omaha could be used to reinforce or repair the one on Narrow-Manche. The one Narrow-Manche suffered a few breaches in the seawall during the storm, but overall it stood very, very well despite the storm. So this is the beach of Narrow-Manche, and around us are remains of the concrete floats that would help to create the floating road connecting the piers to the shore. And thanks to this road, trucks will be able to drive from behind us, driving on the floating road. The pieces of the road will be supported by these floats, concrete floats, and then the vehicles can get to the piers, load everything, and then they're going to drive back toward Narrow-Manche, and that's how you unloading thousands and thousands of tons of supplies and stores every single day right here.
How impactful was the Mulberry?
Well, altogether, maybe a bit less than expected. In this Mulberry B, in the Narrow-Manche harbour, 220,000 men landed, 40,000 vehicles, and about 600,000 tons of stores and goods for the army. But altogether, It's meant that the vast majority of the supplies landed in other beaches, in other ports. 13% only, if I can say only, but 13% of all of the stores and the logistic that the Allies brought in the Battle of Normandy landed from the port of Arromanches.
So most of the supplies then were offloaded by ships like the LSTs, which were able to come in during high tide and then land on the beach during low tide and then leave again when the tide came back. Essentially being able to offload anywhere that they can land, bringing in loads of supplies. So there's a common discussion between historians where comparing the effectiveness of the mulberry versus just LST offloading at Omaha. But the advantage of having the mulberry is you can use different kinds of ships in order to offload supplies that can't land on the beaches like an LST can. But as we can see, on average, they never really managed to surpass the LSTs in tonnage.
It's not only about the LST, but several small ports in Normandy, like Courcelles-sur-Mer by Juno Beach or Port-en-Bessin between Golda and Omaha, were captured completely intact and end up being used much more than expected and loading much more goods and ammunition and logistics than expected. So it's altogether a better situation than the Allies expected. But when they started building this mulberry, they didn't know how good would be the logistic on the beaches. They expected to run into a lot of issues, and they expected that they would need a deep water port. With the perspective today, we can say that maybe did it worth all of the effort that was put. Still, probably it's an amazing engineering achievement. But the Allies ended up using, as you say, the LSTs to a much greater extent than expected, and same thing for the harbour of Courcelles and Port-en-Bessin or Grand Camp. All of this little harbour in Normandy used much more than what the Allies were expecting when they planned D-Day.
Right, because with an engineering project this big, you need years of planning, and they made the decision in '42, and times had changed a bit in the couple years from 1942 until 1944.
Still, the just sheer achievement of what they've done here, when you're standing next to all of these pieces of concrete and you realize it's the only thing that is left, but you had hundreds of these pieces everywhere. The engineering, the construction, the thousands of people that built this and assembled and maintained this for months is just amazing. So this is the Asville gun battery. It's one of several German artillery positions next to Utah Beach, and this one, the German had 4 105mm guns that were firing on the beachhead, firing toward the Navy. And this became the target, even on June 6th, on the morning of June 6th, of the USS Nevada. It fired several times on the battery, but didn't achieve any special result on June 6th. And we still see today some of the impact that were made on all of the firing missions that were made on June 6, but also on June 7 and 8. The battery was not completely taken by the Americans on the afternoon of June 9. So in the meantime, you had a lot of firing mission. The bunkers are still standing, even though you can see impact. But the most interesting is inside that casemate. Let me show you.
We've heard all the stories of Texas firing on Pointe du Hoc, but what is Nevada doing today?
Well, the most interesting here is that on June 7, the USS Nevada will receive a mission to target again this gun battery. The gun battery just started to resume fire on the landing beaches, so it had to be neutralized or at least silenced. And we do have the fire report of the USS Nevada at this moment, targeting this area to a distance of 18,000 yards. And they fired 14 salvo, mostly at the very beginning, some kind of a high explosive type shells, probably to get the range right, and when they started to get closer, they switched to AP shell. Right. And the last salvo, salvo number 14, that was fired around 12:49, is reported 2 armor-piercing shells, and it's reported by the air spotter a hit. And the hit is inside this bunker, and the result of the hit is right there.
I mean, it's very clearly, it's got to be 14-inch, but so it's massive.
It is a massive damage, but there's more. Let me show you what's happened on the other side of that impact. And that here is the result on the other side, and then behind me, the impact on the other side of the wall. So it literally went through the bunker from the entrance, bounced on the room, and went through the other wall here, through the little kind of machine gun slit that was protecting the entrance of the bunker, and it kept bouncing on the wall outside in the corridor.
It's pulling the reinforced concrete off the wall here and just mangling all the remaining rebar.
It's said that this single shell that did not explode, it just went through the entire bunker from one side to another, killed 15 German, also probably with a concussion.
Yeah, with the shockwave. And in order to even reach this, it would have probably had to come through the gun shield and parts of the gun in order to reach this hole. So you're imagining the shell coming in, hitting the gun shield, going through this hole and out the back, causing damage all the way through.
This is just atrocious and impressive damage made by one single shell.
Right, and but this shell that's here, this is not the same shell, correct?
So no, this is a part of another shell that was found in another German battery that was shelled by the USS Nevada a little bit further. So, but this is the same type of shell that the Nevada would have fired. The shell was actually found, the real shell that went through here was found in 1994, buried in the earth just outside of the bunker where it fell in 1944.
Ah.
It went through here, bounced on that wall, then it bounced back right there, projecting the still unexploded shell right outside of the bunker. And this is where they found the shell in 1994, still unexploded.
Ah. And this couldn't be a different shell because there's no way, because if Nevada's firing from over there, there's no way for it to land here except through that door.
Exactly. It's right on the good angle to find the shell right there, stuck under the ground 50 years later.
It's crazy that the picture they have here, it's so intact even after all of this damage. It shows you how relatively little resistance concrete has against a properly built armor-piercing shell. And speaking of, let's go take a look at the other one they have in here.
Let's have a look.
This is the remains of a 14-inch AP shell fired from Nevada. It's not the same one that hit this bunker, but it's a good example of what happens to an AP shell after it hits something. So normally it's going to be much larger. The front of the shell, this is the front end of the shell. The rear end of the shell would be here with the explosives inside. As you can see, this one was not a dud and detonated, causing this sort of octopus-like effect on the end of the armor-piercing head of the shell. On top of the shell would be a wind screen or a wind shield, which helps the shell fly through the air more accurately, and it would be very lightly attached via these little dimples in the side that go all the way around the shell. And as soon as it hits the target, the windscreen will break off. There's going to be a ballistic cap on the front end of the shell, which is a softer steel of the rest of the shell, which allows it to normalize against angled armor or concrete, and allowing the shell to penetrate it better and more directly. And then everything else is just hardened steel, as hard as you can make it, which is designed for defeating and punching through the heaviest armor on a battleship, which you're going to be looking at in some cases even up to 16 inches of hardened steel armor. In the case of the Japanese battleship Yamato, but Nevada would be designed against battleships in World War I. The point of having all of this steel on the front and throughout the entire shell is to keep the explosives inside a safe from the shock of firing the shell, as well as from the shock of the shell impacting something, because you want your armor-piercing shell to detonate inside the target as deep as it can get in order to deal the maximum amount of damage to the most important areas of your target ship or your target bunker.
What would be the velocity, the speed of such shells when it's arriving here?
Yeah, so whenever it's arriving here, you would have, Nevada was firing from about 18,700 yards away, or 18 kilometers, which would take around about 25 seconds from time of firing to here to arrive. By the time it arrives here, it's probably traveling around 550 to 600 meters per second, impacting with an immense amount of force, because this is a nearly 1.5 ton shell, and it will just tear anything up in its path, as evidenced by the rebar reinforced concrete. I mean, this wall is easily 1 meter thick, and it's ripped apart like it's nothing. And of course, AP shells are not the most commonly fired shells by battleships in World War II, because high explosive is, generally speaking, more useful for shore bombardment. But whenever you need a hardened target like this to stop being so hard, AP is your answer.
So Utah Beach is where the US Navy made several of their memorials to commemorate the men that participated in D-Day, but from the naval perspective. And here they have a replica of a LCVP, one of the smallest landing craft that the American will create, nicknamed Higgins boat. And here's the size replica of something. You can tell it's a replica because it is made of metal, while the real ones were made out of plywood.
Right. And you can imagine when approaching the beaches, the sailors manning these things have to sail back and forth under heavy fire the entire day, essentially. It's going to take an extreme amount of nerve and bravery to not only come to the beach for one time and stay on the beach, but for these guys have to come back and forth, and throughout the entirety of the day, exposed on the water, hoping against hope that they don't get hit.
And they do it on just a terrible weather condition, especially in the morning.
Yeah.
You get waves up to between 1 and 2 meters high. You get a wind up to 35 kilometers per hour. Just the conditions for navigation are not good on the morning of June 6th, but they're still facing it and they still achieve victory at the end.
Right, and quite famously, these are flat-bottom boats, which are not designed for any kind of seagoing navigation, causing rampant seasickness among the soldiers before they even arrive on the beach, which is never a fun experience. But I'm sure even some sailors were fighting against that as well, even despite their sea legs.
So this is Utah Beach. We're facing the place where the 4th Infantry Division landed on D-Day. It's a famous story that they were supposed to actually land 1.5 miles further north, and the current disrupted everything, and because some of the patrol craft that were supposed to guide the first wave were either sunk or they were damaged, they could not guide the first wave, and they landed here instead of landing 1.5 miles further where they should have landed. This is one also of the side of all of the invasion. So you get all of the fortification of Cherbourg, you get a lot of German artillery positions around here. So the Americans and their allies will have here 16 warships, including one battleship, the USS Nevada, that will be here, and several destroyers as well. And you will end up starting very early. The German around 5 in the morning are going to open fire on the Allied Navy, and they are going to answer quickly after. And you have the beginning of a huge artillery duel between several German gun battery around here and all of the Americans and Allied Navy right there. And during all of the exchange of fire, one of the destroyer that was patrolling around the Saint Marcouf Island in the distance over there, one of the destroyer trying to evade the fire of some of the German gun battery was either hit a mine during its maneuver or was directly hit by a shell, the destroyer USS Corrie. The captain tried to see if he could stay afloat, but very quickly gave the order to abandon the ship. And the Germans, still seeing the ship was in shallow water, so even as it was sinking, still had part of the superstructure of the ship that was getting out of the water. The German could not really see if they already sunk the ship, and they kept firing on the ship while the men were trying to get out of the ships, and they're trying to swim, and the shells are still hitting around the USS Corrie. It's another ship, the USS Fitch, I think, came to the rescue to try to get the men out of the water. The USS Corrie will be one of the only warships sunken on D-Day with the Norwegian ship Svenne on Sword Beach, and it will be completely sunk with the loss, I think, of 24 men killed and missing during that action.
Corrie and Fitch are both Gleaves class destroyers, which are still new destroyers, but they were built right at the start of the war, essentially, and to be superseded later by the Fletcher class, the Fletcher Swarm, as we call it. And then in the background, we have some of the heaviest bombarding forces throughout all of D-Day are here. Nevada, of course, with her 10 14-inch guns, joined by 2 heavy cruisers, the Quincy, brand new Baltimore-class cruiser, and Tuscaloosa, an older New Orleans-class cruiser, also joined by HMS Enterprise, the Royal Navy Enterprise.
So this is the US Navy Memorial set up here in Utah Beach to commemorate all of the personnel of the US Navy that participated into the landing on June 6. You have 3 large statues, one of a gunner loading a ship for fire support, one of an officer pointing direction, and one of a personnel from the Navy. But he's wearing helmet. He's going to land on the beach. He's part of the NCDU, Naval Combat Demolition Unit, and these guys are supposed to arrive on the beach and set up explosives on anything that could prevent the landing craft or landing ship from having a good landing on the beach. And all around the pedestal, you have the names of every ship that the American had here on D-Day, from transport and large battleship to all of the LSTs. You do have names that are sounding very familiar that we already mentioned, the USS Arkansas, USS Nevada, and I even see the USS Corrie and Fitch.
Right. We have Susan B. Anthony, the transport that was lost with 2,000 sailors aboard, every one of them saved. We saw her rudder at the Wreck Museum as well. We can move around. USS Meredith is over here. Meredith, we saw her engines at the Wreck Museum. Nelson, her stern plate is located at the Wreck Museum. We didn't get to see that, or didn't get to show that, but it's there. USS Laffey, of course, is a museum ship today, the destroyer that wouldn't die, as it were. She ends up serving to the invasion of Okinawa, where she takes 19 and survives 19 kamikaze hits from the Japanese. And of course, this is where LST-325 was involved, who we will also see some video from.
And here it is, LST-325, on all of the list of all of the different LSTs that were involved here on Utah and Omaha Beach.
Of course, there's so much more to cover about Normandy and the naval invasion in general. There's almost 7,000 warships here. Most of them are Royal Navy, about 80% Royal Navy, and then about 16% US Navy, roughly 1,000 warships from the US Navy, and plenty of other nations that we haven't been able to touch.
Yeah, we could mention, we already mentioned the Canadian and the Poles and even the French, but we could even mention the Dutch that had a couple of gunboats. We could mention the Danish, that 800 of them were on D-Day. We could mention a lot of different nations that were maybe had a ship. The Greek had even some warship, and then you got on board of all this ship, you also got personnel from all of the Commonwealth of the British Empire. You got Australian and New Zealanders and South African. Some of them are buried even here. So this is just such a wide topic that we could discuss.
Right.
It was great to have you around. I felt I learned so much for all of the information you gave me to all of the technical detail of all of these ships and all of the guns and the importance of all of this gunfire support. It was really great to show you around. A pleasure to have you here, and I hope I'll see you soon in Normandy.
Yeah, I hope to see you again too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So we are back in our studios, and well, we are coming close to the end of this marathon, of this longest night of museums. But we still have a few aces up our sleeves, and we have. Well, first of all, we want to thank our partners. A special thank you to War History Online. And also to Vintage News and Abandoned Spaces. They also joined us in our effort to produce this material. And the most important thing now is that we are going to run a quiz. If you have been watching our streams, our regular streams, you already are well acquainted with our quizzes. You must be authenticated in order to get your prize, because if you're not and you are on the top of the participants and the top of the winners, and we can't see your Twitch name, we can't give you your prize. You will graciously give your prize to the next one in line. So you will see that you won, but we won't see that you won the prize. So, and what are we giving out this time? What are the prizes? We have for the first and the second places Magellan TV annual subscription. For the third, fourth, and fifth places, we have USS Texas book. The sixth place gets a Haida in the game, the Tier 7 Haida. The seventh place gets the Tier 7 Belfast. Yeah, the big one, the one that is extremely rare to get your hands on. Haida also, it's very hard to get your hands on, but yeah, Belfast is coming. And for the 8th, 9th, and 10th places, USS Texas, the Tier 5 premium battleship. So, and so that you have time to authenticate and join and link your accounts, the Wargaming account and your Twitch account, so it's authenticated, we're going to play once more our sponsors video from Magellan, so you have the time for this, and we will start with the quiz right after that.
This is the beginning of the most audacious undertaking that man has ever attempted.
Martin going for a piece of history. How much further can he go?
The 34,000 known species eat mostly insects. That makes spiders our best ally in the fight to survive on the planet.
To be honest, I thought, holy this is a whale full of plastic.
We are compelled to enter into a deadly war. There was a message on my desk to move away from the coast of Japan because of an activity we do not know the results from.
My fellow countrymen, today the guns are silent.
It's hard to believe that you actually were there.
What can I do now and going forward?
To see them happy, this is a dream.
There were inscriptions, don't violate this tomb or something bad will happen to you.
We have pictures to the last day. Everything seemed very normal. Then suddenly everything cuts out.
We have a comet coming in at 135,000 miles an hour. Anything that's unprotected is going to die.
And so they'll actually bite and twist and tear big chunks out of their prey.
Oh, we choose to go to the moon.
It exceeds our wildest imaginations.
This is gonna change history.
That was awesome.
So we are back, and we are going to start with our quiz. You all know the rules of this quiz. If you answer correctly first, you get more points. If you answer first wrong, you get points taken out of your score. If you don't answer at all, you get no points. You don't win and you don't lose points. You have to click on your screen to get your answer recorded. So there you have the rules in your screen. We can start any second now. So, throughout her career, USS Texas participated in how many naval bombardments? 3, 4, 5, or 6? And the right answer is 6. A lot of people got this right, but the majority went for 5. Probably because they are not taking into account the ones that were done in the Mediterranean or in the Pacific. And well, next one. USS Texas holds the record for longest time at general quarters under kamikaze threat. How many days make up that record? 10 days, 30 days, 50 days, or 60 days? Let's see. What's the right answer? 50 days at general quarters. This, yeah, the majority got that right. The case is very famous. They had to stay in general quarters after they saw what happened to a battleship next to USS Texas that got hit by a kamikaze threat, because the crew didn't had the time to man the guns as they weren't in general quarters. Next question. USS Texas hold an unexploded projectile fired at her during the shore bombardment in Normandy. What is the nationality of that shell? Yeah, the correct answer is, of course, German. One has to be the easy question. It's just to make sure you're all paying attention here. Next question, please. How many 14-inch shells did the USS Texas fire on German position in Normandy during the opening stages of Operation Neptune? 172 shells, 55 shells, 275 shells, or 300 shells? That's a tough one. And the right answer is 250 shells. And if you were watching the last documentary, you saw what a 14-inch shell can do to a bunker. So imagine that rainfall of 255 shells on top of bunkers. Next question. When did USS Texas first join the virtual seas of World of Warships? So during patch 6.2 in February 2017, patch 3.0 in June 2015, or May 2016, or August 2017. And the right answer is Update 5.5.1 in May 2016. It has been around for a very, very long time in the game. And we have a lot of winners here. What is in our screen here doesn't show all the winners, but a big shout out and congratulations to the winners here. We have, unfortunately, at the second place, we have a contestant number 1,785. Yeah, it's a bit blurred. You're passing your prize graciously for the next one, which is a Master Los Pojos. And so on. The same applies to the next places, to the fourth and the fifth place. Are we getting in contact with them, Conception? Yeah. Yeah. We are going to tag the winners in our chat here in Twitch. So bear with us. And meanwhile, I would like to have a special thank you for the museum ships that participated in our longest night of museums. The museum ship Pliskavika, Belfast, Haida, Texas, LST 325, S 130, and also a special thanks to Force Blue, which helped us a lot to create this this longest night of museums. This was a very long stream for all of us, and also a special thanks for all the moderators that have bared with us, moderating Twitch chat, and making sure that everything is running smoothly here. And a special thanks to our wizard of production, video production, Conception, which is behind the curtains here, doing all the magic. And let me get this out of the way. I have so many screens open right now. I can barely find myself here in my own computer. Yeah, now I have now I can see the list of winners. So Michael Daly, 57, Marcelo Espojos, Raz Gris. I know this one. You, congratulations. Justice Rar, Joey, 1414, King Squishy, The Halls, Ravengers, Revengeancer, Alf, Stauberer, and Lenol 19. So these are the winners of the quiz. Congratulations. We are going to tag you here, and we are going to contact you through Twitch. So pay attention to your whispers in your Twitch. And have we anything left for them? Conception? Yep. So we're coming to an end, and we are going to raid one of our CCs here in NA, in North America, which is Kevin Sieb. He has been a CC for a long time and has very solid streaming production. So I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evenings and the rest of your weekend. I would say the rest of your day, but that doesn't apply. The day is almost ending, at least where I am. There's not much left. Anyways, have a good evening, have a good rest of your weekend, and we all see on the high seas of World of Warships. Bye bye, everybody.